and welcome to Devcon. I hope you had fun yesterday, and thank you for starting the morning with us. I'm here to introduce Andrew Milik. He's the co-founder and CEO of Skiff, which is an end-to-end encrypted, privacy-first, wallet-native communication and collaboration platform. Andrew previously worked on spacecraft at SpaceX, operating systems, and spent time working all over Asia and Eastern Europe. Before that, Andrew graduated as the Henry IV II Scholar from Stanford. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you so much. And hi, everyone. Nice to meet you. I've got a great group. So yeah, we're going to start by talking about basically the stack of how you'd build consumer applications in Web3. And so what does that mean, not just for applications in DeFi and finance and trading and exchanges, but how can we actually build applications that we use every single day and ideally every single hour? So you wake up, you check your email, you check your messages. How can we rebuild the stack of the way consumers live and work on the internet to be more private and user-owned? So we'll start with just some of the attributes of what we look for in our application and also in all applications in this sector. We'll start with privacy first. And this actually, for us at Skiff, is probably the most important fundamental layer of how we build things. So what that means is all of your data is owned by you, and it's private to you. So no one else, not some technology provider or platform, will have access to it. And so it's really only something that you should have access to, which is just also a lot more intuitive for the way we'd use these really sensitive applications, whether it's file storage or messaging or communication. All the things that we store on those products should really only be known to us. And that's not an expectation that people certainly have today. Beyond that, and we'll talk more about this later, we think it should be decentralized. And what that means isn't always that compute is taking place all across the world on chain or always on a decentralized network, but it should be architected in a way where your data and your compute isn't always entrusted to a platform. And that translates into the data structures that you might use, into the way authentication and identity might work, and also into so much more from an ideological side of how might your data be deplatformed if you're removed from it. How would you think about censorship resistance? How would you think about access to it that's always permanent and always accessible? And then also, how would you think about just incorporating privacy into every single piece of your data storage and identity? Finally, this one's a little interesting. We think that applications should be interoperable. So when you're no longer asking an OAuth application like Google for your identity, we want you to be able to use that information in other parts of the web. So whether it's logging into another product, storing your data elsewhere, or building really cool API and programmatic integrations to all the files and things that you create. And lastly, we'll just say this very briefly. We think it should be open source, which is something we've committed to at Skiff, but also I think something that in the entire community of just Ethereum and the crypto ecosystem is really important to make sure people trust what you can do and also can replicate it. So we'll start with privacy first with a pretty intuitive saying, which is, if you own the keys, you also own the data. And so basically, everything on the product should be end-to-end encrypted from the ground up. So you're sending a message, keep that message private only to you and the recipient. If you're uploading a file or piece of information, make sure that's also private only to you. We've basically just seen countless examples in the last 2 years with people storing things on the cloud and being deplatformed, targeted for the things that they store on a cloud provider, or just not really able to understand and trust where their data is being used. Is it being dropped into some massive machine learning model? Is it being used in some massive search indexing algorithm that's also just used across 500 million other users? Your data should be private to you and end-to-end encrypted. I skipped over this, but we also want to make sure there's no personally identifying information inside these products. This is slightly controversial depending on the application, but in the encrypted messaging space and end-to-end encrypted communications, it's really kind of this ground zero expectation that people have, where you want to be able to use a messaging product, you want to be able to use a communication product without giving out a phone number or a real name, et cetera. And so many places in the world now make it harder and harder to do that, whether you need to submit an ID to buy a SIM card, or you need to go through an internet provider or an email provider and provide another address or some sort of accountability chain. So that first one's also really important to us. And finally, a lot of these bullet points actually rest on the idea of non-custodial wallets or non-custodial public keys, where if you're doing end-to-end encryption, you kind of have to own your own key pair. And so that poses a bunch of interesting consumer product challenges that we'll get to shortly. So on that next point of decentralized, we talked a bit about how decentralized can lead to censorship resistance, where there isn't a single kind of point of deplatforming where you can get kicked out of your identity or kicked out of your product. And also with end-to-end encryption, it's really unclear even who is using that data or how it's going to be processed beyond just the things that you do with it. This also translates into client-side data storage, data structures, sharing, search, collaboration, and more. So once you've gone down the path of end-to-end encryption, any product that you build will not have access to user data. And what that means is you've kind of set up an entire sequence of challenges and hoops that you have to jump through. Whether it's rebuilding how search works, searching on someone's device, or rebuilding how you share that data with other people. So if I want to share a file or a document with another collaborator, how can I as a user do that, but the platform never be able to do something like that? Finally, one super important point is also how you trust the platform and the product as well. And so that comes from how you might actually look up other users' public keys. And we'll get to this later, but this is one of the biggest, age-old questions in communication. How do I send a secure email to someone? How do I look up someone's public key if I'm using, Signal or a Telegram secret chat or PGP email back in the 90s? And then on that interoperable point, a lot of similar things about basically giving people ownership of their identity through self-custody of their keys or wallets. And then also just using a much more local first on device model where data can still be synced or synchronized across the devices and things that you use. But because it's end-to-end encrypted, a lot of that actual computing power and computing authority is no longer with the technology provider. And then we'll cover some of that last point about command line access or programmatic access for your content. So I guess let's get into some of the actual technical parts of this stack. How has actually end-to-end encryption communication been done in the past? We'll start with PGP. I don't know, has anyone used PGP or uses it regularly? OK, so a little bit. So PGP is, I think, a little over 30 years old now. It was invented or published in the 1990s, I think 91. And unfortunately, it's become pretty clunky, very complex, and pretty inefficient, where there were proprietary formats owned by corporations, open source formats owned by open source standards, and now just other basically open source publications, compliance standards, et cetera, that try and take this age-old, 30-year-old standard and update it for modern cryptography. And secretly, it seems like we have a few PGP users here, but I'm just going to say that almost no one actually uses it. It's estimated that literally 50,000 people worldwide still maintain PGP key pairs. And if we look at the other option for end-to-end encrypted private communication, we're literally looking at many 3-4 orders of magnitude of different scale. And so you can understand why maintaining your own PGP key pair is probably a thing of the past. So if we look at Signal and Telegram as examples, where Signal is default end-to-end encrypted using the Signal protocol, and Telegram is end-to-end encrypted using secret chats, we get so much more privacy built in right out of the box. So the protocols handle all the stuff around key exchange, key downloading, and actual encryption of messages. And then that leads to 700 million monthly active users on Telegram and over 100 million on Signal. Finally, one piece of this that is somewhat of an advantage, but also can bite you in the back in the end, is a complex story around key ownership, sign-up, and metadata, where if you look at a product like Telegram, they're often criticized for not being fully open source, even if some of the protocol is. And Signal often is criticized for requiring a phone number on sign-up, which for some of us may not matter because we'll happily share a phone number with friends. But for others, it can really defeat the purpose of a privacy-first messaging product. Now we'll look at one last piece of the current authentication framework. So the last is OAuth, which I think is one of the most painful forms of doing authentication today, because it's basically putting your identity in the hands of one single server and provider. And so whether it's your Gmail account or another product, you've basically made that to become your identity around the web without really knowing that you really own it. And so the way OAuth works is, just for a quick overview, you'll plug OAuth into your app in 5 minutes. Developers have made that so easy. You can query for a scoped token, so ask for my birthday or my favorite color or my email address, and get back credentials that can be refreshed, possibly indefinitely, for access to an application. So a lot of these standards have developed as the identity story gets more and more complicated around the web, as centralized providers store more information about us, and also just keep enlarging these scopes of data that you could access. Now we'll just flip the paradigm completely on its head. We at Skiff think wallets are just a natural successor to this problem across encryption, across identity, and across data ownership. So we've actually seen wallets start to be used as the basis for generating end-to-end encrypted key pairs. And so if you're familiar with the method ETH get encryption public key, this is actually an innovative thing published by the MetaMask community and then later adopted into Brave Wallet, where you'll turn an Ethereum public key or Ethereum key pair into a curved 25519 encryption key pair, which can be used to just encrypt and decrypt data with your MetaMask or Brave Wallet. There's a bit of complication around that as some of the cryptography is ironed out, but it's this much more simple and intuitive way of going from a key that you own to an entire framework for end-to-end encryption. Instead of access grants, where we'll ask Google or a provider for more data, all of this will be super transparent to users, where you sign a token giving access or authenticating exactly what you want or exactly who you are. And then finally, on the distributed public key directory, I think no one here wants to put up one of those HTML-only personal pages with your PGP key and then just expect people to go to that if they want to communicate securely with you. With wallets and things like naming services, we get a much simpler way of going from a human-readable name, like skiff.eth, to a public key. And we have some people from the DM3 team here who are working on that exact problem. We'll talk about this more later, but it does introduce some problems on the consumer side with recovery and basically account reset, as we all know in using a wallet. So just to recap, what's this new model for authentication? We'll start with a human-readable name, like an email address or even simpler. We'll take that and transform it to a wallet address, which is done using a transparent on-chain lookup. And then finally, we'll recover a public key from that. And so in certain cases, we'll get back an Ethereum key pair. Or in others, like that kind of experimental method I talked about, we could actually figure out a way to get a really well-suited encryption key pair to send data to people end-to-end encrypted. So now we'll kind of completely erase the PGP stack, we'll erase OAuth, and we'll go from this human-readable name all the way to end-to-end encryption. Much easier than Signal, much easier than Telegram, and so much easier than PGP, which is why people don't use it. So then we'll just cover some about storage and interoperability, a little more on the technical side. So this is a point that I've made a lot, but I think is pretty intuitive as well. If we're moving to a world where decentralized storage actually works for products, we also need end-to-end encryption. If you're storing data on a decentralized network, you wouldn't want to store it all in plain text. I write a note, I write my PhD thesis. I don't always want every single draft of that to just be stored, sharded around the internet in plain text. So instead, I want that to be encrypted. And I don't want that to be encrypted with some random person's key. I want it to be encrypted with my key. And that's exactly what end-to-end encryption means. So to get basically this value alignment across end-to-end encryption and decentralized storage, wallets are an excellent solution for that. And then once you've actually published things to a decentralized network, you can use that network to query for it, maintain a list of identifiers, and have permanent access to that outside of any sort of platform, which gets back to that importance of censorship resistance. Then we'll also just talk about the data structures. Let's say you're now using an end-to-end encrypted product that has no access to the things that you're writing, you're typing, your notes, your documents. All of a sudden, you can't use a single server like the Google model or the centralized model of collaborating. You have to use a new set of data structures. And so we'll cover this briefly because it's probably a little bit of a tangent. But there are actually really good data structures that are now coming into modern production use, like CRDTs, which are conflict-free replicated data types that actually allow for composable operations to be done on these data structures from around the world. So I increment some number and someone else across the world decrements it. You could see how that operation is composable. And so even if there's some latency or someone gets disconnected, we can arrive at a really consensus-based version of a final product without having a server. The last point about interoperability is that it makes account transfer, sales, and auctions so much simpler. So when an account or identity is transferred on-chain, we'll just do that same lookup, and the new owner gets access to that username, or we'll just automatically have access to that skiff.eth. It'll also mean that users can choose their own history and path around things like 2FA, account signatures and login and all that sort of stuff. So if you want to use a multi-sig wallet for skiff.eth, or you want to set some sort of 2FA mechanism or use a hardware wallet, you'll get to choose your own security posture. And so that has a lot of pros for more advanced users. It means that people can choose their own way of securing their private keys. But it also means that platforms no longer have to deal with some of that risk of accidentally deplatforming people, having 2FA and complicated reset mechanisms, and you can make sure that the right identity is going to the right person. It does, however, introduce complications around account reset. So we'll just be transparent about that. You know how difficult it is to remember a seed phrase. Maybe you wrote it down or put it in a safety deposit box, or you split up pieces and gave them to your friend. But that makes building consumer apps a little more challenging too. Like if I want to reset my email address or my messaging app, it's a little weird to ask my friend to click a button or 3 of them to click a button and give me their secret out of a few different secret shares, or to use a multi-sig wallet to log into a single collaborative product. So it gives users a lot more freedom and empowerment over how they can use these products and lets you choose your own security journey. But it also means that there's more complexity around account reset, identity, and all those areas that, frankly, a lot of the regular consumers will get to. And so that's something we spend a lot of time on at Skiff. How can you make products really simple, really easy to use, and really easy to sign up? And so once you get to users who don't want to remember a seed phrase or write it down on their desk, you actually get people who have access to all these amazing benefits of end-to-end encryption and easy-to-use collaboration. But then if they lose their seed phrase, it's harder to reset your account. So to recap on the stack, we talked first about the auth layer, where wallets basically enable this entirely new user-owned flow for authenticating and logging into products. They also give us a much simpler mechanism for distributing public keys. So don't run your own personal site with a PGP key pair. Run your wallet and just basically add that data on chain. So we can go from your human readable name to your wallet address to a public key to end-to-end encryption. From there, the storage layer of using decentralization and end-to-end encryption give us so much more flexibility. You can basically store data in more places or on a decentralized network if that data is encrypted with your key pair. It also means that data is portable. So you want to access it via program or via some sort of command line tool and change it or edit it or download it. You can do that all from the decentralized network. And then finally, on the app layer, there's still a lot of progress that has to be made. So this is basically a whole new paradigm for building a product like Gmail or Dropbox or Drive or OneDrive. I've tested, or our team has tested every single email product out there, every single storage product out there, and it's radically different to build one that's end-to-end encrypted from the ground up and works with people's wallets. So it gives us a lot of benefits of basically this natural path from identity to key pair, but it also means that we have to rebuild a new stack of consumer apps that do this all behind the scenes, simply, naturally, and also really performantly. So that lookup process gets complicated. So I think from there, I just wanted to add a couple notes about basically how we think this benefits the entire community and ecosystem, and then we'll do questions. So my background is I've been a software engineer my whole life, since I was probably 5 or 6 years old, although I was not a professional engineer at that point. And now actually doing this for real, you can see that this model of building products is just so much more intuitive and better for people and their identity. So if you have a wallet or a key pair that you really trust and you want to keep track of, you get to choose your own security mechanisms and safety mechanisms for owning that private key. If you want to communicate with people around the world with end-to-end encryption, you can now get that in an entirely new, kind of more user-owned stack of products. I've been a big fan, and so has our team, of decentralized storage, and end-to-end encryption is one of the biggest enablers for actually building consumer apps on top of it. So there's still so much work to be done on the product side, but we think that basically going from this distributed consensus around public keys to end-to-end encryption to a lot more flexibility on storage and interoperability, it's just a much more intuitive, better, and simpler future that at the end of the day is giving people access to what we see as a fundamental right, which is private communication, private writing, private collaboration, and owning your own key pairs. So I think we've got 5-6 minutes for questions. Thank you all for coming. I know it's early. Go ahead. So this is a great question. The question was, what are the nuances of going from, I think it's just basically a wallet address to an actual public key that you might use to encrypt data? So the nuances are, like, a wallet address is derived from a public key. So it might be a hash of a public key or a hash and a truncation of a public key. And that's how you get the hex 0x, whatever. You can't use that hex to encrypt data. It's just basically the hash of a public key and not a public key. So that gives us, I'll just go back to the diagram. So because we can't actually do that, there's now 2 options to go to a public key we can use for encryption. One is we generate a new key pair that's derived from your wallet address, so derived from your wallet private key for encryption. So you can use whatever elliptic curve you want, so one that's really well suited for that, and generate a new key pair. Or in the Ethereum context, you could use an Ethereum public key, so a curve SEP256K public key, which is not really quite as well suited for encryption. It's a little slower and generally not preferred over, like a curve 25519 public key. So we have these two paths. One is generate a new key pair. The other is use one that's less optimal to a key pair. So that's another reason to go with that second path of generate some sort of new key pair that's attached or derived from your wallet key pair or authenticated by it, but not exactly the same as that. So there's a little gray area there. Yes, wow, this is a whole separate area of frustration. But yeah, I think there's still a lot of lack of consensus on how to go from a wallet address to a public key, or how to use, do encryption and decryption via wallets. Yeah.
And you said the data can be stored in a decentralized way, and you showed IPFS. How is this realized in practice on CRDTs? When a user presses a key, is that a new IPFS hash every time, or how does it work?
Yeah, this is a good question. So right now, basically the way our products work is when a user presses a key, it's applied locally to your editor state. Your editor state is some data structure that's like, editors are actually super complicated. We should all go to a conference on text editing. But basically, editors store some array of values, like headers, body, text, etc. So that gets mapped to a CRDT state, which is just a data structure, which is basically like a set of operations on an empty state. And so that operation, I typed a key at position 500, is then sent, or it's end-to-end encrypted, sent across the network to other people who are collaborating, and they also apply that operation. And so you both do that composably and end up at a final state. From there, every so often, and there's another, I guess, like a few little kinks to iron out here. From there, your document is end-to-end encrypted, so encrypted with a key that you have access to and your collaborators do, but no one else does. And then from there, it can be uploaded to IPFS. And so there's a few nuances of not everything in real time on our products is uploaded to IPFS, but things that are immutable or static or published can be. So that's how that's done today, but yeah, the whole decentralized storage kind of network choosing is another whole area. Go ahead.
Sorry, can I just ask then, are your servers, they're providing the IPFS services? That's not decentralized as of yet. Do you have any plans around that, or? Yeah, so I don't think I've been a big fan of IPFS for like 5 years and tried running my own nodes, all that. I don't think it's totally feasible for everyone to be running their own kind of nodes in a decentralized network. So there are really great IPFS gateways, for upload, and even Cloudflare runs a really fast kind of caching layer on top of the download part of IPFS. So I think basically, yes, there's some end-to-end encryption, which is done client-side. Then it gets passed through some sort of gateway, which is generally centralized. And then it gets put on a network. And like the user at the end of the day can get access to those identifiers. So at the end of the day, you still get the benefit of your data is end-to-end encrypted. It's put on a network. You can get access to the identifier and the key. But it's not, every single part of that process isn't totally distributed. Cool. Well, if any last quick things, either come grab me. Thank you all for coming. And yeah, I guess we had that whole power scare. So someone, did some sort of search.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Thanks everyone for joining us and continuing our conversation on privacy. On Privacy First Web3, I'd like to introduce you to Santiago Siri, who is our next speaker. Santiago is the founder of Democracy Earth Foundation, a nonprofit organization backed by Y Combinator that has built universal basic income on Ethereum and launched the Proof of Humanity protocol. The Proof of Humanity protocol is a project that focuses in the future of identity, voting, and human organizations by granting the right to an identity. He also started the Partido de la Red, which is the first political party born out of the internet that ran for elections in Argentina. And he's also the author of Hacktivism, which was published in 2015 by Random House. Sorry? Well, we're currently waiting for the presentation to finish loading. I'm not sure if any of you were in any of the other rooms and were witness of the huge light shortage that we have here at Agora. So we're still waiting for things to get back on track, and hence waiting a little bit longer on the presentation. I hope all of you have been having a great time here at DevCon. I'm sure you've all witnessed several really interesting conversations in the future on what's on hold for the future of Ethereum, what all of the different builders are working on. And here we have Santi.
Woo! Well, very interesting way to begin this talk. So what happened since the last Devcon in 2019, 3 years ago, in Osaka? You can see a picture of me there with Fede, the CEO of Kleros. Amazing guy, good person. We were talking about back then, is proof of human possible? You can see the slide there back in 2019. Is a proof of human possible? We were wondering if we were able to do a protocol that would be able to formalize human identity on the blockchain, and that would bring us, as you can see on the list there, democracy, universal basic income, portable credit, a lot of very cool social applications. So what happened since 2019? Everything happened. Because a lot of the things that were theoretical, that were just a speculation about how we could do social identity on the blockchain or how we could do universal basic income, became a reality. We have the Proof of Humanity protocol and the Universal Basic Income token, which is the very first application built on top of Proof of Humanity. So today, I'd like to share with you a lot of the very interesting lessons that we faced in these 2 years building this, contributing, collaborating, open source, which is the beautiful thing about building things as a community, and to share some of the lessons that we learned in the process. So a brief recap of what Proof of Humanity is. It's a protocol. You can generate a brief video of yourself. You get vouched by another human, stake a deposit for 3.5 days. If you get challenged, you go to a Kleros arbitrator. If not, you become a verified human on the blockchain. And we are starting to see social applications like UBI, the very first one. Lens protocol has integrated with Proof of Humanity. Sysmo is doing zero-knowledge NFTs for proof of humanity, bringing a privacy layer on top of the civil-resistant registry. And it's amazing. We have, I think, around 17,000 humans verified on proof of humanity as of today. Why is this important? If you look at the World Bank statistics, they claim that out of the 8 billion people that were on this planet, almost 1.5 billion lack an identity. And this is a very common problem, especially here in Latin America. If you go to some of the poorest neighborhoods, you will realize that a lot of teenagers, a lot of kids, they don't have any kind of identity, which means they don't have any kind of access to services, to goods, to the state protecting them. So it's a huge problem. And if you look into the conflicts today, we have almost 100 million refugees in the world. These are 100 million people whose right to an identity is being rejected. So an important thing that we have to take into consideration when we build these systems and when we think about decentralized identity is that we need to make these systems resilient enough so they don't discriminate users, so they don't marginalize users and leave people outside of the door. We are fighting Big Brother, and we need to understand that in order to fight Big Brother, we need to understand that in the Web 2 era and in the Web 1 era, the void that the web protocol has in relation to identity was captured by Facebook and the big tech companies in the West, and was captured by the Chinese Communist Party in China. And this has led to the modern forms of surveillance capitalism, where our privacy has been jeopardized and is now in the hands of a handful of corporations. So making sure that we are able to think about identity in a decentralized way, and no big brother, whether that big brother is myself, Clement, or Kleros, or any private organization, or the state, or any entity that can jeopardize our right to identity, is a very important fight. So this is core to at least in my view, to many of the decisions and to many of the political choices that we have made as a DAO. So the main question I've been hearing since I arrived to Devcon that everyone asks me is, what's going on with the POH drama? Well, we had a democratic summer, kind of analog to the DeFi summer that we saw a couple of years ago with the rise of DeFi protocols. But with proof of humanity, we have the virtue that it is the most democratic DAO in existence. I would even go as far as to say it is the most precious democracy we have in the entire internet. Because the proof of humanity protocol allows for formal verification of human identity, we can do one person, one vote. And this has led to a very active, a very engaging DAO where all of our decisions are done democratically, which is a big difference with all of the other DAOs where you do token voting. And they are essentially plutocracies where the largest whales, the largest holders, are the ones who are ultimately the decision makers. Democracy helps to put users, helps to give users power, not just the developers, not just the investors, but the users have a voice in a democracy, and that's the virtuous thing about it. All right, clicker. So, a brief recap of the DAO. One person, one vote, allows to delegate the vote. You can do vote delegation. We have quadratic delegations that help empower minorities over delegate whales. And we have 3 phases of deliberation for proposals. These are the basic rules. Quadratic delegations has been a recent improvement due to a farmer of delegations that we identified in the DAO. And it's a very interesting experiment on how to make a resilient democracy on the blockchain. So, does democracy work? Which is a big question. Making democratic systems, something that I once heard from an old activist, a former president of Uruguay, Pepe Mujica, who once said to me that democracy is always a work in progress. Democracy is not an absolute totalitarian idea like all the other ideologies out there. It is the one exception. It is the one idea about how we think about ideas. And it's in constant evolution. And democracy is constantly evolving and adapting. So, why it's important that we make democratic decisions? Ultimately, high-risk decisions require a high level of legitimacy. the higher the risk, the higher the need for legitimacy. Decisions sometimes are not easy choices. Obviously, we don't go to a vote to make technical choices that are no-brainers. Those decisions are not high risk, are basically, you don't do a democracy in order to build an airplane. You just trust the airplane engineers to make the decisions for that. You go to democratic votes for the decisions that are facing conflicts of interest, for decisions that have multiple parties with different points of view, and these represent very high risks for the outcome of the governance of a DAO, or for the governance of a protocol, or for the parameters of a given system. So high-risk decisions require high legitimacy. There's a recent article, I highly recommend it. There's the QR code, for those of you who want to actually read it. DAOs are not corporations, and it's Vitalik basically explaining the nature of how democratic decision-making can be very helpful for specific types of decisions in organizations. And he gives this very good analysis of decision types, where he claims there are concave worldviews and convex worldviews. Basically, this chart is option A and option B on the x-axis on both charts. And there are concave decisions, are decisions that usually are much better when you can negotiate between option A and option B. And the best point is this point in the middle where you reach common ground. And these decisions, concave decisions, are much more compatible for democratic decision making, because in democracy you have to negotiate. Convex decisions, on the other hand, convex decisions are decisions where it's obviously A or B. Should we vaccinate everybody, or we shouldn't vaccinate everybody? There's no middle ground in the middle in this type of decisions. So it's obviously one or the other, and these are convex, a convex worldview. In the argument of Vitalik, he argues that technical choices are more often than not convex decisions, but governance decisions, what he calls sovereign decisions, are usually concave worldviews, and these are much more compatible for democratic decision making. So in our DAO, in these 20 months of existence, almost 2 years, we had a total of 88 voted decisions, which consist of 72 what we call HIPs, Humanity Improvement Proposals, and these had 3 phases. The HIPs go through a process of 3 phases where there's a forum post, a signaling vote, which is kind of reaching quorum if it makes sense to vote this or not, and a binding vote, which makes the decision final and binding. One interesting thing about our DAO is that democracy actually brought engagement. The engagement of the DAO has grown over the past 20 months since the beginning, and we are seeing more and more participation as more users engage with Proof of Humanity, and more users engage on trying to have a voice on how we make decisions about human rights on the internet, which is ultimately what a protocol like Proof of Humanity and many others are trying to figure out. And the fact that we're trying to figure this out with democratic decision making, and it's bringing more engagement, more participation to the DAO, I think it's a very good thing. Usually it's around 5 to 6% of the registered humans that participate in the DAO. It might not sound like a big number, but when you compare it to the usual participation rates in other DAOs, it's actually a very decent number. The good thing is that engagement is growing. So we analyzed a little bit of the decisions that we took in the DAO throughout these 20 months. Half of the decisions we made, almost 50%, are governance decisions, mostly related to the governance of the DAO itself. 20% of the decisions are technical decisions, parameters, upgrading parameters of the smart contract, or specific decisions related to the technical aspects. 6% were economic decisions related to allocating grants, allocating funds that the DAO has in the treasury. And 22% were policy decisions, which means improvements in the policy that is used to evaluate the human applications on Proof of Humanity. So only the technical ones are mostly convex. Most of the decisions, around 80% of the decisions, are actually concave decisions, decisions that make sense making with a democratic process. So Another interesting thing is that half of the decisions had at least 85% of voter support. This means that half of the decisions that we took in the DAO, they had one of the options reaching 85% of consensus, which is a very high number. Half of the decisions had 85% of common ground people agreeing on that decision, whether it's a yes or a no. And even more interestingly, I don't know where I have to point with this, 25% of the decisions, out of every 4 decisions, actually had 100% of support, unanimous voter support. Most of these decisions are really interesting because people, when they think about democracy, they think, oh, people are going to be disagreeing or people are going to be fighting over things. Turns out that 1 out of every 4 decisions have 100% of unanimous voter support on the path to take forward. And the fact that we make that decision with the community rather than from an elite of developers showing their back to the community is actually putting trust in our users. It's putting trust in the people that are helping build this together and not in an ivory tower where you make decisions and you really just don't know what users actually want. So I have a deeper look about unanimous decisions. I thought initially that they were going to be mostly technical choices. To my surprise, actually the technical choices that had that kind of unanimous support is only 33%. And most of the decisions, around 66%, were actually concave decisions reaching unanimous support. So that's another interesting take, that it's not only the technical choices that might get this, the convex choices that might get this kind of unanimous support. So those are just some numbers about the drama, about the decisions we made in abstract form. But what led to the DAO drama? What led to the fighting and the debating and the arguing that we had in Proof of Humanity? Well, this is an old motto from politics. Let's just follow the money. Let's just follow what's happening with the money routes that are within Proof of Humanity. And bottom line is that the role of Kleros in the protocol became a decisive factor in how we think about things. Proof of Humanity is a protocol that was initially created by the Kleros team, which is an extraordinary team full of amazing developers, great people. But ultimately, when you start making this protocol subject to democratic governance, naturally, there will be users that are more inclined to follow the interests of Kleros, usually, obviously, people that belong to the Kleros community, who are P&K holders or who are employees of the company, or obviously the core team of Kleros. And the community that is native to Proof of Humanity, that came to the project because of Proof of Humanity and not necessarily to Kleros, might have different interests than the very interest that Kleros pursues. This is an image from DALI. I leave to your imagination what keywords I used in order to generate that image. So to show some stats, we had 652 challenge profiles. These are the profiles that are dubious profiles that might not follow correctly the process to do the Proof of Humanity video. Of these profiles, we had a total of 153 addresses that acted as challengers of these profiles. The record month was 146. So the profile challenging has led to the whole game around Proof of Humanity becoming a little bit a far thing from being a fair game. And I'm going to dive deep into this. By the way, on Dune Analytics, there are some numbers that are wrong. We actually checked the data. So Salva, who did the Dune Analytics dashboard, should correct some things. Because of the 652 challenge profiles, we found out that if you get challenged, 9 out of 10 times, you will get rejected from the registry. It means that if you are challenged, 90% chances that you're going to get kicked out. You will not be able to defend yourself. And that's not a very good thing for the onboarding process for a lot of the users. It's a very risky thing. We looked into the 90% of the profiles that got challenged, and it turns out that 90% of the profiles, the main reason why profiles are challenged, the protocol has formalized a couple of states, whether the person is deceased, the person died, the person does not exist, might be a deep fake, the person might be a duplicate, is a civil attacker, or incorrect submission, the person just didn't follow the steps properly. Well, incorrect submission is 90% of the profiles that get challenged for making an incorrect submission, for making a mistake, a simple mistake. And the problem, we have a deeper look, even a deeper look into these submissions, and the number one reason is incorrect address. Someone submitted the address and is showing the incorrect address in the video, or the address in the video is not matching the address from the submission. A lot of challenges because of the video size, the resolution in pixels of the video. You get rejected from uploading a video 8 pixels smaller than what is the requirement. Video artifact, no sign, address unreadable, address mismatch, facial features not visible, like Kevin Owoki looking 3/4. So a closer inspection shows that 90% of the people lost their deposit, which until very recently was 0.1 ETH, which is $600, $500, which is a lot of money, especially in Latin America where we have a lot of users. They got kicked out of the protocol. 90% of the people got kicked out of the protocol for making honest mistakes. Honest mistakes. So Vitalik said it in our chats. This you lose your deposit if you do it wrong mechanism is harsh. It is very harsh, and it's not a good look on Web3. It's not a good look on how we are trying to onboard people and give them the right to identity. Malicious challengers exist, and they are constantly attacking and taking advantage of the unsuspecting users all the time. And we even have a category of users we call vouch challengers, who are addresses that vouch for someone and then immediately challenge the very person that they have vouched for in order to take their stake. So we have a lot of malicious users. And rejecting tokens, if you're doing this kind of mechanism to build a list of tokens or to build a list of objects, that's fine. But rejecting humans for making honest mistakes is discrimination. You're discriminating users because they don't have the skills, the knowledge, or the know-how on how to interact with Web3 protocols. So here's a simple, very important rule of thumb that I would like to enforce into our community. Justice is not the same as logic. More often than not, we have in our debates a sort of positivist view on how things should be done. Oh, the person didn't show the label properly, didn't follow the steps properly. And it takes a look around the behavior of people, which puts logic over justice. But justice is very different from logic. Justice means trying to make a system that is fair, that is empathic, that is able to attend and not to punish people for making human mistakes. We're dealing with humans. We are not dealing with robots. And the universe of humans is very different from the universe of robots. So some of the most controversial changes that we had to the protocol and the DAO, just to give you an example, the very first one was the video resolution thing. People were getting rejected because videos had 352 pixels of resolution instead of the required 360, because WhatsApp apparently crops videos, and people were sharing and testing videos on WhatsApp before uploading them to Proof of Humanity. People getting rejected for 8 pixels is not very, very fair. We had a very strong debate about allowing people to speak in their own language. Believe it or not, we had a lot of people opposing to making the proof in your very own language. A lot of people don't know English, so we had to actually fight to get people to be able to do the video proof in Spanish. We had the Telegram groups, which were built by the community. The community did everything to create not only the official groups, but also the groups that help people to get vouchers, the groups that help people to learn how to make the video, groups that pay for the deposit for users. A lot of groups were built by the community only to one day suddenly find them being captured by the Kleros organization, which led to voting official groups on Telegram and Twitter. And last but not least, we found a user farming delegations, farming almost 180 delegations of profiles that were delegating to this person the very second these profiles were created, which led to a debate around the nature of how we tally delegations. and we came up with a model of quadratic delegations, which incentivizes people to actually delegate to users with fewer delegations and makes delegate whales, like myself, don't have as much power the more delegations they get. This is a very new idea, and we actually won that one with 70% of the votes. So if we actually grab the top 5, these are the top 6 I think we have here, but if we grab the top 10, between the Kleros side, the Kleros native users, and the Proof of Humanity users, the interesting thing is that the Proof of Humanity community, it has begun to win most of the proposals in contrast to the Kleros native community. And this is interesting because Kleros, of course, they created the protocol. They started the whole Proof of Humanity project in collaboration with many researchers, which I was very lucky to be among the very first ones to be contributing and collaborating on this project. But no single project ever begins decentralized. Nothing begins decentralized. You have to build decentralization, and you have to code the mechanisms for decentralizations over time. And democracy can legitimately help decentralize DAOs. If we look today, as of today, if we look at the proposals started by the community have 79% chances to get approved than proposals started by the creators of the protocol, which is the Kleros community. So the community has been able to gather power. The users of Proof of Humanity have been able to gather power and let their voice be heard thanks to democracy. Democracy decentralizes DAOs. This is what we're seeing in Proof of Humanity. Democracy is able to decentralize the power of the elite of developers that might have control over the protocol, might want to try to attempt to have control over the DAO, but ultimately democracy is a good recipe against neo-reactionaries. Neo-reactionaries is this world where users have no choice but to choose whether to go to this elite of developers or to this other elite of developers. It's a feudal model where users have no rights. Only the developers and the elite, the bourgeoisie, get to choose what are the rules of the system, what are the rules of the protocol, and users are left voiceless. But if we are democratic, if we build democratic DAOs, users have a voice. Users are able to be heard. And this helps to actually factually decentralize the power, decentralize the community, and empower the users over the elite of developers that might try to control absolutely everything. So let's talk about the bright side of life. What has led to the growth of Proof of Humanity? You know, we were roughly 17,000 users right now. It's good to analyze what led to the growth. If we look over time since the launch of the protocol, this is somewhat how the curve looks of user adoption. And the story behind this chart is that we can also look at the history of the price of the UBI token. The UBI token had two big moments. One is during launch. During launch, there was a lot of enthusiasm around the idea of UBI. So we had a lot of curious users that were interested in learning about this token, learning about Proof of Humanity. And then we had the miraculous day on October last year, a year ago, when Vitalik started buying and burning huge amounts of UBI. And the Vitalik burn has led to a lot of users interested in Proof of Humanity and UBI. If we put the two charts together, the Proof of Humanity being the yellow line and the UBI price being the green line, you know, this is not a novelty in this industry. Price always drives adoption. Price is always an important thing for capturing and getting users enthusiastic about a technology. So UBI is this simple protocol for universal basic income. It's very straightforward, very simple rules, which requires an effort for the community in order to make this miracle of turning on your phone and getting your basic needs covered happen. UBI is a token that is streamed in real time to verified humans on Proof of Humanity. It's 1 UBI per hour per human, or 0.002H UBI per second for every human. It streams in real time to your wallet. There are UBI burning dApps and games that help burn UBI and build scarcity into the UBI model. It is composable with DeFi protocols. It's an ERC20 token. It can be composed with any kind of protocol. And we had, in these 20 months, over $50 million worth of UBI transactions happening on the blockchain. One of the most powerful things about universal basic income is that it is the very feature that makes proof of humanity something different than being just a Web3 version of Facebook. These are some of the real faces of the people that were impacted by the power of UBI. When Vitalik burned his tokens and bought like all of the tokens that were available on Uniswap, Araceli here, who is an oncology patient and a single mother, was able to use the money for UBI to get help for her cancer treatment. We had a lot of grandparents using Web3 for the first time. Of course, it might be their grandson, or it might be a relative that is helping them to use the computer, to be onboarded into proof of humanity. But I really, for the first time in my life, I'm seeing early adopters who belong to the third age, who could be our grandparents, because they are, in countries like Argentina, an alternative like UBI, for the first year, it was actually a very real alternative to the pensions that people get from the state. We had also users that were able to buy the materials to start building their first house. We had users from all over the world that suddenly found in this idea of universal basic income on the blockchain, in a censorship-resistant network. There's a user from Myanmar. Myanmar is going through a dictatorship, through a terrible dictatorship. And because Ethereum is censorship-resistant, because proof of humanity runs on Ethereum, we are able to reach vulnerable populations that could definitely benefit significantly from having $50 a month or $10 a month, or even if Vitalik shows up, $500 a month or $1,000 a month like we had during 2021. So we recently launched ubi.eth. You can scan the QR code there. Has all the resources about universal basic income, about everything that we're trying to do with the UBI token. I'm very excited. We're actually now working on the version 2 of UBI that allows to use your stream of UBI tokens and break it apart into multiple streams. And you can delegate your stream to someone who needs it the most. You can use 10% of your stream for a charity. You can start using that streaming capacity in novel ways, and we're very close to launching this on mainnet. We have applications like the UBI burner. Actually, any ETH that you send to ubi.eth will go straight to the UBI burner. This is an amazing application built by Ruben from Venezuela, who fell in love with the project very early on. And it's any smart contract, any protocol, anything that works on Ethereum can connect to the UBI burner and use a small percentage fee to burn UBI tokens. And we had even, this one I really like coming from the Kleros community, Prode.eth, which is a sports betting platform. And it uses 3% of the pool, 3% of the price pool to burn UBI tokens. I'll finish very quickly, just 1 minute, if you're kind enough.
I'll give you 15 seconds, go for it.
Of course. Recommendations moving forward. None of the human farms got removed during the challenge period. Challenge period is pointless in proof of humanity. Proof of humanity needs to be more accessible. A high deposit is still a high barrier of adoption. People complain about the high deposit. It's not very inclusive. Just make proof of humanity work like a token-curated registry. Reward challengers that detect human farms. Those are the real enemies, not users making honest mistakes. That's a stupid thing to punish. And universal basic income is the proof of humanity killer dApp. Let every new proof of humanity registration create organic liquidity and support UBI, which will bring even more users to the protocol.
Perfect, Santi. Thank you very much.
Here is the new version of proof of humanity. Thank you very much.
If anyone has any questions for Santi, please feel free to address them by the door. Right now, we're going to follow up with the panel that we have coming up from the Ethereum Foundation Fellowship Program, from the Ethereum Foundation Fellows for the next billion. I welcome to the stage Abhishek, Benson, Gabriela, and Marcus. As you might be aware, the Ethereum Foundation Fellowship Program was launched by the Next Billion to help projects that are looking to onboard people into the Ethereum ecosystem thrive. Our panel will be talking about how to onboard the unbanked or underbanked into DeFi. Thank you.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I know mornings after Rave can be a bit of a struggle, so appreciate you all being here. So I'll do a bit of an introduction to myself and the Ethereum Foundation Next Billion program, and then I'll pass it on to the brilliant panelists we have up on stage. So my name is Marcus. I am a fellow at the Ethereum Foundation, where I am currently researching the implementations of last mile DeFi, focusing primarily in Latin America, and essentially asking ourselves, how can we leverage DeFi to not just bring financial gain, but actually empower livelihoods in a very real, very tangible way. So always happy to talk about these things at a later stage. And context-wise into the Next Billion team, really the essence of Next Billion is to ask ourselves, how can we leverage Ethereum and Web3, not just to onboard the Next Billion users, but to create tangible, very visceral changes in their lives and do so at a very scalable level. So with that, I will pass it on to the three panelists here to my left and allow them to introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about what they're working on.
Hey, audible? Okay. Hi, I'm Abhishek Bhattacharya. I'm one of the co-founders at a project called Whirl. What we do is we are a CeFi to DeFi bridge. We started 3 years back helping farmers, enabling farmers take loan against their crops that they can store. Right after harvesting, farmers receive very less price for the crops for per kilogram price for the crops that they grow. We enable them, we encourage them to store it in a warehouse, in a government or a private warehouse, and sell it off after 3 or 4 months when the prices are 40% or even sometimes 100 to 100% better. We use blockchain to do that, to bring banks on the table. We'll be discussing about that as well, that how we brought banks onto blockchain. And that is what we've been doing. Now we are going on to decentralized finance soon, so that the same farmers in a country like India and maybe everywhere else can get access to DeFi lending as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm Gabriela. I'm from Mexico. I am working on Bloinx, BLOINX. That's an application, decentralized application, that manages saving circles. You might know them as tandas, cuchuvales, cheat funds, or many ways around the world. That's a way of people to actually, let's say, get an interest-free loan, if you're one of the first, from your friends or your family members. And if you're the last, you're actually contributing for them to get this loan. Why this is important for us in Mexico, in Latin America, Asia, and Africa? It's not easy for us to get a loan. And if we get one, it's super normal to have 50% interest rate, 100%, and people don't read the small letters. So we get into very big debt. So this is why it's important to give them options to actually have these, let's say, social credit options. So that's what we're doing.
Hello, everyone. My name is Benson Njuguna. I come from Kenya. We've been working with smallholder farmers with Eka Africa, solving the insurance problem. So agri-insurance has been a problem where we have very low penetration. For years, it has been around 3% of the smallholders taking up insurance. And we feel it's important for them to take up insurance and many other traders who are earning an income, because we were able to protect them, because lack of insurance has left most of the farmers exposed to hunger, because after a climate effect, then no food, then it means they can't sell because also the food has been affected, meaning no income, and a whole cycle of unfavorable things. So with that, we are doing this, solving the problems that are making them not take up insurance, and blockchain has helped us to do some of these things, which we will discuss as we go on. Thank you, Marcus.
Awesome, thank you. So yeah, an incredible group of people here doing amazing work, really just changing people's lives in a very real sense using this technology. So, I mean, just before maybe to set a little bit of context, we could just go around and just perhaps lay the scene of we've got India, Latin America, and Africa up here on stage. Across each of your respective regions, what is it about the traditional systems and our current incumbent systems that are set in place that are currently falling short for, whether it's for farmers or for local communities and saving circles? Where are traditional incumbent institutions falling short? And on the other side of the equation there, what is unique about DeFi that enables your proposition to be unlocked through leveraging distributed ledgers, etc.? So maybe Abhi,
sure,
kick it off to you.
Sure. Currently in India, everywhere else also, as we are expanding globally, we've seen many other countries. The systems that are in place, for example, talking about the loans that we give to farmers, these are centralized finance loans given by banks since ages. It's not something we brought on. But there's a lot of fraud in that. And that's, of course, fraud is the biggest thing that blockchain solves anyway. That's where blockchain finds most use case in fintech. So as a fintech organization, we saw that the government systems, the banking systems, the entire platform that is available to the farmers and to the banks is not sufficient. And blockchain could help. Banks were pulling out of this entire ecosystem, leaving farmers into the hands of usurious money lenders with outrageous interest rates. So that's one drawback that systems like in India, the government organizations, they have. And you talked about DeFi. DeFi is a very new thing. Farmers, of course, have nothing to do with DeFi, like to understand the concept. But it is at play at the back end, where I personally believe that it's access to, so as we say, there are more than 1.7 billion unbanked people across the globe. With DeFi, we do not have to just go wait for a bank to process the loans, even though if it's in real time, it's still 15 minutes, 30 minutes. That's as real time as it gets for the farmers at this moment. But with the DeFi, it is access to the global DeFi capital. And on the other hand, it's a good thing for the DeFi lenders as well, because they get access to really stable assets, not against speculative crypto. These are crops, non-perishable crops, maize, soybean, rice, anything you name it. And that's where they would be interested in driving the DeFi capital, and we would be interested in replacing those systems that are already there and the shortcomings with this new system helped by DeFi, blockchain, Web3 altogether.
Hey, so situation in Mexico, right? Right now with the Ethereum Foundation, I'm going to focusing on women. What's the situation there? So we have legally a 48-hour work week. So imagine a family, a single mom that has 2 kids, has to work 48 hours, and then has to take transportation, then she has no time. We don't have a good healthcare system, well, a child to daycare system, so it's difficult. So what option do they have? Informality. There are 2 billion people around the world, talking now about next billion, we have 2 billion people around the world that are uninformally employed. Why? Because of this, because they sell informally, because they're farmers. So this is the situation. They live day to day. They either bake cakes, sell creams, do massages, or whatever thing they might think of. So it's difficult. What happens when they have medical emergency with their kids? They need cash, right? They try to get it from a centralized financial institution, but what happens is that they require a proof of income, which they don't have. So this is a serious issue. They have this option of getting loans from informal lenders, but it's super high interest rates, or they have this other option. Why? These options already exist. These options have been there for 100 years in many countries. What you do there is you put in your social credit, right? So why blockchain? Well, it's decentralized. You can join a saving circle. Yes, you have the same risks of a common saving circle, but we can exploit their traceability. We know exactly what was deposited and when it was deposited, and then to who it was paid to. So that's super important in our case, where we have a lot of corruption and people doing let's say, legal or correct ethical things. So this is important for us, And also we can leverage a reputation system that can eventually serve as a foundation for them to actually get a loan from a financial institution for a bigger amount. So this is why blockchain is there, everything is on-chain, so it's permanent, immutable, and not subject to change by anyone, so that's why.
Wow, I'll cue what Gabriela said. So in DeFi, in our context in Africa, case in point in Kenya, we have mobile money. As is a digital technology. For example, in Kenya, it has over 98% adoption, meaning almost every adult citizen has a wallet, a mobile money wallet. But we still find challenges. Challenges in how much they're paying for the loans. So we have very high interest on the loans. In fact, they are regarded as predatory. In fact, even the central bank has been tracking down. So this access to finance has been a challenge because of high interest rates. And when it comes now to DeFi to protect, for example, income. So a farmer has income. Why are we saying DeFi can help solve the problem? So for us, it was the transparency in the traditional insurance business. So an agent will go to the field, convince a farmer to buy insurance, but then keep quiet for a whole 6 months. The season would take around 6 months. Next time they see the agent will be next time they're selling. So no information, didn't know what policy they took, what was happening about it. Now with blockchain, we're able to enable the farmer using feature phones. The penetrations of feature phones is high. To dial a number and able to see so far your policy has triggered this percentage, which is equivalent to this amount of money, and also the triggers that were used to determine whether they qualify for a claim or not are tamper evident. So we generate hashes, put them on chain, so to prove you just need to produce the hash and compare it with the data, since we don't publish the farmer data on chain. But yeah, that's how DeFi and blockchain is revolutionizing financing.
Incredible, amazing. Yeah, I find it really interesting that each of you is sort of working through different sectors. You're working very much so, with governments and large regulators as well, and trying to figure out a lot of the real-world asset integration as well. And Gabriela, you're very much so kind of working with local, women-led cooperatives and figuring out like how do you download and work with MetaMask, for example. We were talking about that earlier, right? And how you even would, add Polygon to your MetaMask wallet, and just thinking about what that user experience is like. And then Benson, like you're tying in all this technology that already exists out in the world too, right? And you're saying, hey, we've got M-Pesa, USSD transactions as well, and we're tying in, climate data. And so I just appreciate the breadth to which each of you is leveraging this. And on that point, I mean, perhaps Abi, you could paint a little bit of that picture of what it's been like working with kind of incumbent institutions in your jurisdiction, right? So you mentioned you're speaking with banks, you're speaking with regulators in the space as well. You're very much so working with real-world assets, which is just a fascinating concept in and of itself, too. So I wonder if you could shed a little bit of a light on that, because that's been a really sort of hot topic in the space recently, how we integrate real-world assets within DeFi. So maybe you can shed some light on that.
Yes, I mean, I understand, because the entire blockchain ecosystem has always been wondering that how do banks and governments fit in with the ecosystem, how to bring them on board. I have met so many people here, people working with the Colombian government, I work with the Indian government, he's working with the Kenyan government. So definitely now banks and governments and all those institutions have started opening up to, to adopting blockchain-based systems. But then there are certain boundaries that you always would have to keep in mind. So for example, we could not have just asked a bank to come and join us on a public blockchain, right? Like Ethereum, Polygon. But on the other hand, so it has to be designed very specifically so that you can take them in confidence. One very important thing about banks and, I mean, especially big banks, right? And in India, there are a handful of big banks, big orgs. And is that their sales cycles are too long, because it's just how they are, right? And further crossing the barrier of going onto a blockchain platform, internally they have that bureaucracy as well. That is a tough sell already, but one thing we have constantly seen in our use case is that not a single bank has ever said that, no, this is not something we want. Because again, this is not a domain. This is called warehouse receipt finance. You store a crop, you take a loan against it. It's as simple as that. It has been, in fact, it is one of the oldest lending products known to mankind. What we did was we just made it better, right? But banks knew it, and banks have been facing these frauds since decades. So, and they tried solving it with legacy technologies, which they haven't been able to. So they were open to, at least open to adopting blockchain, right? They knew firsthand, so yeah, there's a very clear distinction here. Firsthand, they knew we are only talking about blockchain technology and we are not talking about cryptocurrency. Blockchain, the banks on blockchain will barely ever get involved with cryptocurrency, at least in such use cases, not in the ones where we are talking about CBDC or cross-border payments, etc. But here they had to be very clear. So what we did was to onboard them, we created a permission blockchain, which Quorum, which was built by JP Morgan, so came as a perfect use case that JP Morgan is running a 400 bank strong network on the same blockchain, so why not we use the same thing? And then when the banks were on board, we also talked to the governments, of course, as much as possible, reaching out. There are state governments in India. And then they saw that, okay, there's an opportunity, no cryptocurrency involved. The Indian government has been very supportive of blockchain. I mean, you know, we have heard the Honorable Indian Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, we have seen him speak about blockchain at the Singapore FinTech Festival last year. He was very, very, you know, praiseworthy for blockchain. So the government accepts it really, till the time we do not bring cryptocurrency. The challenge here is that bringing DeFi onto the same platform, which is where things become very complicated, which is something we're trying to navigate even at this moment. We are trying to keep them separate. Banks won't be interacting with the crypto ecosystem. The crypto DeFi lenders won't be interacting with the CeFi lenders. But the farmer should be benefited. So the farmer, on the click of a button on a multilingual app, would be having access to whether to take this moment, this crop loan against that particular crop in DeFi or in CeFi. That's what we are trying to abstract. It's a challenge. It's still a challenge. I'm pretty sure that Kenya and Latin America, they would be facing the same problems because it's just how it is. I mean, you know, it's just a decade of blockchain that we've seen. Governments are not ready to accept it just at the first go. That's what we've seen.
Yeah, it's true. For example, in our project, we were dealing with the insurance regulator. So you have to prove that you're not using crypto. So you don't need to mention crypto. So we start with the efficiency. So we are bringing a technology that will do exactly what has been happening, but now we can pay claims immediately at the end of the season. You don't have to wait for 6 months. So after a while, the Kenya government is really good. The regulator has what we call a sandbox. So it gives any crazy idea to apply and say, we want to try out this and this and this. So part of this sandbox is where we are now trying to see how can we introduce crypto-based risk pools, where now we can pay out from a certain risk pool that has been funded by the community, like the DeFi community Abby is talking about. So the regulator has been, start with the technology and then crypto later.
Yeah, I mean, we've obviously seen a lot of regulatory talk, and that necessarily what we'll sort of get bogged down on throughout much of this conversation, but it is a really important consideration, right? Especially if we want to reach sort of critical mass, if we want to do integrations with wider partners as well, thinking about how we do that. Definitely will take a lot of thought, and having even sort of these spaces for all of us to say, hey, these are the benefits of DeFi. Here is how, and I think being able to align with traditional financial institutions and governments and regulators and saying, listen, these are the benefits that comes to you. I think oftentimes there's obviously this very oppositional position that comes up when we speak about DeFi in emerging markets and around the world, right? So, and we've seen the likes of Uniswap with the DeFi Education Fund as well, really push for more education, more advocacy at the regulatory level, which is obviously hugely, hugely important. But switching over, gears a little bit, Gabriela, I think one of the really fascinating things, and Abi was touching on this too, was the idea that what you're offering, Abi, for example, isn't necessarily new, right? And being able to, warehouse financing isn't a particularly new innovation. The problem is that the traditional financial institutions haven't quite been serving last mile communities because there isn't enough value for them to engage with as they do these things. So Gabriela, also with the tandas, there's something really interesting there as well, where, as you said, these are traditions that are hundreds of years old. So particularly with DeFi, like what is it about tandas and decentralized finance that unlocks that value and really enables people to be able to do this at scale?
Yes, so we're people, we like tradition, especially in markets like Latin America. We do what our parents and grandparents did because it's just how we are. We're a very familiar, let's say, community. So what happens if you, for example, someone tells you, hey, get into crypto because you can pool your funds and then you can put it in a farm and then you get the yield and then you're a farmer and it's like, right? Tell this to a mom who lives day by day and has very few to actually take that risk, right? So what happens there is that this is a way to get them with a known thing, right? They already know saving circles. They already have been in many of these many times. So you take this something known into the blockchain and then you get them, hey, you can use your wallet. You're using your saving circle, but they don't know they're using an app. So eventually they will be able to get loans, to stake, to eventually get into a pool and do whole DeFi things, right? And that can unlock like that fear of what's this, right? The yield, and it's just too much information from the beginning. So these tools that are things that have already been happening many years can enable this to go to an audience that may not be that technologically savvy, but has a need for these technologies. And they can use it for something very tangible, just like we saw with UBI, right? For pay for uniforms for school or for a medical emergency or for something that could really benefit them in day by day, right? So that's why we think these types of tools known could be good for these next billion users we're looking at.
Yeah, case in point in Kenya as well, or in Africa, to actually have a farmer operate a wallet and they can deposit and withdraw it, yes, as Gabriela puts it, it may not, it's quite hard, it will take time as to train, but we see an additional layer of, we call it custodians. So for example, we have a payment gateway, an on-ramp, off-ramp called Kotani Pay. We have Bitlipa in Kenya doing a good job. So what they do, they store the keys for the farmer and now translate each wallet into a USSD based wallet. So a farmer would dial *800#, they'll see, oh, access your wallet, oh, yeah, withdraw to M-Pesa, because M-Pesa is their mobile money, they can withdraw. But you see, they're used to the USSD, they're used to M-Pesa. The part of wallet connection, somebody else is doing it at another level for them. And with time, as we get more adoption of smartphones, because also smartphone is an issue, we have like a third of the people have smartphones, or 2/3, and the third is the one that still has the feature phones, the button ones. So once we see more of smartphones coming in, then we feel more people will be able to control the DeFi wallets on themselves. And yeah, and also other strategies that we are introducing. The government is really keen on capital flight. So on-ramp, you're changing your local currency to USDC, for example. So if we start with projects that bring in money into the country, for example, there's Diva Protocol and Fortune Connect. We tapping donations globally and reaching and pushing through like this off-ramp to the farmer. So the farmer is able to access USSD and withdraw, for example, a donation. But then this has started introducing them to DeFi. So they'll see, oh, with time, so this money was crypto, now I have converted it to my local currency. So we can slowly move down from the custodians of keys to actually having them be the holders of their own keys with time. Yeah.
Yeah, I think, so the work Acre Africa is doing, by the way, is super fascinating, right? So they're essentially enable, like, just, when I learned about your project, I was super blown away, right? The fact that you can essentially sort of execute these transactions utilizing USSD and integrate that with M-Pesa just speaks so much to the composability of these different sort of building blocks and Legos. But I'd love to, and you mentioned as well, like mobile phones, right? We've seen an increase in traction with mobile phone use as well. And when it comes to crypto, we're still super far off. I tried editing an ENS record today on my cell phone, on my MetaMask. It was like such a pain. And so mobile phone sort of integration with wallets and generally just like crypto is still really far off. And I think that is a huge, huge unlock for, there are more cell phones in Colombia than there are people. Right? So when you think about what that means for the development of a technology, that's really powerful. So the question is, and maybe starting with you, Benson, what do you feel are really the sort of at the end user experience perspective, what are the big unlocks that are missing for DeFi here? I'm sure we've got a room here full of people that are really keen to get building and are already exploring sort of problem spaces and solutions. So maybe we can touch a little bit on the current sort of end user challenges and what you believe are really the underlying underlocks, and maybe we can work our way backwards here to get each of your thoughts on those aspects.
Thank you, Marcus. So the biggest two challenges that we see is capacity building. For them to understand that this is as good as M-Pesa, it's just crypto. How do you make them understand that it's not fraud? Because then that comes to my second point. We need to deal with the trust. If we deal with them knowing how to work with it, then bringing tools, introducing slowly, building on the blocks, off-ramp solution, connect to M-Pesa. Then with time, you can go directly to the off-ramp, directly, they can now directly trade. They don't have to really withdraw, because you'd ask a farmer, what's your incentive? You've received a donation in USDC. Why are you withdrawing it to M-Pesa? You can go to that merchant and whatever you wanted to buy, still buy. And it will avoid the transactional fees that are in between here. So dealing with trust, dealing with knowledge, and also, trying to reduce as much as possible the transaction fees. Transaction fees are a big issue, and the interests that come in between these transactions. We think those are the building blocks that can really bring a lot of adoption. And also smartphone. The more smartphones people have, then more control of their own DeFi gateways.
Right. So smartphones, I think, are key. In Mexico, it's the same thing. People have phones, they access internet through their phones, but have no computers or anything, right? So we see that. I think one thing that I've come up with is that there are many people that with this FOMO or with our situation, desperation, I don't know how to call it, they want to get rich right away, right? So we see a lot of people that actually got scammed, and getting one person that got scammed, like let's say at the beginning in their journey, it's super hard for them to get them back in again. So we see that happening. We see there are people that have not good intentions and that are making it very, very hard for people like all of these people here that are trying to make something good. So that's why you're not mentioning crypto at all, right? Yeah. So so that's a real challenge. One person that got scammed once is going to convince 50 people, right. But one person that uses it, how many people you think is going to actually convert? Let's say in a word, 2, 3 people. So that's a challenge. Also. UX. Fortunately, many tools have been translated to Spanish and to different languages around the world, but we still need that community feeling, because in Latin America we are like very close. We like being in community, doing things in community. So community, I think, is key. So we have a lot of, let's say, people building these communities. Now we need to reach that next billion, right? So we need to reach out, not just communities to keep to themselves, but how can we make that scalable? Let's say, not just convert once and then you get your crypto friends and then you have your 50 crypto friends and that's it. How can you get that sense of community scalable in a trustworthy way? So I think that's an interesting question. And UX, I think, is super important. Having applications, we now see more and more crypto applications mobile first, which is great. Having just enough information in the screen that you need, I think that's super important to research and to actually not just research with crypto people, research with the next billion, right? Because we're used to having your balance here, your wallet here, but what do new users actually need, right? So that's a good question, I believe.
Yeah. For us, it has been a very interesting case study. What we did was we created a multilingual app. It's available in English first, Hindi then, and then Marathi, which is another regional language in India. So what happened was we thought that, okay, multilingual app is going to be very good. When we launched it, we saw that, okay, the adoption is definitely not that much. So what happened was, what basically happened, we redesigned the entire system 2 years back again, right after launching, and we put all those same functionalities which is available to the farmer from their phone. We put that on the custodian's end, because we have given products to everyone to use, web-based or mobile-based, so that the farmer can just walk in, which is the easiest thing to do, and just request the custodian that please help me take a loan against it. 6 months, 8 months down the line, or 1 year down the line, gradually, we were surprised again. We saw that farmers have actually started liking the app. I don't know, we did not roll out any major upgrade, we did not add any more languages, it was there, what was there. But then I think somewhere, the custodians started making the farmers believe that it is a very simple app to use. Just try it once, let me guide you, use the app, and then see how it looks. And then they found that, yes, it's a one-click process, one-click loan application. They are not accustomed to, like everyone else, us, they are not accustomed to getting food delivered on phone, getting insurance booked on the click of a button. For them, this was the first ever such application that they were seeing in their lives. And now they have become very confident using it. And as you said that, one person, how many people would they say, would they, speak to regarding the benefits that they've received? In our case, word of mouth has really worked. Because farmers are very close, right? It's a very small community. They have been there in that area since generations. They know which warehouse is nearby, which custodian is nearby, where they have to go. They just, with that word of mouth, and they just started telling everyone that, hey, do you know, I just got loan in 15 minutes. In my life, my father has never seen it. I have never seen it. And whenever it happened, it was like 13 to 15 days running post to pillar at banks, and then getting the loan. And whenever you're running there, you are basically not farming and you're not earning. So this was very, very revolutionary for them. And now we can see that adoption gap has really bridged, because now they're comfortable. As we move to other states, so India has a lot of regional languages, right? Hundreds or thousands, I think. So we would be just onboarding new languages, which is not a difficult thing for our developers to do. Once we do that, we have cracked that, okay, with the support of technology and with on-ground support, and which is already there from the government. We don't have to deploy our boots on the ground. So I think that is something that is working really well for farmers in India. And I believe another thing that comes to my mind is, in India, again, same thing as you said, more phones than people in Colombia. India, huge population, 1.4 billion people. But one thing is that with a lot of changes in fintech, in technology, almost every other person is having a phone now. Not feature phone, a smartphone, right? There are very cheap phones. If I talk about Indian rupees, it's about, what, 6,000, 5,000 Indian rupees? Maybe $70, $80. So people are buying these smartphones, and now they are onboarded onto the technology. Every single the cart, roadside cart or vendor or the auto walas, right? The local auto walas, everyone has a QR code. You can just scan it and pay it. It's not just us paying via QR code anymore. It's almost everyone paying via QR, has started paying via QR code. That helps us. That acts as a tailwind for us, because they already have been using the phones. We just say that, okay, let me open an app in your phone, and that's it. Now start using this app for this part of your life, and it'll all be solved. And then they're very looking forward to that. So that has helped us a lot. In a country like India, when we are going outside, we'll see what other countries use, so we'll have to adapt to that.
Yeah, maybe to contribute to the user interface, to onboard more farmers. So it's a combination of the user interface and user experience. Case in point, in one of the example in selling insurance, initially selling insurance, the agent would work with a folder with forms. You would fill in, the farmer would fill in, must sign, etc. So bring in a user interface that is almost similar. So we started with scratch cards. So a scratch card that they would scratch, reveal a certain number, and then now use the phone, the USSD, to send that number, and automatically that's how they were onboarded into insurance. We collect now information in that way, technologically wise, using triangulation. We're able to get the location of the farm since it's important. The card code is associated with a crop, it's associated with a location, it's associated with the agent who sold at that point. So you leave them behind with a card and they will say, oh, this is my insurance, the card. But actually the insurance is something you cannot touch. But if such people now over time are able to dial the USSD code without having to scratch a card or remain with something, since they've trusted the process. So that journey has to start somewhere, slowly bring them in and build that. So we see the need for user experience that is well thought out. Yeah.
Just to add to that, I mean, you're solving the insurance problem, honestly. So I have tried selling insurance before. So before starting this organization, I was with a company called Policy Bazaar, which is an Indian unicorn, sells insurance. Even selling insurance in an automated way to urban people, to educated people, is a difficult task. So with farmers, I'm pretty sure it's a daunting task, but if it's getting solved, then I think the farmers are really getting a good service.
I just, one question to all of you. Like, you mentioned how much time do they actually spend to get a loan?
Yeah.
How much time is it?
Earlier it was 13 to 15 days, now it's
Okay.
10 to 15 minutes, which is like real time for them.
Perfect. So what about Guatemala?
Yeah, so I was, we held a side event the other day, and I mentioned this anecdote earlier, but I was sitting at the dinner table with my dad, and we were talking about, you know, I think he's yet to become a full-on sort of crypto convert. We're working on it, but we were sitting at the dinner table, and I was like, hey, let's both sit down on our phones and let's try and get a loan. So he went on his like mobile banking app, had to fill out like a 20-minute survey, input all these different things. And he's like, oh, they'll get back to me in 2 weeks. I went on Aave, put up a over-collateralized loan, done in 5 seconds, right? And I was like, check it out, here's my money. And so I think, literally in Guatemala it could take a number of weeks to get a loan. And that's the magic of this, right? And that's sort of a little bit of what the anecdote shows is, a matter of seconds.
Right. Same in Mexico. I don't know,
in Kenya, because of the mobile money wallet, you can get a loan instantly. But now you pay heavily. By the time you calculate, it's over 120% interest. So, yeah.
That's really common, by the way, for those of you that are surprised. In emerging economies,
for us, it's a normal interest rate.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you can pay, like, it's bad when the interest rate is posted daily, and it's like 2% daily. Oh. So yeah, this is the reality of the countries that we're in, and this is what DeFi is here to disrupt and promise, right? When you think about the fact that you can take out a loan on DeFi for 3-5%, obviously there's a lot of questions here around the collateral, et cetera, et cetera. But the reality is, there's a lot to be said for how can we bring down interest rates that are hundreds of percentage points, thousands at times, down to single percentage points. So we'll do just like one last question, and this will be just a bit of a go around, and then we'd love to open it up to the audience for a bit of Q&A in the last 10 minutes. So we've got a room here, obviously, of people that are all largely probably very familiar with the space and the ecosystem, and the question would be, and we spoke previously about what are the challenges on the other side, right? So what are the challenges for the end users in Africa and Asia and in Latin America as well? But I guess I'd like to flip the question on the other side of that is like, what's coming back to the Ethereum ecosystem by deploying these solutions, right? We're no longer becoming a self-referential system. We're actually able to draw in a lot of feedback and a lot of input around user experience, around mobile phone adoption, all these other things. So if maybe we can just spend like a few minutes on that, and then we'll turn it over to the audience for a quick Q&A. So yeah, just feel free to take it away on what can the Ethereum community learn from deploying last mile DeFi solutions.
Maybe let me start with what the community has done when it realizes you're doing something. So for us, when we said, okay, we need to solve this problem, we immediately got support from the community. The Ethereum community is passionate. The people who are here, I believe most of the people are here, are passionate. So the first help we got was from Etherisk. They had built a generic insurance framework, and they said, okay, you can build your application on top. We'll give you technical support, and we'll give you time, and we'll always ensure that you're able to run it. We received support from the foundation, Ethereum Foundation. They helped in the networking, and we also Chainlink heard about it because we are using weather data to determine whether to pay a claim or not. So they say, how can we help to ensure that your source of truth is actually a source of truth? And not only that, moreover, financially, they got a lot of financial support, got a lot of human people spending time with you, people, experts who are very busy, spending time with you to help you. And also now with that, I think we can say the community and what people should do. If you hear of a good project, I think we couldn't have been here if people didn't just come and jump in and helped in the journey. So we could say, let's be lights on the paths of starting projects, and you will see great impact because of that. So I could say that's on the support. The community has helped, and now what are we seeing the community learning? You see, like lessons learned for us, the community is able to understand you can't just directly bring in crypto and you expect the farmer to use. So these research lessons, other people now are able to apply on their different projects if they need to reach the last mile customers. Thank you.
Well, first, I would like to say that, well, if we are onboarding people from our countries that, let's say, as I said, live day by day, we're bringing in people that can use this to benefit in their real life, and we can bring actually these examples and get the community and give it, let's say, more empathy, right? Because sometimes we are, we're here, we have a roof, we have air conditioning, and we're not if it rains, there's no problem. We can go out and get water and drinks and go to a bathroom, and we have everything, right? So getting these people into the space could be very interesting, because that way we could maybe be sensible to the realities of others and how can they benefit. So I think empathy is an interesting part. And also, we're bringing in people that actually need financing, need things. So we can actually also balance the offer and demand. So that could also be interesting for community.
Yeah. So talking about giving back to the Ethereum community, right, or bringing the Ethereum community on board, Ethereum has reached millions, right? And that's what the purpose of the next objective is, to reach the next billion. With all these projects, so these are few handful of the projects in Kenya, India, Latin America. There are so many more projects that are already on Ethereum or on one of the L2s and trying to get a larger share of the ecosystem. So I believe that that by the support, first of all, with the foundation, with the community, it's a huge community, right? The largest of all the chains that we know. Altogether, I think we are at such a right spot to like be in a very synergistic relationship where the projects need communities. No project works without community. You name any, right? And then once that is done, more and more projects can come on the chain, come into the ecosystem, help each other reach more masses. If we are reaching maybe smallholder marginal farmers in India, someone else could be reaching blue-collar workers in Australia or anywhere else, right? There are still so many projects and things that can still come on the chain, and I think now is the right spot, right time to do that. So that's what we are looking for to it.
Incredible, thank you. I'm just incredibly honored to be sharing the stage here with you all, and we've got a few minutes left here, so maybe we'll just take a few questions and then we'll call it a day. So, gentleman with the blue shirt, you put your hand up first. Yeah. Yeah, and sorry, if you could, maybe we'll just pass the mic over to you.
Hello, fellow Latin American here. It's good to hear that this is doing some good. I want to know if, well, as I understand, you are all using the blockchain more to register people or the hashes of their information. So, are you planning to use that information and that identity, you being a verifier, so that, for example, they can use a protocol similar to the proof of humanity that was here around an hour ago? So that, for example, you can prove that that person exists more than just that person being able to receive a loan.
Yeah, I definitely see us contributing to proof of humanity. For example, what represents a person for us is a transaction which is hashed. So if the details of the person, as the same way we do the passwords, can be hashed, because we don't do that, we just do the entire thing, then we can contribute in some way, because that hash is a combination of their location, of their names, their phone number registered in government, and many other details. So we feel, looking at how, how can we use this hash to prove it's the truth? Yeah, the ZK rollup, etc. I think it's part of the thing that can work.
So yeah, just want to add to that. Likewise, we also do not put the direct details. It's not right, you know, because you have a right to you need to give a right to forget, right? Once you put all their PIIs onto the blockchain, you cannot forget them. So but these are the challenges. But yeah, somewhere if we can, taking more solutions and bringing some sort of identity on blockchain, like from the foundation, I was having a very good discussion regarding. So in India we have Aadhaar, which is like with 1.4 billion people. If we onboard that onto the blockchain, just imagine what kind of identification can that be, right? And then you can subsequently use it possibly across other chains, cross-chain as well. But yeah, it will always have some challenges. It will have, barriers to entry as well. But at this moment, I don't think that a lot of people are putting identity directly on blockchain, or maybe combining it with some sort of DID, decentralized identity, and making it work, but not in 100% of it.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think it could be interesting combining reputation with proof of humanity, because that makes, if someone, for example, didn't pay a savings circle, they get a bad reputation in their wallet and it's permanent, right? Then they can just change wallets, right? But linking that to proof of humanity, I think that's interesting. For the moment, we're not putting any personal information on chain. It's your wallet. If you paid or you didn't pay, it's stored with the event of the smart contract, and that's how it's tracked.
Thank you. Yeah, sure, right there. Second row.
Thank you. Hi, the principal, the capital, comes from DeFi or CeFi? And the interest rate, the initial, what is approximately how much pay of interest the taker?
Sure.
Thank you.
I think that the question is to me anyway. So, so that's a beautiful part of the entire platform. Since 2.5 years, banks have already been giving loans on the platform, 7 million till now. That's completely centralized finance loan, as you can see. Now, once we go live on the mainnet, it would be DeFi loans as well. They would be disjointed amongst themselves, right? The CeFi and DeFi part, but the farmer would have access to both from the click of a button. So you see, it's a bridge. It's not we are stopping one and starting another. It's just that we are bridging. In fact, yeah, so that's what is the need of the hour at this moment. And whenever the farmer would see that, okay, one CeFi has a lower interest rate or DeFi has a lower interest rate, they can just go ahead and choose that option. Farmer has nothing to do with which I'm specifically choosing, right? One point here is that for the DeFi solution, we would also need an off-ramp solution, because you can imagine I can just go ahead and give USDC to a farmer and say that, okay, yeah, you know, buy your next crops, next season cycle for with that USDC. So that is a challenge. You asked about interest rate. It is currently 9% per annum. So it's very low. It's one of the lowest in India. And we have seen across other countries as well that this interest rate is very, very low in the market. And once we go on DeFi, we're expecting somewhere around 7 to 11% again, which is a very stable interest rate in terms of DeFi.
I'm personally really excited for when a farmer in India can buy their crops with crypto.
That's right,
yeah.
Something to be excited about.
Yeah. So yeah, Deepa there, and this will be the last question, and then we'll just close things
I just wanted to say that Ethereum Foundation has done a great job by uniting for, I don't know how many fellows are there in altogether.
There's
Seven.
seven in the second
fellows,
cohort.
and now
yeah.
y'all are talking to each other and y'all are collaborating and learning from each other. But there are many other projects in the Ethereum ecosystem and that are reaching to the next billion people. Like there's Good Dollar, there's Proof of Humanity, there is Human DAO. Human DAO is actually bringing work to people, providing economic opportunities. So I think it's very important that maybe we need to form like a next billion DAO or something where everybody can be in one group, and then on top of your services, you can provide their services and stuff like that, and learn from each other. Because, for instance, Good Dollar is in over 200 countries, and as part of my study, because I'm writing a book on impact DAOs, Human DAO and Good Dollar were part of my studies, and they got to learn about each other, and now they're working together, you know, in a lot of countries that they're going to. So I think it's very important that we start like a next billion DAO or something like that.
I think that's like a really, really fascinating idea. And I mean, I think that's a lot of the work that I'm doing is basically ecosystem research. And what will come out of that is basically a whole ecosystem map of different folks working on these specific solutions, sort of focusing on DeFi. So I think that's a great proposition. I don't know if there's anything else you guys, yeah.
No, it's just similar to where we were talking about yesterday, like how to gather these projects in an organized, trustworthy way. So,
yeah.
Interesting question.
Yeah, I think DAOs are pretty early still because so many more use cases are coming on DAO. But I think that's a good idea. Next, DAO for the next billion is going to be a good.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Yeah. So I think that's a good thing to explore, and congratulations on your book.
Yeah. Awesome.
Great.
So just last minute, maybe just a quick go around. Where can people find your work? Where can they find you? And yeah, we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, you can find us at Bloinks, BLO, like block with the sound of a pig, where you put your piggyback savings.
Nice.
That's it.
You can find me on Twitter at Ben Juguna, on Instagram. No. Twitter is Benson_Njuguna. On Telegram, it's at Ben Juguna. And email bnjuguna at ekaafrica, and website ekaafrica.com.
Yeah, so for me, it's the product name is Whirl, WHRRL, comes from Warehouse Receipt Lending with an extra R in between. Or just search for Abhishek Bhattacharya. Twitter is that, Abhishek Bhattacharya @ yeah, that's all. So I think you should be able to find us online. From the agenda anyway, it's there.
Incredible, thank you. Yeah.
How about you, Marcus? How to find you?
Marcus.am as my website and my Twitter as well. And yeah, thank you so much. Big round of applause for these incredible panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're taking a lunch break, and we'll be back at 1 p.m. with the next panel on the next billion. Thank you.
Geoffrey, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thanks so much. So my name is Jeffrey. I'm a co-founder at a Y Combinator-backed startup called Poco. And I think for me, how I'm involved as a fellow in the Ethereum Foundation is that I've been looking a lot at how we can better get regulators to interact with Web3 technology and to learn and understand not just the technology that we have here, but also the culture that we have around decentralization and how they can build better policies that the intersection between decentralized and centralized systems.
Interesting, interesting. Actually, there was a very hot conversation about regulations right now before the panel started. Geoffrey, can you tell us a little bit about your background? Are you an engineer? Yeah? Can you tell us a little bit more?
So I kind of took a almost like accidental journey into the regulation and policy making process. I actually started out, I got first introduced to Bitcoin in 2012 when I was in MIT doing research. And then I was working on the product and technology side of things, launching a protocol in 2017. And then I found myself having to work a lot more with regulators. Since then, not the most fun thing to do, but very important. And I was actually helping the central bank in Singapore kind of launch their experiments around blockchain technology so they can learn and understand what's going on there. But I think my journey and interest in blockchain technology is a lot more personal. Okay. So I used to run a nonprofit that trained women entrepreneurs in an OFAC-sanctioned country. We were doing everything compliantly. And then one day the bank comes to us and they said, hey, you are operating a high-risk environment. We're going to shut down your company's, your nonprofit's bank account. And that was a huge blow to us. It took a lot of time to sort out those issues. And the worst part of it is that we didn't do anything wrong. We were compliant. The bank made a business decision around the risk they had to face. And I see that problem happening again today, where because of the perception of regulators and the pressure from regulators, they are conflating activities that are legitimate and illegitimate, and I think vastly affecting the industry. I think that's something that motivates me to help regulators better understand what Web3 is all about.
Awesome, Geoffrey. So as Mary was introducing herself, and now Geoffrey, we can see that probably because we don't like to talk about that and because we don't like to talk with regulators, maybe we can find the next billion people there, right? So Mihailo, can you share a bit about you, your motivations, your background?
Sure. Thank you, Joey. Hello, everyone. My name is Mihailo. I'm coming from the World Organization of the Scout Movement. This is where I lead the digital transformation and technological projects.
So can I say hi like this?
Yeah, like this.
Like this? Okay.
Yeah. So I'm the scout in the room. So yeah, I'm here with the Ethereum Fellowship, and my project is basically about looking into how to gear up the movement, educational, non-formal educational movement like scouting is, of 58 million members in 220 territories around the world. How do we bring them and get them ready for Web 3.0? How do we work with young people, and to understand the blockchain and to be the citizens of the future world?
Yeah, and what about like your educational background? Where are you coming from in that sense?
Sure. My educational background is project management, but then I basically all the time I was in the IT type of projects and technological projects. I volunteered for the scouting for most of my life. I was a scout and volunteered, and then started very early actually to work for the World Organization of the Scout Movement, first at the European level, and then later on now at the global headquarters, which is now based in Malaysia for the past 9 years.
Awesome, awesome, love it. So we can tell that perhaps from and I will try to oversimplify, so no means to disrespect. So from a volunteering kind of approach, from a legal tech approach, and from a policy-making approach, let's see and let's dig deeper into what's the next billion, what we are thinking will be the next billion users for the Ethereum community. Geoffrey, when you think or when you hear this question, or when you joined the next billion team as an Ethereum fellow, what's the persona that comes to your mind? Can you describe that person or that stereotype or that subject?
Yeah, so we're doing a lot of work with the government of Kazakhstan to pilot certain experiments around Web3 technology and also Web3 regulations. And I think the one thing that really stood out to me was that the central bank did a survey, and they found that 25% of the population had exposure to crypto. So, and I think you'll see that consistent number going anywhere from 10 to 30% in most countries around the world. And I think when you think about it, there's really a population of like 70% that would not have touched any of these technologies almost in every country in the world. So I see it as a very, very big pool of people who have not had access to crypto, have not touched it. And then once you think about actual decentralized technology, because most people's their first exposure is through on-ramps, through centralized exchanges. Once you think about actually say, hey, have you set up a MetaMask? Have you used any DApp? That number drops to maybe like 5%, 3%. And I think that's really the gap that we're trying to close in a number of ways.
Yeah, interesting. I love when these statistics come and they say like, hey, just in 2021, the crypto adoption went like at 2,000%. Like, oh, that's a lot. But then just in Latin America, it's like 30 million people out of 650 million. So it represents almost nothing. There is a billion hidden there, right? Marie, what about you? What's the persona that you think, or that comes to your mind when you think of the next billion?
Well, when I think of the next billion, I don't think of it from the perspective of a persona. I think of it more as a product. And then I think, what exactly are we selling to the next billion? And if I drill down into it, what I see is what we're selling is a trusted product and service. And if we take a step down from that, what we're selling is trust. So what we need to do to reach the next billion is to build the trust of our ecosystem and the products and services that we make. Because if people don't trust us, they won't use us.
Okay, so interesting. I'm willing to dig deeper here, but I don't know how to put it. I'll come back to that. It will come to me. Can you describe the scouts? I believe that the scouts are your personas, right?
Yeah, that's actually what I have in mind. I have in mind not just scouts, but young people, the future. Future is in them, and we talk about building trust with the regulators, we talk about these challenges, but the future regulators will be the young people of today, and those people are not foreign to these technologies and things. For them, this is all more natural, more open. They're more open-minded. There's less foreign for them. But what we need to do to reach that next billion, I think we need to work with the young people, thinking of the long-term future, work in the presence, work now with the regulators, work with all the stakeholders right now and the people in the room, but also think of the future and work with the young generations that will be the future regulators, future users, future, and you know, mobilizing more, showing to the world that blockchain is not only about crypto, that is about doing good, that is a technology for good, and showing them what I felt here when I came first day, that this is really about everybody is in the mission of doing something good and solving some real life problems. So if we could build the trust by showing to everyone more, you know, becoming from a niche group, as you said, yeah, that growth becoming a mainstream, the path is to really build the trust and make ourselves more open.
Yeah, and I believe that the Web3 and blockchain ecosystem in general has a lot to learn about these scouts. The scouts kind of organically or naturally organize in different nodes, right? It's a very interesting approach to see things. So I became an Ethereum fellow during hard years. This is the first time I met the Next Billion team in person. But even though we didn't have the time to share in person, Ethereum Foundation helped me a lot. Because I work with public institutions, because I want to teach public servants and also serve technology and also bring them into Web3 technologies and kind of get into your government portal and instead of creating a digital profile, just connect your wallet. So that kind of approach for us was, let's jump into the Web3 and let's bring institutions into the Web3. That was my approach to applying into Ethereum Foundation and to become a fellow, and to try to learn how the Ethereum Foundation can help us and how we can also help the Ethereum ecosystem. When you think of that, when you think of how you applied to become an Ethereum fellow, what's the problem you were describing with these personas? What's that thing that personally moves you to be tackling or addressing or trying to gather these next billion people? Geoffrey, do you want to go?
Yeah, sure. I think the big gap with working with regulators is that and policymakers is that they don't, going back to like the problem statement I had was that they don't understand the culture, they don't understand the technology. You ask a regulator, have they used a MetaMask? None of them would have done it. I just want to check, in the audience, is there any regulators or policymakers in this audience here? Raise your hand if anyone. Okay. So I think that's a
we clearly need to go for them, right?
Yeah. It's like you can't understand the culture without being here, without feeling it and interacting with the community. And the approach that we are taking is to get regulators to experiment with the technology. So in Kazakhstan, for example, we are working with the government on 2 different projects. One is around provision of public services. So they have a national IT park. They have a bunch of education activities around it. And they say, hey, you know, if we transform this into a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization, what does it look? How will people use the technology? You know, will people need to, how do they open up wallets? How do they use those wallets to interact with each other? These are things that are all very, very new to most people in the world. And they want to experiment and try and see, to understand exactly what it is that they're dealing with here. The other thing is that they are introducing a national crypto fiat rail by mandate. But then as they start doing it, they say, oh, you know, we have all the stakeholders with all these different issues. You know, how do we think about it? You know, what's happening out there? And I think learning by doing is just so critical in trying to understand the Web3 space from a policymaker perspective.
Interesting, interesting. In your case, Mary, is there any like personal motivation that you feel that it's moving you to tackle the problem that you're referring? I love how you introduce yourself and say, I am Mary, I'm working on how to do, what will happen to your ETH when you die. So it's really good, but is there anything that is actually moving you towards there? Is there anything you want to share on how you apply to Ethereum Foundation, how you describe this problem, and what moves you to be kind of pulling these next billion people towards the ecosystem?
Well, I think that, without getting all deathy, when people die, transferring assets from the individual to their estate is extremely complicated. It involves not only inheritance law, estate law, but contract law, privacy law, and it isn't as simple as just handing over the asset. And the laws are very old, and they're complicated, and different jurisdictions have different laws, and in some jurisdictions multiple laws apply. And I thought that the way to approach the problem of what happens to your ETH when you die is to at first build a database of all of the laws that apply across the world to transfer of assets on death, and then to look for patterns in those laws, and then to sort of compile that as a list of requirements, and then approach the community and say, these are the legal problems that we have with assets transfer on death. How do we use our technology to solve them? And that was the sort of driver that got me going, and realizing that if we disrupt, what I call disrupt from within, if we look at how it works now and look at what needs to be reformed and changed and how technology can replace things like wills need a wet ink signature. That's crazy. They need to be on paper. That's crazy. I mean, we have technology that can do that without either of those requirements. But unless we know unless we understand the law enough to know that that solution will work, I think we risk flying in the face of disruption and being opposed by the powers that regulate that sort of thing rather than being accepted by them.
Interesting. And you just made me think that when we die and when we have money in a regular bank like fiat, like for example in Mexico, if you have no will and no one claims it, the bank just used this money. Yeah. That's the way it goes. But here, when we're thinking about ETH, for example, it's bad for you and it's bad for the ecosystem because the ETH got locked. So the problem gets bigger and bigger, right? And that's
it's a problem for an individual. It's also a problem for our ecosystem. If digital assets are frozen, or, I mean, I think of a service provider that has frozen ETH on its books. How do they handle that? I don't know. So yeah, it is, and also going back to my trust point, if we can't be trusted to transfer assets the way other assets transferred, are people going to trust ETH itself or digital assets registered on blockchain with smart contracts? So it's a multiple layer problem.
Very interesting, yeah, very interesting problem. So going to you, Mihailo, are you thinking of an actual problem or an opportunity that is personally moving you to kind of persuade these 58 million people, you said?
Yeah, 58.
58 million people to come in. So what are you thinking? What are your thoughts behind that?
So as a scout, as myself, and scouting is in a mission of creating better world. We do that by creating better citizens for the future. We do that by providing them non-formal education opportunities. So bringing this other education that nobody talked about so much, or is not, but it's actually bigger and in some cases also more relevant, especially in today's times where education is evolving. So education, education. So it's really about that. So personally, I'm on that mission, looking into how we educate more young people to use this, how we get more and more users, and how we, with that, spark their curiosity. And so it's not that we are giving them, this is how you do it, so go and be doer, but hey, this is how you do it, but you can think of other solution, another way to build something on this, and feel free. And how do we nourish that community within community? So my goal would be to create one of the things I would do in the project is to create a community within scouting that works on the blockchain. So scouts who are interested about Web 3.0 and blockchain and support their work, basically, not direct them, not guide them, but just support their initiatives. And I'm thinking to do that like a DAO community as well, also within the scouting. Yeah. So yeah, I believe that's the answer for this, I think.
Very interesting. I can think about multiple things from digital identity, and I remember Danny Ryan sharing on the opening that probably the next steps for the Ethereum ecosystem are not going to be financial, but perhaps tapping into the potential of identities, and I can see an opportunity here in DAOs. Yep.
Just one thought about the debt that you mentioned in the identities. You reminded me of a very important problem that we look into solving. It's a big challenge of today, of course, is the child abuse, abuse of any kind, not just child, but anyone, adult, young people, anyone, any abuse, any form of abuse. I am very interested to figure out how technology can help us in that. So, and I believe there is a way it can help us. It's about, yeah, I mean, partially on education, but partially also about figuring out the system and mechanisms for creating a safe environments for everyone. I think that's also something I'm very like motivated and driven to. So that will be one of the important initiatives within scouting.
Very interesting, and I can see the kind of the hard part of the motivation behind. So, and that's what we need to get the next billion, to be like purpose-driven and persist, and that's gonna be it. So, before I jump into opening questions and opening the floor for the audience to tap into different things on around what you have been sharing, I would love you to share where are you going, or how do you think the Ethereum ecosystem can help you to reach this next billion? Do you have any challenges in mind? Where do you see yourself in 6 months from now into reaching this next billion? Geoffrey, you want to go?
Yeah, so I think one of the issues, where I see this decentralized system meeting centralized system, kind of bumping up against quite frequently, I think is in the crypto fiat rails. And I do believe that that's still very much the core through which most new users in the world will start to get access to this ecosystem. And I think it's something that there needs to be ways to kind of facilitate that and make that a more seamless transition. And in many parts of the world, it's getting a lot more restrictive. I go to my bank and I say, my company is dealing a lot with crypto. The bank immediately says, oh, high-risk customer, forget it, I'm going to shut down your bank account. So I think that's one area, I love to talk to people, if they have to deal with these issues, especially from a kind of compliance side, love to engage with people to learn about, kind of the conversations they're having in a confidential manner, and what can best be done to persuade regulators that there isn't the kind of risk that they imagine exists in this ecosystem. The other part I'm super excited about actually is gaming. I'm a gamer. And I believe that actually in Southeast Asia, where I live, I'm currently in Vietnam, I think games is a very, very great way to introduce a lot of people that don't have experience kind of with this ecosystem and get them into it. Even the DAO that we're working with, the National IT Park in Kazakhstan, it actually came out from an original thinking where they are trying to say, how do I gamify the experience and involvement of my community with the infrastructure that we have, and now it's extended into the Web3 space. So I think that's another area that I'm just super excited about, and I would love to talk to people who know the Web3 gaming space better than I do.
Awesome, awesome. Mary, where do you see, or what's the obstacle, what's the challenges that you are seeing up front in the next 6 months for your project and for reaching this next billion?
Well, I think in 6 months we'll have a database of all the law that applies to the transfer of digital assets when you die. Gonna need I want it to be an open source database, so I'm gonna need some sort of a platform to record it and make it accessible to people. And then the next step is to create the list of legal requirements for what needs to happen in different jurisdictions. And then what I'm hoping is that the community will be able to look at those and say, okay, we've got the technology to do this and this. We can solve this problem with a technical solution. And that's the sort of vision for the next phase of my project.
Okay, interesting. What about you, Mihailo? Do you see any challenges there? I mean, I can picture some of them, but what do you see your next steps for 6 months? Can you share with the audience where you're going?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Jay. So we'll start with the smaller bites, of course, and the things that will be easy and will actually be something that Scouts will be very motivated and easygoing to accept. We'll of course start creating or putting the Scout badges into the turning them into the NFT badges and putting them via POP and other technologies. We'll put them into the wallet. So we'll have Scout wallet with Scout badges. So that will help Scouts bring on Scouts on a basics on a first level understanding, having what's the hash, what's the private key, what's the NFT, what's the wallet, and then we go into deeper. We go into again having these champions inside of the community, looking into how what projects we could get into what projects we could do, what are the most relevant ones. I heard so many good ideas since I came here about what we can do in scouting. For example, you mentioned we are decentralized. Yes, we have local scout groups everywhere in this neighborhood. Also, there is a scout group actually. And they need some support in creating a simple treasury mechanism via blockchain, or they also scouting is voluntary led, meaning that people are voted for and elected to lead and then to represent them in the other circles, so using DAO there and things like that. So what I'm looking forward from this community is ideas and openness, maybe to suggest some things and help us actually do these things. We are non-profit, and yeah, we're looking forward for anyone who want to partner on a doing good basis and do something great together, solve some big problems.
Awesome, awesome. I remember when I was a kid, I used to be a scout, and I remember having different pins because of the different accomplishments or milestones. So now we are going to have POAPs maybe, right?
Exactly.
So there's 25 more minutes here, and I believe that this is a good amount of time for opening to the floor. Anyone in the audience wants to pick the brains of these fellows and how they are planning to reach the next billion users? One sec, buddy.
Hello, great to meet you all. Fantastic work you're doing. Some of the things I heard is the use cases that you are all approaching are kind of existing use cases, payments, smart contracts, maybe DIY or credentialing at least for Scouts. And so what it sounds like is we've done well for these first billion with this use case. Let's push that to another billion. Jeffrey, you mentioned gaming. Are there other use cases that you see as you look at different sort of populations? Or is it a matter of, we've got some good use cases, we just need to reach more people? I'm just curious about your thoughts on a macro level on that stuff.
So I think so for me, the way I look at this is that when I think of the next billion, it's that I think different countries interact and learn about crypto in very different ways, right? So going back to the Kazakhstan example, it was quite interesting because what happened in Kazakhstan was that China banned mining and all the miners fled to Kazakhstan. And then they were at first they panicked because, they consume a lot of electricity. Kazakhstan, I think, went probably the number 1 or number 2 hash rate in the world. And the government panicked and they overreacted and they kind of clamped down on it. And then after that, they said, hey, this is actually a very interesting industry. We need to do more about it, more in it. And then they started inviting exchanges back into Kazakhstan. Binance set up there. A bunch of other exchanges went in there and got established. So I think the way I look at it is still that we need new applications that provide benefit to people on a day-to-day basis. But I think that the pool of people that we have not touched is still very, very huge, because you go in there and they are at the beginning of learning about this. Most of them would still not have a MetaMask wallet. 25% of the population owns digital assets. But there is a lens and a process in which some of these countries learn about crypto, and I think it's still a very, very early stage in terms of the 75% or 80% of each of these countries that crypto has not touched yet.
So to build on that and about the use cases, and this is more tapping into my experience from the previous year being an Ethereum fellow, working with the public sector, typically there's no one wanting to be the pioneer. They want to be the second pioneer, the third pioneer, but not the first one, right? So winning these small battles, having these different use cases is always super relevant. This kind of a divide and conquer approach, it's like more on the mindset of them. We started, for example, with just verifiable credentials for commercial permits. That was a very simple thing. And then at some point, we started certifying city inspectors and policemen so that you were able to actually scan and see if that was an actual policeman and doing their job. And then we started into construction permits, and then we are now thinking about legislation. There's actually a congresswoman here doing that thing. She's in her WhatsApp right now, but no, she's helping with the legislation right now, but because of the use cases. So after we moved with around 50 different implementations, different flavors, just as the ones I just mentioned, we were able to start thinking about law initiatives. And after law initiatives, you can start thinking about how regulation can foster innovation, not block innovation. And then after that, we start stitching the ecosystem and saying, hey, can we have standards? Can we share the same thing when we talk about identity or public sector credentials or a sense of ownership of your digital assets? And then we are now integrating even with more Web3 services. So everything departed from the use cases, and this was just to highlight the relevance of your question. So thank you, Geoffrey. Do you want to add on that?
Actually, just want to add a quick point. I think because you raised something very interesting in terms of how regulators think about this technology. I think one of my biggest fear is that there is different use cases for Web3 in different countries, right? If I'm a small country, I might think differently. If I'm a big country, I want to regulate in a different way because I have different interests at stake. And what I see in this space is because most of them do not understand the technology and don't have access to the expertise, they will just copy the US most of the time. And the US chooses to regulate Web3 in a way because they have particular policy interest that isn't the same shared interest as all those different countries.
So definitely, there's a snowball effect here. The more problems you find, the more business and impact opportunities you find as well. So any other question? Anyone wants to jump in? Do you want to help?
Hi, so I was thinking, is there any way that the Ethereum Foundation is documenting this kind of like growth, building blocks, on how every single one of you have a different approach on how we can reach that next billion? So is there any kind of like documentation on how the growth building blocks are starting to merge with the patterns that you're discovering?
Do you have any plans of sharing any of that kind of documentation? Do you have any plan to kind of build a methodology around?
No, it's a good question. I mean, we have plans to look into, understand a little bit what's the stage zero, where we are at the moment, and then to measure throughout the time of these projects, what's the impact made and what's what has changed from the zero. So, for example, for my project, I'll be looking into where we are and scouting, and I'll be identifying some use cases. I'll be identifying if someone is already working on it on the national, local levels. I'll be identifying, the interest in that sense, and then on the end, I would also measure a little bit how that increased, for example, hopefully over the 6 months.
I think this is an experiment in itself, right? I think we are figuring out ourselves how do we best achieve the impact that we want. But I think the point you raised about sharing, I think is really, really crucial, because what I notice with policymakers is that, or even banks, right? So we're trying to say, hey, banks, please bank people with crypto. And their first response is that, oh, it's very, very high risk. Can you point out to other people that are doing it so that we can have a sense that what we're doing is kosher? and I think that sharing is just so important, right, when it comes to a policy process, because honestly, most policymakers and regulators are conservative. They don't want to stick their neck out, and they'll rather say, okay, who else has done it? And then I can go back and explain to my stakeholders that I'm not trying to be too crazy here.
Mary, you were saying about building this database or repository of the different flavors of regulations that we have. So are you planning to open source, to show it somehow? What are your plans on that?
Yeah, absolutely, because I think that it will help companies when they're putting together projects and they write their terms and conditions. Like today, I think the only thing you can put in is that there is a risk that if you die holding this account, you will lose everything that's in it. And I think once we get a little bit more knowledge about the different laws, it may end up being that we have 3 or 4 different variations based on where you're resident in the world, because not only where you're resident, where the asset is resident, and where the person dies, that those things all impact how property transfers. So yeah, the plan is definitely to make this open source and ultimately to create a standard of how, whatever our solution is, so that I have a vision in my head of it being something like an NFT standard, where there's one way of it's done and it works for all concerned.
It would be interesting and an interesting documentation challenge to think of 6 months and having your documentation for Web3 wheel kind of thing, right? It will be very interesting to see that.
That's the long-term vision.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
But that'll take a while because we have to go through law reform before we get there.
Find a pattern, yeah. On a very practical note on that, me being a fellow from the previous cohort, what we built was different Notion sites. So everything is open. There is even a blog post at ethereum.org. You can go to the blog and you can see. You can actually go to my Twitter and you'll see the pinned tweet there. So we try to blog, we try to say videos, and particularly Notion worked well as a tool to sharing different information. So that may answer your question in a very practical approach. So anyone else? Yes, please.
Hey, Sam from Brazil. So thank you for brainstorming for adopting the next billion. One thing I believe we're all working here a lot for an incremental change, how we incrementally improve something we have between our hand. We were working on the hackathon a couple of days ago, and there is one thing, for instance, the address, the wallet address, which is the very, very, very basic something for anybody coming to Ethereum or any crypto, you have to set up a wallet address for him. The wallet address by itself, whatever in Ethereum, which is hexadecimal, or in Bitcoin, it uses a Latin character, which is already exclusive. There is 20–30% of population. They can't recognize the Latin character. There is the ones they recognize the Latin character, and hexadecimal for them is extremely weird. But there is the ones they don't even recognize it, and that's already 1.5 billion of population we have today. So we actually won the prize on this part, presenting the wallet address on shape. Instead of having it hexadecimal, the numbers 1 to 10, A, B, C, D, F, D, we having it heart, square, which is shapes and colors, something kids could recognize and my grandma can. There is some stuff very basic, I would say, is just instead of us working incrementally to improve something exist, maybe we try to think about it again, scratch from zero. It's how if I don't have anything, how I would express this, how I would do this if I don't have anything already exist. I just want to share this, and I appreciate really your work on the incremental, and I know as anybody working in a domain focus, you have to increment, but yeah, how do you feel about scratching something? It's let's throw this all away and scratch some brainstorm from zero.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'll try to reframe it a little bit coming from the use cases and documentation approach. So this is somehow kind of a scaling question, and particularly addressing the language barrier. As a Brazilian, there's always this thing that we have with hey, we have the Latin American gathering and everyone is speaking in Spanish and it feels weird, right? So I've lived in Brazil for a couple of years and I know where this comes from in a sense of language and how it kind of becomes an extra challenge. For us also, talking about blockchain, cadena de bloques doesn't sound that sexy. You want blockchain, right? So these kind of small steps that are on the language kind of barriers for scaling, do you have anything to share? Do you have a thought of any strategies? Can you share anything?
I'd love to share a little bit of that because I feel you touch on a very important issue about really how can it be more inclusive the ecosystem. And I feel one part I've kind of is a huge long gripe of mine is how the UX itself can be exclusive. An example is that I live in many places where the GDP per capita is under $2,000-3,000. So it's not very, very rich places. And when you make a mistake with your wallet on gas fees or anything, it's very expensive. Me losing $3 if I'm in the US because I made a mistake on my transaction is not a big problem. Me working with someone in Vietnam who loses like $3 or $10 because they made some mistake on a transaction, that's a huge amount of money. And I think there needs to be ways to make the UX more inclusive. I think what you're suggesting might be one direction, but I think there's many of these little things that can be done to make it just a much more inclusive ecosystem.
Yeah, I would like to add on this inclusivity is very important. It's a very good topic and very good ideas out there. Don't think we should think of anything that we have so far now as a set in stone, as a founding things that we should never touch. That would put us on a very wrong step. We need to be criticizing and everything, have a critical thinking over everything. Maybe it worked at some point, but it didn't thought of everything inclusively. Now, when we have this mind, when we have this conscious of that we were not inclusive, we should go back and be criticizing on any of the solutions that we have that are not inclusive. So I think that's very important to be open-minded to this and just challenge everything that we have if it's not inclusive enough. Nothing is secret in a way, secret and safe and saint in that sense, not to be touched. So.
Well, I'm getting a little bit ahead of my project, but I suspect that once we've gathered all the data, we're going to be jumping from, in most places, paper documents to some other form of solution. So, yeah, I think there is a possibility to rewrite how the process is done, as long as we work within the legal framework to do that. So, yeah.
Coming back to the original approach about language, our white paper was written in Spanish first, and it has been a quite challenge because most of the people want to read it in English, but we want to reach most of people Spanish speaking. So it is like, no, it was written for you. But no, but I want to read your white paper in English. No, but it was written for Spanish. So yeah, I feel that challenge a lot. So we have 10 more minutes, and I would love for them to have also some kind of closing remarks. So maybe we have a room for 1 or 2 questions. So there's one person over there, please.
Hi, I'm Maggie. Thank you so much for sharing and talking on this panel. So my question is actually about building trust. So how do you actually build trust within the audiences that you serve? Because I think Ethereum for the next billion is a really big topic that all of us are looking to work towards. But I think on the other side, for people that don't know about Ethereum or people that are end users, what are some of the challenges for building trust within these communities? And what are some of the things that you're doing already to do that?
I love that question, particularly because from the different audiences that you're addressing, these next billion people, they feel scared when they think about Bitcoin. They feel Ponzi schemes, they feel scams, they feel all these things that we were discussing before. So please jump, and can we have our 20 minutes, please?
Sure. If I may, I think we just need to stay more open and show what the good things are we doing and what we want to do, and that there is. That it's not about making a personal gain, and it's not about the Ethereum. It's not about that. It's so much about solving the real problems. I guarantee you, people who are not in this room or not in the Ethereum community have no clue about that. And just finding ways, how do we bring that? So bring them on, talk to your friends, advocate, bring them together. Organize talks and disclose all of this. Talk about, instead of them asking you, so what about this is about cryptocurrencies, you can make some, no. Let me explain you what this about actually, and what it does. So go into that. I think going into this, being more open and being, taking off the hoodie and showing that we are human and we are people and we want to, be open, not just like a closed little room that you can't access actually, unless you are part of the community.
I think we were just chatting before this session about our expectations pre-DevCon and in DevCon. And I remember you said I thought people would be lining up outside with the Ferraris and the conversation all about Lambo. And I think it's a very different vibe we actually got coming down here. And I think, one thing I feel is regulators and policymakers, that is their impression of the community. And if more of them come to this event, I think they would understand it a lot better. And I think that's something that has to be done to build that trust, where they actually see, hear, and interact with the community to understand the values of this community.
And I think to add to that, I think our style of communication, I think we need to remember that our audience doesn't come with the backgrounds that we have, and that if we can, I like to bridge things, so it's like something you're doing already, but it's a little bit different, so that they're not completely intimidated by what it is we're doing. And then to perhaps touch a slightly controversial nerve, we were talking about this earlier, I think we need to self-regulate. I think that when we have incidents in the community that are not good, we need to be seen to be disapproving of those incidents, because if you look at what mainstream media tends to cover, it's things like hacks or exploits of some sort, and that doesn't make us look good.
Yeah, there is a lot of to build on self-regulating this community. As Geoffrey was asking, when he said, like, is there any regulator here? No one raised a hand. So this means that there's people making rules for how we should operate or build in the Ethereum ecosystem, that they are not in this room, that they are not feeling this vibe. So it is our responsibility to bring them here, and also for us to visit them and to share and to grab this next billion. Is there any other question?
Sorry, just to be open-minded with that, to understand like where they're coming from and what their pain points are, problems are, and how do we navigate through that instead of being angry on them. We have a tendency when we hear from them like, we will forbid, this is not gonna work, and it's never. You're like, no, you're stupid. No, you should just turn this different. Really be what we are, good people, open-minded, open heart, like with a clean heart. So come into that talks with a clean, open-mindedness and good intentions, and also good good heart.
This is also why I love the graphic design principles on Web3. If I jump with this shirt into any political party, they don't know who I'm rooting for. So I'm as inclusive as possible, right? So this is kind of the message to bring the next billion, to show every single color and bring them. Any other question? Well, there's probably 1 minute, 1 minute and a half. I would love for you to share any closing remarks, hopefully optimistic on how the Ethereum ecosystem can positively impact the life of the next billion, and how people can reach you.
Yeah, sure, I can do. I can start. I think we just need to stay humble, but then on the other hand, be more open, help others, look for, once we solve one problem, look for another problem we can solve. There are so many problems in this world, but and maybe we cannot solve them all, but we can solve a lot. So that's a big task to do, and if we are oriented always to that, to look into how we solve some of the real problems, then we will stay on a good path, and it will be recognized better. It will be more and more seen as someone who is part of the solution rather than part of the problem. And we need to prove that. We're not doing that only to prove that, as we know. We're doing that for the good reasons, for the good cause, but just staying with this good cause always, and this value system would be very important, I think.
Closing. Death and the transfer of assets is a challenging, expensive, complicated problem. And I think once we get a baseline of what rules apply to it, I know that the Ethereum community has created a solution. And I'm counting on the development teams in the room to help with this, because we will be sparing people heartache, and we'll be sparing them cost and complication. And for a lot of folks, it's a legal process, and they don't have access to lawyers. And if we can make it something that is done automatically and driven by the holder of the asset, I think we can improve people's lives.
Yeah, I think the one word that really stands out for me is inclusiveness. And I think the way I see it is that we should be thinking about who should be a part of this conversation, but is not a current part of the conversation. So I think for me, my thought is that I'm going to have bring a policymaker, bring a regulator to an event mindset. I think in the future, where if they are not, they are dealing with these issues, but they are not part of this conversation, part of this community, or part of the environment here. It's something, a burden that I should take to make sure that they are able to come here and participate in all of these things.
So thank you very much. I just want to close with sharing an experience that I had a couple of years ago, pre-pandemic. I was in a global government summit. Actually, it was an open government partnership summit in Ottawa, in Canada. And to my surprise, I was feeling like the only technologist there. And to my surprise, one of the first conversations in the stage was Tim Berners-Lee. So he was sharing all his thoughts on how he envisioned the internet and how he's thinking the Web3 will look like, or the next internet, or the next web. And when he stepped down of the scenario, he said like, hey, probably you and me are the only technologists here. Like, what brought you here? Do you actually think that the Web3 or the next internet is going to be better? And he said, just like the internet, the Web3 is like a sidewalk. There's going to be good people and bad people walking through it. So that's the message. Use it well. Bring the next billion for positively impacting the lives of the many. Thank you. How are you feeling? Good? That's good, right?
Yeah.
That's good. Thank you, Mary.
We did well.
Of course.
Are we colorful enough to be together? Of course.
Thank you.
to the developer community, and specifically on building a thriving developer community. Today we'll be hearing from Sam Flamini. Sam is a self-taught developer who works on the developer experience at Superfluid. Please join me in welcoming Sam.
Better? Oh, there we go. Wonderful. All right, so today's talk is going to be on building a thriving developer community. So I'm Sam. You know a little bit about me from the intro there, but I'll get into who I am in a couple minutes. But first, before we get into like actual content here, I want to paint a scenario, right? Let's say that you're building a really cool protocol or piece of technology, right? You're targeting developers, you're building this platform, right? And you just sponsored a hackathon because you've heard hackathons are a great way to engage developers, right? You've paid $10K in travel expenses and sponsorship expenses. You've told everyone how excited you are for hackers to build things you've never even seen before. And you've told your team to be ready because this weekend is going to be intense, right? It's going to be lots of questions, lots of developers. Then you show up and nothing happens, right? The hackathon flop is a real thing, right? I've seen these, talked to people in the community that have had this happen to them. Let's say you get 3 submissions. 2 of them are Figma files that don't really actually use your tech. They're just mock-ups, and your docs get ripped to shreds by the people that you do engage with, and they tell you that they're not usable, it was all very confusing, and it's just the bottom line is it just didn't go very well, right? And the key lesson here, I think, to take away is that it's not enough to build awesome tools, right? You need people to know about them, right? And you need to make using them a great experience. So who am I? I help lead developer experience at Superfluid. Superfluid's a protocol that enables real-time finance and money streaming, right? If you're curious about Superfluid, check us out at superfluid.finance. There's lots of good stuff there. I'm a reformed SaaS salesperson, so I used to sling B2B software, and I taught myself to code. I got really into the technical side of that business. I fell down the crypto rabbit hole, and here I am. So at Superfluid, I also host the Devs Do Something podcast, which is a technical podcast for engineers in Web3. And at Superfluid, we've had over 300 projects built on Superfluid in the last 12 months or so. If you go back further, it's more like 500 or 600. We have teams building on Superfluid that have raised 8 figures in grant money / venture money. And you know, it looks like our community is doing well, right? Obviously, we have a long way to go, you know, in our eyes, but I've learned a lot in the Devrel trenches, right? I've been to a lot of hackathons. I've talked to a lot of engineers in the space, and I'm still learning, but I know the feeling of sponsoring a hackathon and just not getting the results you wanted. I know the feeling of having your docs torn to shreds by developers who get frustrated, right? If you're in the audience here and you've done a hackathon and you've just started exploring some different technologies in the space, there's no doubt you've probably been frustrated by documentation at some point in your journey, right? And what's nice for me is that Superfluid is a cool protocol, right? It does cool stuff like this money streaming thing, so it makes my job easier, but I've still had to learn a lot, and we've had to learn a lot at Superfluid. So today I will share some of those lessons. So if we zoom out a little bit, right, I think it's worth asking why we even build developer communities in the first place. Like, why are these things useful to us? And the key thing here is that if your tech matters to people, you win, right? That's like the simple way of putting it, right? So, but what does actual success look like? Like, what does succeeding with the developer community really mean? Like, what's the output, right? And I like to define it as really 2 things, right, that will actually move the needle for you economically. And the first thing is an ecosystem of new and successful applications built on top of your tech. And the second thing is integrations between your technology or your protocol and existing solutions and applications today. Right? So a good Web 2 example is Twilio. They've enabled new applications like Uber and Lyft and Airbnb, and they've also integrated with a lot of existing applications, obviously, right? Everything that uses SMS, push notifications, those kinds of things, it's probably using Twilio or something like Twilio on the back end. And the obvious Web3 example is Ethereum, right? So Uniswap, Maker, ENS, all the existence of those apps makes the Ethereum ecosystem more valuable, right? It makes Ether more valuable, actually. And on the other hand, the integration bit for Ethereum is to help, I think some people have this vision at least, but it's to help Ethereum become a kind of global settlement layer for international finance, and some of the other non-financial use cases might be examples of those integrations. So if those are our outputs, right, if that's what we want when we create a developer ecosystem, and that's what we're looking to do, the discipline that creates this is developer relations, right? So you'll see a lot of Devrel people run around, like myself. We tweet a lot. We make lots of videos. And it really has become a kind of very important discipline in Web3, right? And what I like to do is break Devrel out into the dev and the rel side, right? So on the developer side, this is your libraries, your APIs, your docs, your tooling, even your smart contracts if you're a protocol. It looks a lot like engineering. And a key thing that I think most teams get wrong is that they don't realize you need to product manage your developer products like you'd PM any other product, right? The other half of Devrel is the relations side. This is the very loud thing you guys all probably see, right? This is your tutorials, your videos, your meetups, your podcasts, all this stuff, right? It looks a lot like marketing, but it cannot feel like marketing, right? And we'll get into why that is in a second, but for those of you that are technical, it's probably obvious. The key thing to keep in mind as a Devrel person or as someone who's building out a Devrel function is that great developer experience teams have both, right? You need, like I said a couple slides ago, you need to have great tools that are really easy to use, and you need people to know about them. Both are important. So how about the dev and Devrel, right? How do we at Superfluid approach this? Well, I think the biggest thing that I've learned is you have to PM these products, right? You have to treat them like any other product and run the same kind of process, right? The most valuable product for a developer relations team is your docs, right? That's number one. Number two, in order to make good docs and other good developer tooling, you have to understand your developer personas. You have to really get into the minds of the people that are going to come to your site and be using your stuff and make things for them. And the third thing that's a little more in the weeds on how to build individual good dev tools and SDKs is to be mindful of your abstractions, right? So on the side of docs, right, there's this quote that Elon has on Tesla Autopilot that they view at Tesla all input as user error, right? So a loose analogy for your docs is to view all developer questions and every piece of confusion as a failure of your docs, right? Obviously, you're still going to get questions no matter how good your docs are. Right? I hope that's evident. If no one's asking questions, that's probably a bad sign. But it's a useful mindset, right? And the reason why it's a useful mindset is that it points you in the direction of higher leverage activities. So when I first started at Superfluid doing Devrel stuff, I would spend a lot of time answering questions. I was like building my self-esteem around how good I was at this job by like how fast I was at answering questions and how many questions I answered and all this stuff, right? And that really wasn't the right mindset to take, right? Because all of the question answering, although it's useful, right? If you ask a question in someone's Discord and they don't answer you, you're going to feel like they don't care about you, right? So we still do value answering questions and doing it quickly, but the higher leverage thing is to find patterns and spend time in your docs making sure that people ideally don't even have to ask you, right? And if they do ask and you do have to give an answer, ideally, you should send them a link to the answer and more information, right? I've seen, so Patrick Collins, you guys might know who Patrick Collins is. He's a great developer experience person in the Chainlink ecosystem that I've learned a lot from him. What he actually does is if someone asks a question to him in their Discord, he will answer the question, he will create the question on Stack Overflow, answer the question on Stack Overflow, and then send a link to Stack Overflow in the Discord. And the reason why that's so smart is that every question you answer in Discord just stays there, right? Discord, it's really hard to go search in the Discord search bar and find useful answers to questions. It really is difficult to do. So what Patrick is doing is he is adding more leverage to his activities, right? He's answering a question but creating a paper trail back to Stack Overflow. So ideally, he doesn't have to be there and answer those questions every time, right? Docs work for you while you sleep. Answering questions, you can't do that in your sleep unless you have some kind of powers that I don't know about. So okay, with that being said, how do you maximize the utility of all your docs and developer tooling, right? How do you think about this? Well, you need to start by identifying developer personas, right? So a case study on this would be with Superfluid, and I'll walk you through what we've done, right? We have a few different ways of doing this, but the two main ways are segmenting by skill level, right? So you have your beginners, you have your intermediate, and you have your gigabytes, right? And we also segment by the role or intent, right? So come to hackathons, right? They're just hackathon devs, they're indie devs coming to just hack and have fun. You also have developers at integration partners, right? People that might go champion to their boss that their company should use Superfluid in the next product. And you also have, like, especially if you're a developer ecosystem that wants full-blown applications and companies to be built on top of your stack, you might have future founders or entrepreneurs looking at your stuff, and you need to cater to them as well, because those would be some of the most high-value people you can interact with. So in our case, for the beginners / hackathon devs, right, I'll loop them together because there's a little bit of overlap here. But for our docs, we have a nice quick start page where it's like, go here, get what you need, get out. It's quick. For tooling, we have a simple JavaScript SDK to interact with our smart contracts. We also have very simple Solidity libraries. Want to build smart contracts with Superfluid. And then in our tutorials and examples, we have a 0 to hero series. And we have very easy, like dead simple beginner examples on the front end in React. Okay, so that's like the beginner segment. For intermediate devs, we have our reference docs, right? If you're an intermediate dev, you know what you're doing. You're happy to just go literally like look into the reference docs and find the functions you need. We also have advanced guides for some of the more advanced features of Superfluid and the more powerful things you can do, all sorted by topic. And we also have in the tooling section that JavaScript SDK also has typings so that you can use the SDK with first-class TypeScript support, right? On top of that, we have a developer console, which is helpful for like getting data from the subgraph. And in terms of tutorials and examples, we have more fully fledged example applications that can take you end to end building a more full product, right? You can see test suites, all the stuff that you need to actually build some kind of integration between Superfluid and what you're working on. And then for entrepreneurial devs, we have a library of ideas we'd love to see built, right? We try to seed the community with ideas so that the entrepreneurial types can find something to actually try to build. We have this Superfluid Reactor program, which is like a mini accelerator that we run to help people go from idea stage or like good proof of concept to actually raising money or getting a grant. And then in terms of tutorials and examples, we have a lot of primitives, right, which you can think of them as like building blocks they can use within applications, build on top of them, and then ideally ship an end-user product or thing that can actually become a business, right? Some other considerations, right, when it comes to developer tooling, right? One thing I like to think about is being mindful of how many abstractions you're putting into your SDKs and tooling, right? If you have too little abstractions, you might be asking developers to come to your code base or your docs and figure too many things out, right? You might lose beginners. However, if you try to shield the developer from the tricky stuff too much, you lose the more advanced engineers that would be comfortable dealing with the bare metal, and you even stifle innovation in the process as well because you're not going to allow access to things that some really intelligent developer can make use of. And then finally, something we actually haven't done a very good job of at Superfluid is that naming really matters, right? Protocol engineers sometimes like to throw really crazy names in their contracts that don't make a whole lot of sense. So you should think about this. You should think about this for your team. All right, so moving on to some of the more relations side of things, right? This is one thing leading into this that I think is important to keep in mind. And it's that most developers are not good at explaining their product to newcomers. So why is that? I think the reason is that most engineering types who are really, really good at shipping code and really, really good at building new features sometimes are blind to how much context they have, right? In order to really explain something to someone new at a hackathon or even an event like this, you have to be able to go back to first principles and explain things from the ground up, right? And people that become really good Devrel people, people that actually become founders of protocols and things, they have to get really good at this, right? Because you might have to explain the same thing over and over again. And honestly, I actually respect it. Like, engineers are often working on pretty cutting-edge stuff. You don't always want to go back to zero. You want to push the boundaries and build something new. But it's worth keeping this in mind, right? And when it comes to the relations side of what you do, in all your tutorials and in all your examples and all your content, you have to keep that in mind, right? Don't assume too much context from new people coming to your stuff. Moving further into the Devrel stuff, one thing that you have to keep in mind that many of you probably already know is that you can't market to developers, right? You need to pique curiosity instead, right? So we're going to go through what I've seen doesn't really work when it comes to marketing to developers, what I've seen does work, and then we might talk a little bit more about being mindful of assumed context, but I wanted to lead with that because I think it was so important to hit you guys with that up front. So what doesn't work when marketing to developers? Well, anything that feels like a traditional demo or sales / piece of marketing collateral does not work, right? Engineers can see it from a mile away. It will immediately turn them off. And even if you're giving them something really useful, they're not going to pay attention, right? And this kind of is looped in with anything that feels like feeling, right? So there's the Supreme Court justice quote about, there was like a case on pornography, and somebody asked the judge, like, well, how do you know what porn is? And he said, I don't know, but I know it when I see it, right? It's the same thing with shilling, right? You know it when you see it. So be careful of that. The other thing that I think is actually underappreciated is that you can really lose credibility with people if you try to mangle every use case into using your technology, right? So if some engineer comes up to me at a hackathon and says, hey, Sam, I've got this thing, it does X, Y, Z. Should I use Superfluid to integrate with that? Right? And if they tell me that X, Y, Z is something that really makes no sense to integrate Superfluid with, and I try to sell them on why Superfluid is a good thing to connect to their project, if they don't recognize it right away, they're going to figure it out when they start going through our docs and our code base, and you just lose credibility with people, right? So one of the most persuasive things you can do, in my opinion, is actually to be really upfront about when your technology doesn't make sense for you, right? Interestingly, people will come back to you and find some reason to use your technology in a more interesting way if you're honest with them, right? You cannot be dishonest, especially to engineers. Engineers here, you have some of the greatest BS filters in the world, right? You should be proud of that. But Devrel people need to keep that in mind. It's very, very important. So how about what does work? Well, I think that focusing on education is really the right move, right? And not just education on what you do, but general education, right? Even if it's just adjacent to what you're doing, right? So one example is this new Chain Dev YouTube channel that the Chainlink community put out. And another is a podcast we launched at Superfluid called Devs Do Something. So Chain Dev, they just do very general stuff like Patrick Collins does it. He does very general just Web3 tutorials. And that builds a lot of credibility with the Chainlink ecosystem. And I think people know who Patrick is, and they want to go build on Chainlink because they know he's helped them a lot, and he literally is always wearing the Chainlink t-shirt, right? That's a good thing. And then on our end with Superfluid, we launched this podcast called Devs Do Something that is designed to just be purely helpful for engineers in the space. We've had on just a lot of really good technical minds, and we don't really talk about streaming money or Superfluid stuff that much at all, right? All we do is we just talk through like what they're working on. We go through their favorite design patterns and examples, and it's worked, right? People like it. So those kinds of things will, your community will accrue value as a result of these kinds of things you do. Another thing that works when it comes to being more specific to your stack and your protocol is creating really interesting examples and proof of concepts, right? So this might be obvious, but one thing to keep in mind is, we're all playing a long game here, hopefully, right? But the problem is that there are so many things that become hot and capture the attention of every engineer in the space, and they always want to work on them now, right? So the cycles go so fast, right? At one moment it's NFTs, at another moment it's DeFi. Right now we're hitting this stage of like zero knowledge stuff is like the sexy thing, and rightfully so. I hope people build good zero knowledge stuff. But what you can do is stay up to date with all this new stuff, right? Stay up to date with all the new features in Foundry. Stay up to date with all the new ZK stuff. And if you can create some kind of interesting integration between these new technologies that are hot and what you're working on, you can stay in the conversation, right? They don't have to be perfect solutions. And and remember, like I said a second ago, you don't want to force anything. But if there's a genuine integration, you should build some proof of concept around that, right? It helps you stay in the conversation, like I said. And the final thing I really want to highlight is that you want to create superstars in your community, right? You want to make people feel really, really special, right? So this means promoting the projects that your community builds. It means hosting little like sessions and meetups where they can come in and share what they're working on to your broader community. You really want to highlight people, right? It gives you content, right? Because you have something to say. And it also makes people feel good, right? Because it's just a nice human thing to spotlight someone and tell them they did a good job, right? Especially if it's true, obviously. So that's the dev and the rel side. Another thing that I think is interesting to talk through is how to spend money in an intelligent way on developer acquisition, right? So all the hackathons you guys see, those are not cheap for sponsors, right? Those are very expensive. So I think it's worth keeping in mind how to actually do this right. So again, our industry spends so much money on developer acquisition. It matters to us. It's spent mostly on hackathons, bounties, and Devrel team members. I'm not going to go into how to hire Devrel team members, but in terms of getting ROI out of the money you spend at hackathons and bounties, you have to keep in mind that you cannot just throw money
at your community and hope for a good outcome, right? There have been times I've been at events where someone from a protocol says, hey, if you build anything on this L1 or this protocol, we'll give you a 10K grant, right? And they just start throwing money out like crazy because there has been a lot of money in the space to date, right? Unfortunately, that just doesn't really work, right? It can get you some growth immediately, but the way I like to put it is that you really get out what you put in from an effort and how thoughtful you are point of view, right? So when it comes to hackathons, I'll hit on hackathons first. The selection of the hackathon you're going to do really matters, right? So you want to look for events that have really high quality co-sponsors, and you want to look for organizations that put out lots of good content and seem like they're on top of their stuff, right? You should ask yourself before you show up at a hackathon and before you pay money to be at the hackathon, what kind of community is this event going to attract? And is that community one that you want building on top of your protocol, right? Or your technology in general. Two really good examples that are kind of the gold standard are ETH Global and Devfolio. I love ETH Global. If you're an ETH Global person in here, thank you for doing good work at good hackathons. That's right. So look for teams like that, right? It helps. And then at the hackathon, one thing that's counterintuitive is you should prepare a couple of ideas at least before the hackathon starts, because we all like to sit here and say, hey, we're just so excited for the applications no one's even thought of yet, right? And it's true that you will be surprised and people will build cool things on your tech stack, but people have 2 days here. They have a lot of things coming at them. Give them something to work with. Give them some idea to start with. It's really helpful. And ideally, those ideas integrate well with other sponsors. Devs at hackathons like to stack prizes on top of each other. They look for ways to integrate multiple things, and it's worth keeping that in mind. And then obviously, you want to be friendly. Being friendly really matters, obviously, at hackathons. So that's how to think about hackathons. The other thing that we do at Superfluid is we think about bounties a little bit differently, right? So I think that when it comes to developer experience and building developer communities, using bounties, like individual bounties to get people to complete tasks is a little bit overrated. You can crowdsource some good content and things, but what we kind of like to use bounties for is to get Giga brains and really smart people looking at your code base. That's what you want, right? You want to have them looking at your technology, and ideally they go out and they build something brand new as a result of seeing this, right? That's a very important thing to note, right? Again, this is just kind of a regurgitation of what I just said. They're decent for crowdsourcing tutorials and educational content, but again, use them to get smart people looking at your technology. All right, so to wrap up here, right, I want to go through a couple of Devrel failure modes, right, that I've experienced and mistakes that I've made and mistakes that I see in the space, just to give you something to walk away with, and then I'll kind of recap and remind us all of what the goal is here. So some Devrel common failure modes. Number one, trying to throw money at the problem, right? We talked about that. Number two, not seeding your community with enough interesting ideas and examples to work with, right? You can't have people, you can't expect people to read your mind, right? Giving them something to work on is sometimes very useful. Another three is adding or assuming too much content in your docs and tutorials, right? Meet developers where they are, understand those personas, and you'll be much more successful. Four is doing way too much low leverage work, right? So that's me in the beginning, only answering questions and not really working on our docs. But on the flip side, go too far there. You can only focus on high leverage work, right? And if you do that, you don't do the things that don't scale, meaning you make people feel like you don't care about them by not answering questions in your Discord and not staying. For example, we stay up until 3 a.m. some nights at hackathons, right? That's not exactly high leverage, but it does help us build goodwill with the ecosystem, right? So be willing to do those things in addition to some of the higher leverage stuff. It's both important. And then finally, the thing I'll leave you with is to remember what success looks like here. I think, we sometimes forget that. We just get in this cycle of just throwing money at hackathons and just, going to all these conferences and things, and we forget that success looks like a thriving community of developers who tell all their friends, their bosses, and other people they know about your product, that help developers, other developers in your community, right, that give back to you, that build their integrations at their existing company or protocol between your stack, and that ultimately launch businesses that are built using the technology you build, right? That's all the things that really matter. So if you're interested in all this stuff, I love talking shop on Devrel things. Thank you all for coming today. Get in touch with me on Twitter at sflamini5. I'm also in Discord at SamF Superfluid with this little 0902 thing.
So yeah, come say hi. I'll be outside to answer questions if you guys have any questions or would just like to talk or meet up. And thank you so much for joining us today. Oh, one more thing. I have my friend Yao in the audience. We're gonna have a Devrel meetup tonight from 6, right, Yao? 6 to 9:30. From 6:30 to 9. All right. So if you're interested in this stuff, we have some cool Devrel professionals and developer community experts coming. Stop by, say hi, and we'll have a good time. So thank you again.
Thanks very much, Sam, for all your insights and takeaways there. Next up, and still on the developer infrastructure track, we have Franco Zeoli. Franco is the co-founder and CEO of Nomic, originally from Argentina and currently based in LATAM. Franco will be discussing and sharing all of the insights from creating an Ethereum nonprofit. Please join me in welcoming Franco. who have just walked in, I'd now like to introduce our next speaker on the developer infrastructure track. We're really lucky to have Franco Zeoli here, who will be speaking about the creation of an Ethereum nonprofit. Please join me in welcoming Franco.
Hey everyone, thank you for coming. I'm Franco, co-founder and CEO at the Nomic Foundation, and today I'm going to be telling you a bit about the story of how we got here, what we're working on, and a bit of our vision for the organization. So Nomic Foundation, Ethereum dedicated nonprofit. We basically build developer infrastructure and developer tooling to improve Ethereum developer experience. That means we're working for Ethereum, we're dedicated to Ethereum, and we're trying to empower developers to decentralize the world. So we're best known for building Hardhat. Hardhat is the leading developer tool in the Ethereum ecosystem beyond. Developers use it to build, test, and debug their software. There's a whole ecosystem of community plugins and nice things going on there. But we didn't always do this, and I'll share a bit of the story of how we got here. We got involved with Ethereum in 2017. We built contracts, dApps, we audited stuff, but by 2018, we started focusing on audits, and out of our own need to be more effective when doing technical work, we started working on a developer tool, while at the same time we were exploring what to do. We were founders trying to find what we actually wanted to work on, and audits were just our way of paying the bills, but we needed to be more effective. So we created Builder, which then in 2020 became Hardhat, because that was an awful name. And it was for internal use. We open sourced it, some of our friends liked it, people started using it. We saw a need for it. We applied for a grant from the Ethereum Foundation, which they gave to us, and we spent the rest of the year continuing our exploration for what we wanted to do, while working on the side on Builder to deliver on the roadmap that we set out for the grant. But by 2019, we realized that something needed to change. We needed to focus on something to actually do it well. And we had, or actually my co-founder, Patricio, had this vision for what Hardhat could grow into. There were big missing things, and we knew that if we just built out these things that were missing, there was a lot of value that we could add to a lot of people. And we were just thinking about the level of productivity that people were dealing with, and if we managed to improve that very significantly, it was very interesting to think what it could mean for the entire Ethereum ecosystem. So with 4 months of runway in the bank, we decided to drop all of the auditing and focus on our little open source project that had maybe 10, 15 users. Yeah, that's where our relationship with the Ethereum Foundation started. As my co-founder focused on building, I went out to get some more money. I asked absolutely everyone that was close to the EVM. This was 2018, the year where Ethereum killers were hot. So I asked everyone for money. Almost no one gave us money. But we had an existing relationship with Ethereum Foundation, so there was a conversation ongoing there. And through that, we ended up meeting some people at the management team of Ethereum Foundation who turned out were looking for ways for people in the community that could help them improve Ethereum developer experience. Right? They knew there was an issue that needed improvement, and what they found in us was a team that had a working product, some users, a diagnosis of the situation, a concrete plan, and we were looking for funding. So it was a pretty good match. We started collaborating with them. They gave us another small grant to implement Solidity stack traces. And as part of this same collaboration, we would generally help them improve Ethereum, right? This was not just working on hard hat, but how do we make Ethereum as a whole better? And we ended up putting together a very small, or relatively small, roadmap of projects that we thought were very high priority, high impact, that could be delivered quickly and would make a meaningful difference in a short amount of time. We worked on that. It was great. Went really well. We hit it off. And by 2020, the relationship took another step. And we became what EF calls delegated domain allocators, which is EF terminology for when they empower someone in the community to allocate EF resources to improve specific domain within Ethereum. Basically, it started funding us more aggressively and allowing us to allocate more funding. We started giving out grants. We spent a bit less than the first quarter of the year doing a lot of research, trying to figure out what were the sources of all of these issues. And we worked on things like, we worked on many things, but to give you an idea of the kind of Ethereum general Ethereum projects that we work on, we got GitHub to have Solidity syntax highlighting on by default before you needed to use an obscure .dot file in your repo for that to work. We entirely replaced the cryptography dependencies that were being used across the stack. That was a pretty big project today that's called Ethereum cryptography, where we put together a new package with all of the cryptography primitives that were needed, and then work with every single team maintaining all of the different components across the stack to replace them, and that led to the entire thing being a lot more reliable and have less friction. These are just some example of like 17 different projects that we worked on this year, but just to give you an idea of, it was just pure Ethereum and not really anything related to hard hat. So 2020, hard hat really takes off. It wasn't until 2021 that it got really crazy. But by 2020, by the end of 2020, the trend was very, very clear. The professional core ecosystem of Ethereum had mostly all of them adopted hard hat, and this was great, a lot of fun. People were very happy with the product, and we learned a ton. But by the end of the year, we realized a whole bunch of things. These are, I think, the main takeaways. The main one being, doing this is very hard. Building sophisticated tooling, it's for Ethereum specifically in its current state, it's super challenging. And we realized that the next 10x, with all of this work and a lot of other things that went on that year in the ecosystem, Ethereum DevX improved hugely. But there's still a lot more that can be done. And we realized that the next 10x is not going to come from hard hat. It's not going to come from any single tool out there. Because what we realized is that a great development platform for Ethereum in, let's say, 5 years is one that is diverse. Today the ecosystem is very focused on Node.js and Solidity, but that's unlikely to remain the case for a long time. And in software, for the exact same problem, there are a variety of different solutions that are all valid, depending on personal preference, on circumstance, on different trade-offs that different projects have. So just having a few or one or two solutions for each thing usually is not the case in larger platforms. So we know that what we need is not another specific feature. It's not about missing functionality, the next big step up. It's more about general growth and more availability and diversity within the tool, within the ecosystem, which is the third point. So we knew a new plan, hard hat and everything else that we worked on in 2020 worked out. But that was a very urgent execution of, oh my God, this needs to be better. Let's do it better. But then we needed an entirely new plan because to do that weren't actually that many. In 1 year, we covered most of it. So, but for 2021 and forward, we came up with a new plan that we proposed to Ethereum Foundation, and we realized basically that what we had to do is go one layer below hard hat and rebuild the foundations down there. You know, the things that weren't there that we would have loved to be there when we built hard hat, build those things so that other people will build more things like hard hat, truffle, remix, brownie, and so on. So that's a new plan. You know, build core infrastructure to make it easier, cheaper, and certainly better to build new developer tools like hard hat. So, and I'll get into what that actually means in a bit. But you know, by 2021, the crypto market was in the advanced stage of the bull market, and the whole reason why we were doing this in the beginning as entrepreneurs who were trying to build a business was, well, to build a business, right? Like even the relationship with the EF felt like a win-win, because we would get to build our product, build relationships, build a position of leadership, build a brand, and in the process help them improve Ethereum, which would grow the pipe for everyone. It was a win-win, but it was initially we saw it as a great strategic stepping stone towards eventually building a business, monetizing something. And given the market context being ideal for fundraising, we thought that if we're actually going to do it, build a business around this, now is the time to fundraise, get the money, and do it. So we felt forced to make a decision, and we decided not to. And the reasons why we decided not to build a business and instead turned into a nonprofit are a bunch, and I can't cover them all. And some have to do with what we think is best for Ethereum in the long term, and many others have a lot to do with just personal things, motivations, and preferences that we, the founders, have. And you know, the main three ones that I'd like to share today is, one, we loved the experience of working for Ethereum. You know, we had spent the past year and a half basically being part of the Ethereum team, since our mandate towards the EF was improve Ethereum, you know, deliver value to Ethereum developers. And even hard hat was just something that at the time needed to happen. You know, it was the right vehicle at the time to deliver value to Ethereum developers, but end-to-end, the whole thing that we were doing was trying to improve Ethereum, and this was an amazing experience, super gratifying, super challenging, simulating, and we didn't want to let go of that and simply silo ourselves to just how do we make money out of hard hat, which would have been a much smaller scope than what we had been working on so far. Another thing is that developer experience, we think, is absolutely core, crucial, and critical to Ethereum, and it's also very hard. You know, there's a lot of attention that goes to the work being done on the protocol layer, and makes sense. It's amazing work. The merge has been an insane feat of engineering, and without taking any kind of credit away from how critical all of that work is, we shouldn't forget that all of that work is there to support what Ethereum offers. You know, the network supports the value proposition, which is a platform to build decentralized software. So if we have the most amazing scalable network and it's decentralized, but when you actually want to use it to build something on top, it's not that great, then that's a significant issue for Ethereum. So we think this is just a really valuable contribution that we can make to the project. And then, you know, the entire speed of innovation in the ecosystem and its growth are very much directly affected by developer productivity. You know, the faster your developers can write code, iterate, debug, test, launch, and repeat, you know, the faster everything will improve, the more users will be captured. Generally, by improving developer experience, we inject productivity into every single team into the ecosystem, which has a super powerful compounding effect over the long term, right? Like faster, 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 faster. And then the last one, you know, tell me you're from a developed country without saying you're from a developed country. Crypto has no use cases. You know, like as Argentine founders, we got involved with crypto in 2015, initially with Bitcoin, and having lived our entire lives in Argentina and struggle and experience the day-to-day limitations that come from living in a place like that. Even in 2015, it was already obvious that this thing had the potential to mean something very meaningful to a lot of people, and we're just very big believers in what this can change and mean in the long term for people who live in countries like ours. So we went ahead with it, and we raised $22 million in donations from across the ecosystem, with the Ethereum Foundation being the largest donor, but we had a bunch of amazing organizations and individuals donating to get this new Ethereum nonprofit off the ground. Uniswap now, Vitalik, Coinbase, the Graph, Chainlink, Polygon, and many others, all very long-term thinking organizations that we're very thankful towards. So how are we going to do all of this? How are we actually going to empower developers to decentralize the world? As I mentioned before, we came up with a new plan that was all about getting the entire tooling ecosystem to grow more and become more diverse. And for that, we're basically building new infrastructure to make it easy to do that. These two components, Slang and RefNet, are actually one same project, massive project with two very large components. Slang is a new Solidity compiler that we're building, which is designed from the ground up to make it easier to build developer tooling for Solidity, right? So it turns out that in a development platform, the very core of it is the compiler, and many of the tools that we use rely and integrate deeply with the compiler. So if we actually design the compiler for that purpose, it can be a lot easier, more effective than it is today. And this isn't meant to replace Sol-C. Sol-C, it's compiles and you deploy it to mainnet, and this compiler is not going to be for that. It's going to be used during the development process, because its main target audience is tool developers, and what we care about is basically making sure that there are great insights during the development process, not when you need to deploy it. And by not aiming for a mainnet deployment, we're actually able to rid ourselves of a lot of very difficult constraints that Sol-C has to deal with, and make those constraints make many of the things that we want to do basically impossible to do for the Sol-C team. So these two compilers are actually going to be complementary, and we're going to be using them together. There are one RefNet. It's going to be a reusable debugging runtime, also to build tooling. It turns out that Hardhat is actually a pretty complex piece of software with completely different objectives and constraints. It's basically an Ethereum node. It's got a lot of the very same components, a mempool, an EVM, and storage, consensus component, and an entire layer of debugging features on top, where we do runtime observation to figure out what's going on with the bytecode execution to then tell developers. And that's what basically every tool that wants to provide the runtime insights to developers has to do. Right? It's what we've all done. Truffle, Brownie, Remix, we've all built this same thing, which requires very in-depth knowledge of the platform, because you need to basically build an Ethereum node, right? Like when you use mainnet forking in Hardhat, it pulls data from mainnet and it works as if it's mainnet. It's basically a node with very different objectives. So if someone wants to build a new tool, instead of them spending 6 months figuring this out, putting the pieces together to only then start working on the very first developer feature, we can just build a thing that is reusable, that is extensible, that is very modular, and that if someone wants to build a new developer tool, they can use as a starting point, and it will be a lot easier. These are the things that we would have loved to have when we built Hardhat and didn't, and we suffered through it, and we don't want anyone else to live through that. So, where's Hardhat in all of this? We haven't forgotten about Hardhat. Hardhat very much remains a very core priority for Nomic, and these projects are all about the long term. Like they will take a while to drive meaningful impact, as they are dependent on other people building things on top that then end users use. But until then, developers still have needs today. Need have users to service, bugs to fix, and hard hat remains our response to those needs that developers have today. So hard hat is growing. So we're expanding and continuing to increase our investment into hard hat, and it's expanding into a suite of tools. Hard hat runner and hard hat network are the main components that everyone's been using. You know, the CLI task runner, which is basically what you run and what contains the config system and the plugin architecture and all of the extensibility and the kind of starting point that connects everything else. That's Hard Hat Runner. Then Hard Hat Network is the development node. And we recently, this year, launched our VS Code extension, which makes Solidity editing feel a lot more modern, provides basically advanced Solidity editing assistance. John gave a talk about it yesterday that you should look up. Then Ignition has been in development for a while. We're going to launch it soon. It's going to be this infrastructure as code deployments tool that we're hoping will change the game of deployments. And then what you're going to start seeing is that all of these things start seeing more and more integrations across them. While it's an objective that these things can be used in isolation, including in combination with other tools. But if you use them together, cool things should happen. So that's basically the roadmap. We're 12 people. We're Ethereum dedicated. We're impact driven. What we do doesn't run after financial metrics. And if you would like to write some Rust to build a compiler or help us improve Hard Hat to continue empowering the ecosystem to keep building cool stuff, we're hiring. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much, Franco. Great to hear your insights there. For those of you who are just walking back into the room, we're switching it back up to the opportunity and global impact track. Next up, we will hear from Mario Havel, and he will be sharing what he has learned from building a parallel economy using Ethereum. Before I introduce Mario, do we have friends in the audience from Central Europe today? Raise your hands. Central Europe. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. Mario is someone I've had the great pleasure of hanging out with and also learning from. He is a protocol supporter and researcher working with the Ethereum Foundation, co-founder of the Bordel hackerspace. A bit louder. Mario has been building and educating local communities in Bratislava, Prague, Barcelona, inspired many people to live crypto native and contribute to the free and open source software ecosystems. Please join me in welcoming Mario.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. I really appreciate that. And I'm excited there is so many friends from Central Europe here because what I'm planning to do here today is actually to share a bit of experience from Central Europe, experience of building local parallel polis. So the name of the talk in the schedule is Building Parallel Economy, but that's too narrow topic, and it will be actually more about parallel society, parallel structures in general. So yeah, so that's the first question, I guess. What is this parallel society? What are these parallel structures I'm talking about? And yeah, let's see where it leads. So first of all, to somehow define, somehow explain what are the parallel societies, let's talk a bit about theory of social change. I believe that many people in the world, but especially all of you folks here, have ideas how to make world better, how to improve societies, how to make betterment for everybody. Because, well, there are many issues in the current society, in the governments, in the cultures, and there are a bunch of utopias, but especially there are various ways how to achieve the change, how to achieve this improvement. And I will very oversimplify the social change theory. I'm very sorry about that. But to sum it up, we have some top-down approach to changing society, which is we can imagine some politician creating better rules which will improve the life. We have, or like also I vote, right? I'm giving my voice to somebody speaking for me. So he has then the top-down power. The bottom-up approach coming from communities, coming from people, from activists, whether it's entrepreneurial, non-profit activism, and people actually building projects which are permissionlessly changing the world. And within the social change, I also have to mention revolutions, which are another maybe kind of sudden kind of change in society. I hope you can see the slides through me, actually. Yeah, nice. And I mean, we can argue about many issues of these approaches. First of all, there is the violence involved. Especially in the top-down approach, when we have government enforcing rules, it requires coercion. Also, revolution can be kind of violent, and there might be hidden violence even in some bottom-up approaches. So that's one of the critique. And the second thing is effectiveness of various approaches to social change, and the effectiveness in the terms of social context, I would say. So the problem with, for example, the top-down approach is that the politician or somebody who is creating these rules for us needs to follow the zeitgeist of society, the social context. For example, the politician in very conservative country cannot make very liberal reforms, right? So he always needs to follow what the electorate wants. But also in the bottom-up systems, we are limited by the social context in multiple ways. Like when you are creating a movement which is too outside of the Overton window, it's hard to gain traction, and you might be even auto-censored, and also in the activism we see. we see these limits where I'm putting my productive energy to something I believe in, but it might be used completely differently in the current social context. So for example, I'm building some open source tools. I'm contributing to some open source ecosystem, and now government takes this open program and use it for an army, for example. So I've actually contributed to something I didn't want it at all. So yeah, so we can argue about like effectiveness and issues with the social change, but the main issue here, or what I want to mention, is that none of these work in totalitarian regimes. So in authoritarian regime where you, well, cannot freely vote, so the top-down doesn't work at all. You don't have freedom of expression. People cannot do any forms of activism. This is not possible. And so what would I like to share here is the experience from Czechoslovakia, which experienced decades of totalitarianism after communist regime, which started after Second World War. And in late 60s, there was a kind of a liberal wave in the socialist, communist-run Czechoslovakia, which argued for opening borders so people can actually travel to the West, for example, argued for certain free market principles, and so on and so on. And of course, the big Soviet brother didn't like that. And as a part of the Eastern Bloc, it was something which was very discouraged, and it resulted in invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968. And yeah, so the Warsaw Pact, the Soviets just sent tanks, and well, compared to Ukraine these days, Czechoslovakia was not able to fight back. So for coming years, it experienced strong Soviet-run communist authoritarian regime. And, especially in the 70s, in the coming years, there was era of so-called normalization, which was a wave of a strong totalitarianism. And this resulted in intellectuals, in people, in scientists, in artists being persecuted, being forced to become just workforce, not the intellectuals, and people were persecuted, spied on. And of course, this kind of totalitarianism results in some opposition, in some dissident movement. And there was, so around the whole Eastern Bloc, there were many interesting and courageous dissident movements, and in Czechoslovakia there was also various of them, for example, like Second Culture, which was, for example, folk singers, artists, like, but one important and probably the best renowned dissident movement from Czech Republic or Czechoslovakia that I need to mention is Charter 77. And Charta, or Charter 77, was, it was a collection of essays. It was a petition which was appealing to government, so it starts to comply with basically what it promised, with to stop violating human rights, civic rights, and as peaceful as humanitarian this movement was, the government really took it back. Government started to chase people behind Charter 77 and publicly destroying their figures, and basically it was, yeah, so there are many interesting people on this picture. You might know on the very left Václav Havel, who later became the first president of Czech Republic, and he's world-renowned humanitarian, liberal. And so the charter, it was a collection of essays. It had few spokesmen. And one of the colleagues of Václav Havel, one of the leading personas in Charter 77, on the right here, was Václav Benda. And he, within this dissident movement, he actually focused on exploring how is the movement itself evolving, how it reacts to the persecution from government. And he described it as parallel polis. He noticed that this contraculture, this persecuted subculture or movement is building parallel structures, its own culture, its own education, right? There was many books which were just prohibited, and these were distributed, hand written within these communities. So he described it as parallel polis, and parallel polis in original, or parallel polis, could be defined as set of strategies for creating some independent society. This is outside of the context. This big quote here by R.B. Fuller, but it kind of sums up the idea that I have there. Basically, when I'm in the society like the communist regime, right? I cannot fight against it. We cannot have protests because we will be violently punished. We don't have any freedom of expression. We cannot write freely. There is only a single party, the Communist Party. We can vote. We cannot change anything. So we are forced to building free, independent parallel structures. And it's not just like out of a necessity, but I believe that it's also effective and moral approach. This is something similar to what Gandhi says, right? Be the change you want to see in the world. And so yeah, parallel polis is, to me, a set of strategies, set of various parallel structures. And here are some examples. So the pillars of parallel polis would be not just, the name of the talk is the parallel economy, but here it's just within the context, right? So it's parallel education, parallel economy, parallel culture, civic rights protection, which was actually the main reason behind the Charter 77, parallel infrastructure, governance systems for these people. And this is not something which is strictly defined, which is like, okay, this is the parallel polis, these structures. These are just examples. It's always based on the circumstances, what the independent society actually requires in that moment. And it's completely up to you, right? Up the community, what it needs in that context. And yeah, speaking about the social context, when I mentioned before, so here is a beautiful thing which parallel polis enables, and that's actually having these, let's say, design principles rooted in the parallel polis itself. So when we are building these parallel structures, we are building them on the basis of positive social context, and we can feel free to put our productive energy towards parallel polis. And this parallel polis is not something the Czechoslovak dissidents invented. It's something what Václav Benda described, but I would say it's an anthropological constant throughout the history. We see people creating parallel structures out of necessity throughout the whole history, whether it's Christians who were persecuted in the ancient Rome, or in the recent history, maybe hippie movement or LGBT and similar countercultures ended up actually building their own parallel structures. Okay, now where Ethereum fits in all of this, and Ethereum, or like speaking about these technologies, I have to go all the way back to Cypherpunk, and Cypherpunk is another movement which actually comes to life in late 70s and 80s, and this was a movement community of various interesting people, many programmers, scientists, mathematicians, entrepreneurs, people who, at a time where internet, computers, and encryption started to spread, the governments, well, wanted to fight with it, right? The government said the encryption is a weapon. It's something which only army can have, and wanted to limit what people can do with their computers, what can actually happen, what kind of encryption we can use. And cypherpunks were people who stood against this, who not just built tools, as it's described here very nicely by Eric Hughes. It's build the tools, but also created precedences against regulation of cryptography. For example, Fillmore, who started EFF, Electronic Frontier Foundation, very renowned today. And so the cypherpunks, so the first part here, it's a it's a part of a Cypherpunk manifesto by Eric Hughes. And the second part is a manifesto of crypto anarchy, which is a movement coming out from the growing from the Cypherpunk, and the manifesto was written by Timothy C. May, the guy on the left in the picture. And Timothy May took the idea of the cypherpunk even further, not just to protect ourselves, but to actually achieve freedom through the digital technologies. It's like 30 years old. It was first distributed on a conference, Crypto 88, in 1988. And I have to say it's very prophetic if you read it. And he's arguing basically about what we see today. I believe that today, when you look at the world, when you look at the digital world, the digital realm is well, I would say bigger than the physical one. It's maybe even more important. And we can leverage these technologies because the government, the authoritarians will have the power, the coercion power in the physical world, but they are losing it and maybe never really had it in the digital one. And that's thanks to tools of crypto anarchy. The crypto anarchy sounds a bit like something ideological, like it's some political idea, like anarchism based on crypto. I don't know. To me, crypto anarchism is a set of tools. It's a toolbox which allows for many important things. Generally, I would say that crypto anarchy allows to build human interactions more voluntarily rather than based on coercion, and it comes with many important tools. With tools for anonymity on the internet, digital money, encryption and privacy, which I believe is the fundamental building block for freedom. So we have this parallel polis, which is a set of strategies for building independent parallel structures, and now we have crypto anarchy, which is set of tools for building independent communities. Well, it kind of fits together, doesn't it? So there is this lovely building in Prague called Paralelní, as you can see, Institute of Crypto Anarchy. And I would say this building is actually like the manifestation of the connection between the physical and digital world. And this is where it comes together, in the idea that we can build these parallel structures, these independent communities, thanks to the tools of crypto anarchy. And Paralelní has been running for over 9 years now, educating about these technologies and experimenting with them. And so in the talk, I would like to actually later explain some examples of how we experimented with Ethereum as a tool of crypto anarchy for building parallel societies. But one piece that got Paralelní famous is actually this little place, Bordel. And many of you who follow the merge might heard about Bordel WTF, but it's named after actual physical place, which is in basement down there of this building. And the basement is called Bordel, and you might know these memes about the Robston merge with the whole Get team, which happened there. So the Paralelní is like open platform, talking about a specific project, it's open platform for various communities to meet, because like when various communities, now I'm talking about the crypto, not just Ethereum, but we have Bitcoiners, Monero people, I have Monero stocks here, and also people who are actually building privacy tooling and encryption tooling, and artists and so on meet in this place and create beautiful things. So there are a few things we experimented with in Paralelní, considering Ethereum. So like, I mean, I don't really have to explain this. I believe that you folks who understand Ethereum know that it's such a strong tool for what I explained, because it enables permissionless coordination. And I would say it's a Cypherpunk, SolarPunk, LunarPunk, SagePunk, and PixelPunk tool. Very versatile tool. Kind of when I have a toolbox in the crypto anarchy tools, Ethereum would be a Swiss knife, which enables me many things. And these are some of those few important things that we use in our little experiment with Paralelní. And first of all, the DeFi, or the open finance, the permissionless finance which Ethereum enables. This is something which is necessity for I would say dissidents, or for people who don't have access to the traditional finance or don't agree with immorality of the traditional finance and want to explore the permissionless alternatives. And Parallel Polis, this building that I showed, accepts only cryptocurrencies for the whole of its existence. There is actually a Bitcoin cafe. It's a cafe which accepts only crypto. There is a co-working. There is many people coming to this building and they are forced to pay with crypto. So all the income is actually only in cryptocurrencies. And it's kind of a mess to live crypto natively because of the volatility, because of the bear markets, which will come always, right? So thanks to Ethereum, we have tools like stablecoins. We have tools like collateralized loans. So the DeFi here is not about chasing yield farming, but about actually using this to survive economically in some parallel economy. So as an individual who is living without banks, it's a tool which is a necessity to be able to survive with just crypto. But also as the organization, as Polis, it's great that we have the tool like loans. And it's not just using the tools, but there are also people coming from Parallel Polis who are creating these tools. There is PWN, Pawn Finance, which is aiming to bring mortgages for crypto natives, for people who don't have or don't want to have, can have access to the traditional finance. Public goods, I also don't have to go deep in those because you folks are here, you understand what public goods meme in Ethereum is. But it's the realization here, how it clicks. It's really amazing, right? I mean, we have the parallel society, the parallel structures, which are mostly all public goods. The whole building that I show, it's a non-profit, it's public good, which provides education, it provides platform, and it's something which needs to be funded not via coercion, via taxes or so on, but but alternatively, regeneratively, and what we experienced is that Parallel Polis got successfully crowdfunded multiple projects, not just for itself, but for example, the other tough COVID winter, Parallel Polis took, the volunteers from Parallel Polis had a truck with Bitcoin coffee on the wheels and provided coffee for doctors fighting the COVID in the hospitals. And this coffee was free for them. It was crowdfunded mostly with Bitcoin and fiat, not with Ethereum, to be honest. But still, the crowdfunding and the public good funding in Ethereum tools are much stronger. Parallel Polis accepts donation on Gitcoin, on Giveit, and generally, if we want parallel structures, they need this kind of funding. I'm running out of time, but yeah, the governance, another important part. We need reputation systems and governance. What we experimented with is, for example, tokens for people who are contributing, for volunteers who get awarded with our own token, and based on this, you can track the contributions in the physical space, right, in the local community, but also in the digital one. Like example of the digital Parallel Polis would be, for example, the network states. There is Balaji's book about it. Vitalik has a good article on it, and or like network states or parallel or cloud societies or parallel societies. It all sounds the same to me. And these are local or digital communities which need governance and reputation systems, and Ethereum provides that. Parallel Polis, the specific project in Prague, created these beautiful silver coins or medals as a tribute to Alan Turing. The certificate of these is NFT on Ethereum, but also before we there were coins, silver and even some gold ones with Aaron Swartz, Ross Ulbricht, and others. And these had certificate on Bitcoin as a multisig on Bitcoin, so it was kind of legacy technology, but still this is something which stands. Crypto weddings were a cool idea which almost got materialized in the Slovak version of Parallel Polis in Bratislava, where a lawyer was working on basically this parallel kind of wedding where, so as a homosexual, he was fighting for having same-sex marriages, which are not possible in this country, but he created, as a lawyer, he created contracts, peer-to-peer contracts, which enable similar similar things as having the normal legal marriage, and the certificate of these can be a contract on Ethereum. It was, security system. This was a concept which didn't get materialized, but there was a nice idea, nice concept about having like parallel Uber kind of police based on Ethereum in a way that I have a fountain, I have a physical device in my home, which I fund through a contract, and when you come, you beep your NFC card like you have these cards with your ENS, and you get rewarded by basically securing the perimeter. As a proof of concept of these, we had there was a bird feeder in Paralpolis. It's a cute project which does this incentivization for this kind of incentivization for feeding birds. So we have like a bird feeder with a device where you tap your card, you put their bird seed, and you get paid from a contract where everybody can send money, right, for feeding the birds. So incentive systems and environmental protection, another important thing which Ethereum also helps with in free, independent manner. There is a project which was also funded thanks to quadratic funding, which was at ETH Prague in Paralpolis, NF Turtles, and these are folks from Enviro meetups from Paralpolis, who another piece of community which came and learned about this ecosystem. And these folks are coming to Indonesia, saving turtles. And the thing is that each turtle is unique. They have unique faces, like people. So they make NFTs out of them, and you can adopt them, you can buy them, and support the actual protection of the turtles, because it's a lot of work to be on the beach all the time and make sure that they're right. Yeah, good. I think I went through it. So the motto that we use in Paralpolis is enter the outside. Idea here is that thanks to these technologies, thanks to these Paral structures, we can, I don't want to say opt out. When people often say this opt out from the system, use crypto, you are opting out. But it's not like opting out to some vacuum, because you are actually entering something, right? So you enter the Paralpolis, but at the same time, you're entering outside. And better in English, I like it in Spanish or Czech, entrar afuera. So, yeah, enter the outside. I guess that's it. Thank you so much. I can't believe I made it on time. And I'm not sure if we have room for some questions. Anybody? It's all right. Thank you so much for coming, folks. I really appreciate all of you here. Hope you liked it, and I will be around here. You can find me. If you see masked Anon, it's still me. Just leaked it, but whatever. Yeah, and normally I work in the protocol support. This was totally out of EF stuff, but there is my email. Feel free to contact me or Twitter. Yeah, thank you so much again.
Thank you, Mario. Moving to the governance and coordination track, our next guest is Charles St. Louis. Charles is the COO and head of governance at Element Finance. Previously, he was the decentralized governance architect at Maker Foundation. He's been an active contributor to Ethereum, the Ethereum cat herders, helping with improving the EIP process, coordination of hard forks, advising ETH.org, and working on Ethereum developer growth strategy. Here in Bogotá, Charles has been enjoying hiking, and today Charles will be discussing why crypto protocols are failing at governance. Please join me in welcoming Charles.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Hey. So this has been absolutely great, hasn't it? I mean, we waited 3 years to come back to DevCon. The talks have been absolutely incredible. I just can't stop smiling. I'm seeing so many friendly faces, so many new faces. I'm just so happy. There have been many themes of this conference. The merge, of course, is the highlight. We have a lot of L2 development, ZKs, DeFi protocols with their financial primitives, and many more. But we can't forget about governance. After all, governance, or lack thereof, has a massive dependency on the success of our protocols. So today we're going to talk about our governance structures, why they're failing, our DAOs and protocols, and how to approach fixing it. I might have a small lie throughout the presentation, so I hope you can spot it. But yeah, again, I'm Charles St. Louis. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Element Finance and Head of Governance. I previously worked at the Maker Foundation as the Decentralized Governance Architect. And today, I'm talking about how to fix our governance systems from the failing our DAOs. So, of course, Element is a fixed rate protocol for variable and yield markets, but today I'm talking about a governance protocol that we also built. So our company is very focused on research and development, and governance is very dear to our hearts. So we spent a lot of time, countless hours on this governance research, and we came up with something called Council, which I'll get into a bit later. But before I talk about all the challenges and things we dislike about governance, I just want to do a quick little fun journey down history lane. So since humans have existed, there's been some form of governance and coordination. Let's say it starts with tribes and clans 3 million years ago, where people started grouping together to make resource gathering a lot more efficient. Give or take a couple of years later, we had kingdoms, and that came with kings, taxation, and better resource defense for the resource gathering that we developed over the past 1,000 years. The next came empires, which introduced a large amount of hierarchies and power inequality. But the thing about empires is that they always fail. From empires, we came to democracy. It didn't come easy. There was a lot of battling and fighting to make this happen. But it truly introduced the first concept of the vote, where everyone in society, or at least some people in society, inclusivity didn't take that much time to develop through that. But each person had a say in their governance decisions and how things move forward. So democracy was great and all, but it also had some problems. Tyranny of the majority, and also bad decisions getting pushed forward because people just simply didn't want to vote. I mean, I can probably count 80% of you who probably don't want to vote in their local jurisdictions or in decentralized governance. So how can we expect this to be an efficient system? From democracies, we had republics, which weren't too far away from each other. As you can see here, they're not mutually exclusive. The only difference is that we're essentially trusting people who are paid, compensated to be experts in their area to make decisions for us. And obviously with republics came constitutional republics and so on. It is paraphrased history. So today, many forms of these governance systems exist. They're emulated, they're improved upon. But we also have new forms of technology that have evolved our governance systems. The internet, of course, blockchain, and many more. So at this point, I hope you can kind of see some similarities between what we've done in the past and what we've learned, and how they translate directly to our systems today in DeFi and crypto. So the first one, direct democracy, I think it's pretty self-explanatory here. I think the closest one that we have is the one token, one vote. We have the new system of reputational voting, where you have non-transferable voting power based on your contributions to your community or your society and whatnot. And then we have an emulation of representative democracy, which is token-weighted voting with delegation. We even have republic-like DAOs, where teams are voted in to do their areas of expertise and basically deliver finance work, operations, and all that. But we trust them to do that work on behalf of our DAO to push it forward. So by now, I'm sure you're all wondering why I gave you this weird history lesson. but I swear I do have a point. And that point is governments fail. They failed and evolved over thousands of years. It takes time to find out what works, and what works often changes. Nothing is permanent. So why are we building our governance systems as if we're going to get it right on the first try or first deployment? It's pretty silly, isn't it? It's not realistic, it doesn't work, the rules are complex, people don't want to vote, it's just not working. So these are some of the pioneers of the governance systems that we've seen in Ethereum and generally in blockchain. And I'm not picking on these protocols at all. They've done so much for the entire ecosystem. But there definitely are some challenges in these systems around adapting too slowly or not at all. We have a lot to thank to Maker. They were the first on-chain system in Ethereum, and they've done so much great work. But at the same time, they aren't easily adaptable. They have a smart contract system that was deployed once. In order to change anything, you'd have to completely redeploy the system. You'd have a token migration, you'd have a lot of technical debt, user disruption, and much more. So it's not simply easy to evolve. In a similar case with Compound, yes, they did master upgradability of smart contracts, but that also comes with the technical debt, user disruption, every time they want to add a feature or a security feature. And that is a problem because a lot of protocols in this space have actually forked Compound governance. We've gone from Alpha to Bravo. Projects like Uniswap and Gitcoin are both following that system, and they have to upgrade their systems each time too, or else they fall victim to vulnerabilities, security, and lack of features. We also have a big favorite here, Yearn. Their protocol is absolutely awesome. They have this upgradability via modularity system in their core protocol. However, on the governance side, it's still a little lacking because it is relying on a lot of semi-centralized parties with multi-sigs executing transactions. Lastly, not so related to DeFi, but we have Aragon. Debatably one of the projects who invented the term DAO and really brought it to the market. And they've done a lot of customization with their projects. So you can do a lot of different voting systems, different types of quorums, et cetera, et cetera. But because it's so customizable, the smart contract structure suffers a little. It's almost too upgradable in the sense of smart contract upgradability, not just modularity. So this is the part that you're all waiting for. I'm going to take a sip of water first so I can keep you on the edge of your seats. All right, so here's the little lie that I told you about. So I'm not going to tell you that there's one solution fixes all our problems. There's way too many to address there. But there is something that we can do to help significantly improve the failure of all our governance systems and help them adapt way faster. And that is to build adaptable governance systems from the start. And I know that's vague, but what we've done at Element is to build a very minimal core structure at the foundational layer, and everything else is modular. That way you can upgrade quickly, you can remove things if you don't like them, and it evolves more quickly with the political dynamics of your protocol or DAO. So the hope with Council is to reinvigorate the standard model for governance while keeping decentralization at the forefront of governance, but also allowing our DAOs to scale better and make decisions quicker. Outside of the adaptability, there are a few other goals that we strive for when building Council. And the first is to continuously strengthen inclusivity. The one token, one vote just simply can't work, especially when it's a capital burden to acquire that. There's many flaws of that model because people with tons of capital can capture tons of votes and they can sway governance, activist investor style. What we can do is allow the actual people in the trenches on our GitHub, on our Discords, speaking on community calls, to have a say in governance as well to equalize that capital burden. The second one applies to all of DeFi, of course, and governance, and that is to make voting not a burden for people. Voter apathy and voter fatigue are real and actually can be detrimental to a governance system and protocol. If people stop caring, bad votes come in, systems fail. So the last one is the most important point that I want to get to. And I know upgradability in the smart contract sense is a highly contentious topic, but this type of upgradability is built on a very minimal structure at the core, and everything else is modules you can add on and off. So we want to design a system that can actually adapt as we change our minds throughout history, instead of having to redeploy and fail and fail. So this is the core. It's very simple. That's it, that's all. All this does at the center of the governance system is to define the voting process for those with governance power in the system. It tracks proposals and counts their voting power. And it retrieves user voting power from approved sources, which I'll get to in a quick second. So that's it. That's all the core system does. Everything else is a tool in your tool belt to use in current situations, future situations, and much more. The modules or tools I've selected here today are my favorite ones, and we've decided to choose these for very specific reasons. But keep in mind, anything you can come up with can be added to the system, whether it's a new form of delegation, ranked choice, expiry. The possibilities are endless. So the first one here is kind of a take on traditional corporate governance where board of directors are trusted, voted in, compensated to make better decisions for the organization, and obviously scaling decision making a lot faster. There is a twist here, but I'll leave that for later. The second one is my absolute favorite, voting vaults. In a way, this allows you to assign voting power to any person, use case, position, etc. So it breeds inclusivity, but also capital efficiency, which is a huge problem with DeFi voting, governance voting. The next is optimistic grants, and that's kind of a twist on optimistic rollups, but also the literal sense of the word optimistic. Because many grants programs with DAOs or organizations are very pessimistic. They assume the grantee is going to fail at their work. So this takes the opposite approach, where it assumes they're going to succeed, and if they do, they automatically vest their payout, but if not, it can be clawed back at the discretion of the governance system. The last one is DAO teams with authority, and this one is really important, but it's not a module in itself. It's an addition to the same structure that the GSC has, and that is giving your DAO teams authority over their areas of expertise. If a DAO team has to go through the regular governance process that everyone else has to go through, decisions take forever, processes you developed kind of become outdated, and it results in a lot of people just not wanting to get their daily work done because it takes a month, 3 weeks to pass a vote. So a little more on the Governance Steering Council. Like I mentioned, it was definitely inspired by traditional corporate governance because we can't discredit that. It's worked for generations, it's been battle tested. I get that we like inventing new things and trying new things, but this stuff works, so why don't we try it here? The way it works is you become a GSC member by getting delegated votes from anyone here. Once you reach a certain threshold, you're then able to join the GSC. And what that means by joining the GSC is like you're given authority over your work. People trust you. You should be able to do things. The authority we've baked into this is the ability to push votes on-chain automatically, so without having to go through that long, strung-out governance process. So they can make the calls for people at the top level. The second one is they can spend part of the treasury up to a certain limit, but they can still do one-off grants, bug bounties, you name it. They don't have to pass that vote through like a month-long process to spend some of the treasury, which is good in some senses, which is why it's capped at petty cash levels. And the last one, like I mentioned, other councils within the system can be formed using this smart contract structure. DAO teams can have authority over their expertise, so a treasury management working group could spend the treasury without a resistance, or a protocol team could basically deploy things to the protocol without having to be burdened with the rest of the voting process. All right, so this is my favorite, and it is voting vaults. And the main reason we developed this system is that a lot of governance systems today make you lock your voting tokens in the governance contract. All you can do is vote. if you're a small minnow in a sea of whales, your vote barely matters. Why wouldn't you go use your tokens and put it in DeFi or make some capital out of it? So it's really inefficient from that standpoint. So what we did here is we allow you to assign voting power to those types of positions or reputation, and those people are automatically given votes in the system. So it balances out the capital barrier of people just buying tokens. And they're also modular and upgradable. So what I mean by that is, let's say you assign voting power to GitHub contributors, and you find that their voting power is too little or too high. You can change that through governance. You can also upgrade these things quite easily. And I get that this is very theoretical, so I did highlight a couple examples to make it real for everyone. The first one is probably the most interesting, and that is a compound Aave maker voting vault. So like I mentioned before, you have to lock your tokens in those systems to get voting power. But in this system using Council, you can essentially borrow against your collateral in these systems, but still maintain the ability to vote or delegate. So you get the best of both worlds. In a similar case, you have the LP vault. So you could be in a liquidity provision and still maintain the ability to delegate or vote. And lastly, the identity verified vault is pretty cool. So you could verify your identity on chain and get voting power for that. Or even a reputational thing where it's an aggregate score of your work in GitHub, discourse, community calls, working groups, and it scores it and assigns voting power. And the last one is an NFT. So if you own an NFT, you could basically map that to voting power. In the Element system when we launched, we gave a gift to the community, and that was the Elfiverse NFTs. So right now, someone in the community is building a voting vault to give anyone with an NFT voting power in the system. It really spreads out the inclusivity of the whole community, which is absolutely amazing. Struggling here. So dry here. All right, so the next is optimistic grants, which, like I said, it's an optimistic twist on the pessimistic view of grant systems, whether it's just from an organization, a DAO, and whatnot. So the TLDR is that you can set a schedule and a time expiry. The grantee can claim that grant if the time expiry is hit without it getting clawed back. So when the grant's allocated, it contains that expiry date. If it isn't removed by that date, they can withdraw and get their grant. If the governance system or the GSC realizes that they're not making their milestones, they can claw it back. So what does this entire system look like? Like I said, it's modular, so there's many options. The first one being what we chose for Element DAO. And it is a refined form of representative democracy. So with the GSC, it's basically like representative democracy. But as you can see here, this is only the core contract. So it tracks the proposals, counts voting power, retrieves the voting power from the defined voting vaults, and basically the time lock up here can add new quorum or change the voting vaults as we go. So all of these things here are modules. This is the only core. I really want to emphasize that this is the base core system, and very little things can impact that. Your system could also look something like this, which is liquid democracy. So you take away the GSC because you just want simple delegation. And the last one I want to show is just inclusive governance. I also took out the time lock. The time lock is definitely a recommended security feature because it has a pause between when you make execution and calls. But if you want things to happen quicker and you don't care about that risk, you can remove it. It's like DeFi Legos, but governance Legos. So by now, I've talked about the long history of failing governments and how it takes so long to improve. I've talked about our considerations with how we built this system and the core and the modular aspect of our architecture. So now I just want to talk a bit about the Council protocol in action. So we launched governance for Element on March 31st of this year, and we were really excited to just see the traction happen. I mean, a lot of this was a big experiment, right? The GSC, the rolling the rolling delegation was very new, so we weren't sure if it was going to work. But today I'm happy to say that the GSC has 9 people, and they all have together pushed forward quite a few proposals to improve the system on the social layer, but also on the protocol layer. We also have 2 voting vaults, a vesting one and a locking one. The vesting one essentially allows like the core contributors who created this protocol, investors, advisors, key partners, to have voting power in the system, but at a lower multiple. So the community outweighs the actual core team, which is a pretty cool balance of voting power. Like I mentioned earlier, we also have the Elfie NFT voting vault that's in the works, so that'll be 3 coming up quite soon. I've talked mostly about the on-chain and smart contract aspects of the system, but the social frameworks and DAO structures have also moved really quickly, and that's because we've designed that proposal framework to actually adapt really quickly. So people can make changes to like the proposal process or how we want to onboard assets, and that's already happened twice already without friction. So we're all really excited to see how the Governance Steering Council evolves. Right now, I mean, they've pushed proposal forward. They haven't spent any of the treasury yet. We have to see if that actually helps scaling these decision-making processes. And if it doesn't, we might go back to the direct democracy that everyone else uses, where everyone just has the ability to delegate their vote or vote themselves. So what can you do with Council today? Well, you can do a lot. I mean, you can fork us, you can build with us, it's all open. Any DAO or protocol can use this for their own governance system. And like I mentioned, the system's very upgradable, it's modular, it's literally built for experimentation. We want people to try things, add it to our system, create a voting vault so that your governance protocol can have vote in ours and vice versa. The possibilities are endless. So you can use this system or you can add more to it. So with that, I've gone over all the problems with governance, how we can adapt faster, and the architecture of what it could look like if you were to adopt this model. But right now, I just want to say that like governance is evolving as always. It's going to fail as always. So we should build these systems to adapt quicker. And for us, governance systems are literally the make or break for our protocols. I think the best is yet to come, and thank you to everyone here for being a big part of that, and for caring about governance and being here today. Thank you. Oh, any questions? Yeah. Give you the mic. Oh, finally some water.
Thank you, that was super interesting. I'm really amazed by the way that you're thinking about governance and the upgradability of it. And so my question is a little bit philosophical, sorry about that. But delegation, I see it as a way to handle this problem that people don't want to vote, right? But delegation can't always work, because it can very easily, if people don't care, it can very easily turn into popularity games, like who do I know that I can delegate my votes to? So like we have this problem that people don't want to vote, and delegation is not really a solution to it. So how in your experience, can we have people engage more, be more, I don't know, socially responsible and all of that? And I have a second question. I don't want to monopolize, so feel free not to answer. But I also think that reputation is kind of very key element to solving governance issues. But the thing is that reputation itself is not a solved problem, as far as I'm aware. So I'm wondering, how do you approach reputation in Element?
Yeah, so for the first question, I mean, yeah, delegation can definitely be a popularity conference, especially with like big people on Twitter with previous experience being delegates. I think the best way to do that is just like have accountability layers. So like if these delegates are just doing nothing or like abstaining from votes, you have to kind of have that like disincentive there, or transparency reports. I think Gitcoin's doing a pretty cool job with their report cards on like how their delegates are behaving, how they're participating, and all that. I don't think there's like a quick fix, but there are 2 things that I do want to see more in delegation systems, and that is ranked choice delegation. So if I choose you as my first one, you my second, you my third, if you're away for a weekend with your family, it reverts to him and then to you. So it just kind of plays more to that human level of governance, where like people have their lives, they're not always going to be online, and so on. But also adding the time expiry of delegation. So if I delegate to you and I forget about it for a year, my votes are basically just wasted, especially if you stop voting. So if the delegation actually like reverts or expires after a year, it puts the omen on me to actually find someone I align with more. As for the reputational thing, it's definitely a tough one. Maker did a really cool experiment with SourceCred, where they like had a custom algorithm that took months to kind of filter in their discourse forum, but it assigned kind of incentives for those participation people. I think the reputational layer can definitely be gamed, and whenever you add metrics to something, there's definitely risks. But if you could aggregate like certain scores, and like for like my involvement in Discord, my involvement on community calls, or the more tangible things like GitHub commits, and you aggregate into a score, I think it can kind of give you some level of their like participation in the system, or if they own an NFT. So you kind of have to pull from a lot of different sources to even like vet if they're like an active member versus like the gameable aspects. But yeah, it's definitely a tough subject. I can't give you a great answer.
Charles, you talk about here.
Oh.
You talk about a delegation expiring after a certain amount of time. I'm wondering, are you guys creating certain rituals or, let's say, re-elections every, let's say, certain amount of time? And yeah, I'm asking this is because, as you said, some people use delegate and then they forget about it. And yeah, there's no rituals. There's no like a way for coming back. Like as we do it in traditional governance, we have, let's say in governments, we have like 4 years re-election or stuff like that. Are you guys thinking to do something similar among those lines or what?
Yeah, so when we originally came up with the Governance Steering Council, the idea was to have like election styles, like every 6 months in the beginning, and then like maybe like every year. But there is a big problem with that, and is the offboarding of a member who is a big delegate or a council member. You have to create a very like strung out process. It involves governance. So that's why we went with the rolling King of the Hill style with like a delegation threshold. So if someone were like that to like just kind of abstain from everything or do something malicious, they would simply just like drop in delegation, and then someone could kick them off the GSC. So it's a little more like dynamic.
When you say someone, can you explain that?
So if a GSC member were to fall below the threshold to be on the GSC, anyone in the community or anyone on the internet in a wallet can kick them by clicking a function. So it's immediate offboarding, basically.
So is that kind of like a liquid democracy where you're essentially like, I don't like this delegator anymore, I pass my votes to another person, and then once the threshold is below a certain point, basically they can get kicked out?
Yeah, so it's representative democracy, like, but mixed with liquid democracy. That's a mouthful, but yeah, so it's a group of people on a council being able to do things. If someone does something malicious or they're just not doing a great job, people stop delegating to them. So that's the liquid democracy aspect. And then once they fall below that threshold, someone kicks them, they're no longer in authority position. So it's a lot quicker than having to do an offboarding proposal where it takes a month to offboard someone where they can still do bad things or be inactive and get compensated for it. We'll see if it works. I mean, the election style is not out of the question. I think it's just a worthy experiment to try for sure.
Hey, I think that's all the time we have.
Thank
if
you,
you'd
everyone.
like to continue our conversations, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Charles will
I'll be
around.
right down there if anyone wants to talk. Okay. All right, thank you, everyone.
Charles, thank you very much. Cool. Next up. Griff Green might not need an introduction here, but to name a few contributions he's made to the community, Griff Green is co-founder of Giveth, Common Stack, DAppNode, community manager for the DAO, so led the crisis response effort for the DAO hack, and first parody multi-sig hack from every angle. He is the co-founder of White Hat Group and led the creation of Token Engineering Commons. Griff Green is advisor for Polygon ID, Polygon Hermes, Bright ID, Doing Good, and Stuart for Gitcoin, ENS, and Optimism. Griff? Yeah, right? Come on. Griff also leads 2 crypto-focused Burning Man camps. Let's hear it for Griff Green.
Yeah. People forget I lead Burning Man camps too. It's too much. Yeah, that's my slides. Oh, thank God. So, hi. Thank you for having me. I'm going to talk about something that doesn't get talked about too much. No, actually, we talk about this a fair amount in the Ethereum space. What we miss is that it's a huge opportunity. In fact, I would argue it's the biggest opportunity in the Web3 space, and no one's talking about it as an opportunity. It's public goods. Public goods, thank you. Public goods it's a huge industry, one of the largest industries in the world, and it's like the opportunities are endless. No one is making money in the public goods space right now. It's led by governments and nonprofits, and yet it's a $25 trillion a year industry, as in governments and nonprofits are spending, not investing, spending $25 trillion a year to provide public goods for societies around the world. This is 25 times the total crypto market cap being spent every year. And it's being spent at a loss. It's being spent by governments and nonprofits. So this is, public goods are one of the 4 types of economic goods. And I'm sure a lot of people have seen this slide or something like it before. But I want to talk about it in a little bit of a different way. Because in my opinion, these are like places where things end up, but it's not definitive. So on the left side, we have private goods and club goods. These are excludable goods. The cool thing with excludable goods is that you can have business models. Business models are like these really cool games that end up allowing people to score points in very predictable ways, right? I see money as kind of a point system, and the way that we coordinate around money could be thought of as like a game, hence the game version of this slide deck. I kind of went with that theme. So businesses really succeed at providing excludable goods. It's the invisible hand of the market. These point systems, these business models, these games, they allow for the invisible hand to just coordinate everything effortlessly because everyone uses profit as a shelling point. Everyone's on the same game. They're all trying to get the high score. But in the non-excludable side, as in half of the different types of economic goods, there is not this game, right? The game is taxes and donations, which I would argue is like sacrifice. People have to sacrifice to provide value in the non-excludable side. So this is common pool resources and public goods. I just call them all public goods. Non-excludable goods, public goods. So, but what's really interesting about this slide that people don't really talk about enough is that, for instance, fish in a bay, it's a common pool resource. But actually in practice, fish in a bay, governments actually move fish in a bay from being non-excludable and they make it into a club good. They make it excludable by requiring people to have a fishing license. So right now in our normal society, because there's great systems in place to manage excludable goods, non-excludable goods often get privatized. They become excludable, and we move them over here because we have such great systems in place. But what if we could create great systems that allow for win-wins on this side of the chart? What if we could actually take things that are normally excludable and make them non-excludable? What if we could create abundance for society and take care of the less fortunate in society by creating systems that actually work? We don't have a choice. We need to do this. We're failing at the game. The collective needs game. The environment, just general global coordination is really shitty, like full stop. And if we don't fix it, we're in huge trouble. But we are fixing it. It's already happening. Actually, so many people in Web3 are building a new way to coordinate on a global level and in win-win systems. They're optimizing the games that are being played and creating new games that actually allow for innovation. And this is what I'm going to talk about mostly today. I'm going to talk about all the cool projects in Web3. Well, so I'm going to highlight a few of the many good, awesome projects in Web3 that are trying to get to this Cypherpunk future that we all want. And I really want to create this framing so that you guys can understand, to get to this future, we need to build win-win systems that allow the people to coordinate effortlessly. So where do we start? Well, governments have a lot of funding. This is not where we start. When governments fail to provide public goods that are in demand, people start nonprofits. Nonprofits are the seed of the revolution. When people don't like the services they're getting, they start nonprofits. And nonprofits need our help more than governments, by far. Nonprofits are literally just burning money all the time. Everyone who's participating in the nonprofit system in some way or another is sacrificing. And it's tragic because they're creating so much value. And you know it's creating a lot of value because it's a huge industry. Sure, it's not 25 trillion, but I think $500 billion being donated a year just in the US is big enough of an opportunity for us to make some major headway. So the cool thing is this is already happening. You know, I feel like in 2016, 2017, this stuff was a dream. We're working towards this. But we're in a place where there's so many awesome projects that are doing it. And I kind of want to create a separation between two types of economic games that are being played, of different models, we'll say, of public goods funding. So there's the donation games, which are amazing, right? We're always going to have donations. Donations make people feel good, right? And these types of donation games that are being played in Web3, the donation games rely on donations to fund public goods. Now, often they create incentives for more donations, whether it's social or straight up financial. There's usually some kind of system in place to optimize the donation system and make it more fun, especially by giving governance to participants. It's very common. The economic games actually skip the donation side. They rely on supply and demand to fund public goods. This creates really interesting entrepreneurial opportunities for participants in the system, and it allows that invisible hand to actually make some headway. And just like donation games, they give governance to participants. I can't overstate this enough. It's so cool in the Web3 space. You know, in the public goods funding space normally, it's very top-down, capital controlled. Governments say, we're doing this. Nonprofits have donors, and the donors say, we're doing this. This is what the money is earmarked for. But in Web3, we build systems that allow it to be bottom-up, and where the participants, not just capital participants, but through reputation systems and other systems that we have, there's a plethora. Like you saw council, there's so many cool ways to provide governance for the players that are playing the game. So let's start with donation games. So one of the landmark donation games that was started in the Web3 space are these grant DAOs. So Moloch, Metacartel, Metagamma Delta. These things are a fundamental building block in, I think, almost every public goods funding piece. And I should have put DAO House on here. I want to give like huge shout out to DAO House. Like those guys are on the forefront of this stuff, innovating all over the place. And there's somebody to watch. Like one of the things I want you to pay attention to is these are the projects that are going to be leading this new industry that's emerging. And DAO House is important. So the way grant DAOs work, it's basically a social club, you could say, a donation club, where when you put money into the DAO, you get non-transferable tokens that allow you to govern the pot of funds. And if you don't like how the DAO is going, you kind of have a money-back guarantee. You can rage quit, get your money back out. So it's a really cool social system that, in the end, has collected millions of dollars for donations in the Ethereum public goods space especially. One of the biggest donation games, of course, is quadratic funding. Quadratic funding is a really cool system that emerged out of the Radical Exchange community, the Radical Markets book. And ClearFund and Gitcoin have implemented it. Of course, Gitcoin has raised somewhere around $70 million for public goods using this donation game. Yeah, a round of applause for Gitcoin. Those guys, man. and I should probably say us, because many of us are GTC holders in the crowd. I see you out there. So the Gitcoin DAO is starting to manage the quadratic funding system, and it's a really interesting game because the foundational layer is the public goods funding team. They are able to talk to big wigs in the Ethereum space that have a lot of money that want to fund public goods to get a big matching pool. So this is why it's a donation game for sure. I mean, it's clearly a donation game, but it doesn't work without a really large matching pool. And the larger the matching pool, the more interesting it is to donate to these projects. So the governance over this matching pool actually happens from each donor. So if you donate, each project can get a share of the matching funds. They get more of a share if there's more people and more money donated to the project. And of course, it's a complicated equation, I'm not going to say, but it's really cool as a participant in the system because you're like, okay, if I donate $1, they'll get $27. Wow, that's 27%, or sorry, 27x times my donation. That's amazing. But if I donate $100, then $250 will go to the project. So I'm allocating $250 out of the matching pool. How much do I donate? You know, and it's kind of a fun game. This is the best part about all this Web3 stuff. It's fun to play. You know, donations usually are not this fun. The next donation game is protocol funding. Now, it kind of feels like it's not a donation, but you know, protocol funding is really led by Optimism, ENS, Polygon Hermes, and BitDAO. And basically, they're taking a percentage of the fees that they're collecting and allocating that to public goods. Now, this is basically like a Web3 B Corp, a benefit corporation in the States, where it's baked into their mission statement that they're going to support public goods. And Optimism has one of the coolest systems because they even add this retro public goods funding piece to it, where they can get nonprofits or people who are developing open source code to go find investment, knowing that they could get a grant later if they succeed. And it creates even another system on top of it. It's super cool. My favorite donation game, and I'm a little biased, is givebacks. So givebacks is a pretty simple one. Whenever you donate to a verified project on Giveth, 100% of the donation goes to the project, and the donors get up to 75% back in Give tokens streamed over time. So what's really crazy about this is if you donate $100, then you will get $75 in Give, up to $75 in Give, back into your, for donating. Part of that will be liquid, so you can sell it, you can donate it, you can play the next game that we'll talk about. And the other part is streamed to you over time until like 2026. So if the Give token goes up, because it's a volatile currency, you could even get more money than you donated, which is crazy. You know, this is the kind of stuff that can only happen in Web3. Give power is really important for the Giveth roadmap. We're in a phased rollout for the launch, and it just launched the first part, the staking and locking piece, 2 weeks ago. Major shout out to Lauren Luce, who runs that piece of it, runs the economy. Give power is really important to Giveth to evolve nonprofits to the end goal. One of the big mission of Giveth is to take nonprofits, meet them where they are, and eventually help them create their own economic game so that they can be basically an impact DAO. And Give Power will be the first opportunity that many of these projects have to make a win-win offer to their donors. So let's say you're a project, someone just donates $100 to you, you know that they just got Give tokens, right? So you go and you tell them, hey, with Give Power, you can stake your Give tokens behind my project. You earn a sick APR, and I get benefits on the platform. So specifically, the project will get higher up on the ranking list, you know, where they come up, so it'll come up faster to be seen by more people, and they will also get more givebacks for their donors. So you're basically, with Give Power, the Give token holders are voting. They don't even know they're voting. They're just supporting, they're just staking behind their favorite projects. But they're voting for how givebacks are distributed. So it's kind of a cool economic game tied with a donation game. And but the coolest thing is this psychological shift that projects have to get to make when they say, hey, you can earn a yield while supporting me, as opposed to you can sacrifice while supporting me. So my favorite part of the Web3 public goods funding stream, though, is the economic games. In the donation games, donations are always part of it, which means there's a little bit of sacrifice injected into the system. That makes it really hard to have that invisible hand making magic. But in economic games, it's win-win all the way. And this happens through issuance. So Ethereum and Bitcoin and all the blockchains are, in my opinion, public infrastructure. Like in a city, the water or electrical infrastructure. Yes, you have to pay a bill. You have to pay a water bill, electrical bill, or you have to pay transaction fees to use the blockchain. But the infrastructure itself, the access to the tooling is a public good. That's why this infrastructure is usually funded by governments. But with blockchains, it's funded by issuance. And that's the key for these economic games. Issuance is sent to people who are providing good work, right? So in Ethereum, it's the miners and now the stakers. Bitcoin, it's the miners. But there were some really cool innovations that many people have forgotten about or never heard of in 2013, 2014 that actually use this to do direct public goods funding. Zcash actually supports cryptographic research. Without this protocol, I doubt we'd have rollups today. And it's just the block reward. And then Namecoin, Primecoin, CureCoin, these are these bottom threes. They're crazy. Like, very few people actually even follow these projects, but they're runaway economic games. Primecoin, to mine a block in Primecoin, you have to find a new prime number. People are mining blocks every day. Every minute, there's a new prime number found by Primecoin. And I doubt most of this room has never even heard of it. But it's a runaway economic machine. And no one's donating, no one's paying taxes. People are just getting the block reward for finding prime numbers. Namecoin was actually the first fork of Bitcoin. And it's kind of like ENS. Does anyone have a .bit domain? No hands. Okay, cool. You can. It's infrastructure that exists, even though no one's using it. It's amazing. And CureCoin's folding proteins for cancer research 1 block at a time. It's so cool. They're using issuance, but it's in the digital space. What's exciting is this move towards bringing it to meat space. So like Panvala subsidizes communities like Bitcoin subsidizes security. They're using issuance to actually support community groups to meet and share ideas. And Rainbow Rolls and public nouns, this is the NFT style. It's not all fungible tokens playing games. Rainbow Rolls sold like 900 NFTs and funded Gitcoin matching rounds, helped support some Giveth projects, and also wiped away $7 million of medical debt from random Americans that they were able to buy up their medical debt. Incredible project. No one donated. People bought NFTs they could sell. There's upside. Public nouns. It's just started 2 weeks ago, again, by the DAO House crew. It's kind of like a Mullock DAO, but instead of the shares being non-transferable, it's an NFT that's worth 1 vote in governing the treasury, right? And the intention is to spend it on public goods. So it's super cool, and it's basically a Mullock DAO, and instead of rage quitting and getting less, you could actually potentially sell your NFT for more than you paid for it. Token Engineering Commons is another amazing economic game. This is in partnership with the Commons Stack. This is the first Commons the Commons Stack ever launched. It's really cool. It uses a bonding curve, which, I don't know, how many people have heard of bonding curves? Oh my God, this is a smart crew. So for the ones that didn't raise their hands, a bonding curve, especially a token bonding curve, is a very simple smart contract that when you send it money, it mints a token, and it holds that money in the contract. And if you send the token back, it will release the collateral and burn the token. This will win a Nobel Prize in economics. I promise you this. Simon de la Rouvier, Bancourt, they created something that has never been seen before. This is a one-sided market, and it solves a liquidity issue for small market cap tokens. Like Panvala is super cool, right? I said it before, but when they issued their token, it had no value at first, and eventually Uniswap, it found its way to Uniswap, and it created a value. But it still has very low liquidity. With a token bonding curve economy, it doesn't have that issue. It starts out with infinite liquidity because issuance is dependent on demand, which is super cool. And it uses fees throughout the system. When people are issuing or minting or burning tokens, a percentage of the fees go to the common pool. And also at launch, a percentage of the launch goes to the bootstrap, the common pool. Really interesting system that we at Giveth really hope to learn from and apply to our end game, which is GERBs. So GERBs. GERBs are actually bonding curves backed by Giveth, by Give tokens. And they're kind of the sweet spot at the end of the rainbow, the treasure at the end of the rainbow for every nonprofit who comes on to Giveth. So first, of course, you're a nonprofit. Someone donates to you. The donor gets Give tokens, right? Now with Give Power, people are locking capital. They're locking Give tokens behind a project. There's capital being locked behind each project that's participating in Give Power. With that locked up capital, we can launch a bonding curve. And the bonding, of course, like, there's a lot of cultural stuff that goes into this. And working with the common stack to launch more commons and to understand the different reputation systems and the other kind of looking at projects like Council and how do we govern these systems so it's not just capital, it's not just the bonding curve that creates governance tokens, but there's other governance involved. This is we're sorry I'm ranting, but long story short, we're still in the research phase on how to launch these impact DAOs with bonding curves. But once we figure that out, once we work with the common stack to actually understand the best ways of doing these things and making it easy for nonprofits, any nonprofit could launch its own impact DAO through the Giveth system. The coolest thing about everything that I'm talking about is that none of these things are in silos. Web3 is so amazing for its configurability, for its, everything can kind of plug into each other. Everything I mentioned is public goods Legos. Like the public nouns DAO could actually donate Ethereum on Giveth and support Gitcoin grants, incentivizing lots of grants on Gitcoin to get funding through extra donations. And then they'll get givebacks. They'll get more Give tokens that they could further donate to other projects, or they could stake and Give Power, or one day they could use to invest in an impact DAO using a GERV. Public goods Legos is where the real benefits here. This is where this is why Web3 is going to save the world, because we can plug in all these ideas into each other and build a new industry that never existed. So I'm sure a lot of you are builders. A lot of you have like an impact project that you want to see have an impact, become an impact DAO. And maybe some of you are just, hey, I just want a passive supporter of these projects and would like some upside. Well, I've founded a lot of projects in this space. I want to highlight 3 of them that maybe could help everyone get involved more in the public good space. So first is General Magic. Probably many of you have never heard of General Magic. It's been running around for well over a year. And it's a service DAO that actually has helped many organizations, Panvala, Giveth, Token Engineering Commons, Common Stack, and countless others. And like ENS, we just built the ENS swag shop, which is super cool. So if you are looking to, if you're building in this space and you need some support, you don't have a good designer, or you even just want to offload a full project, or you just want a swag shop, or you want to integrate praise, a reputation system, you can reach out to us at General Magic. We'll help you. We give insane rates in the crypto space because this is, kind of has an altruistic swing to it, even though it is a for-profit company. So I would say it's about half the market rate. So definitely reach out to us and we can support you in building the next public goods Lego for me to talk about. And I have a huge announcement from the Common Stack. We're actually launching a new service where we want to help you launch a Commons. So we launched the Token Engineering Commons, or we helped the Token Engineering Commons launch, I should say. And we're working with Grassroots Economics to support them in their launch. And now we actually have the bandwidth to support a few more Commons. So if you want a bonding curve, you have an impact project, and you're like, yeah, let's do this thing. I want to learn about collaborative economics. I want to design from the bottom up. with my community, mission, vision, values, parameterize the economy, like you guys, the community would do it themselves instead of us. Reach out and let's work together on that. And of course, Giveth. Giveth has a token, and this token is going to be the lifeblood of a new industry. And it's a really easy, passive way to get involved if you want to become part of the Giveth DAO and support this emerging economy. Definitely talk to me, and I can help you out. I can help you out with basically any. If you're working in the public goods space, I want to talk to you. I want to work together. There is no competition in public goods. How can you compete when you're creating abundance for society, right?
All right.
Thank you so much. I'll be right outside, and we can chat.
Thank you so much, Chris. That was awesome. Thank you, thank you. All right. We've got our next speaker in the house, Vince Major, head of marketing at My Ether Wallet, and today he'll be speaking on the importance of soft skills in crypto. Vince, the floor is yours. Welcome. Next up, we have Vince Major, who will be speaking about soft skills in crypto. Vince Major is an actor, marketer, and storyteller, currently working as the head of marketing at My Ether Wallet. Vince has been working in the arts for over a decade, and I'm really looking forward to his talk with us this evening.
Thank you. So I need the names of some projects. Projects you love, projects you work for, just yell a few out for me. Bacon Splat? Okay, give me some more projects. Garlic Coin, okay, what else? Stable Node, okay, perfect. Thank you for those, I appreciate that. So some of these I know, some of these I don't, but all of these projects have something in common, and that is, my mother hates them. And that's not a bad thing, because she hates my project too. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Vince Major, and I am the head of marketing at My Ether Wallet. Now, to be clear, this talk is not going to be about the mom test, okay? My mother is fairly techno-savvy and really only calls me about once a quarter to have a refresher on how to attach a PDF to an email. And that's a lie, it's actually once a month. But you see, it's not the technology that puts her off from crypto. And it's also not even the concept of the tech that really makes her confused about the company I work for. Instead, it's the way that our industry communicates and storytells that make her roll her eyes at dinner. And you know, I'm sure that this is not something that's unique to me. I'm sure you all have had to explain to your friends and your loved ones this industry, and there's a good chance that they gave you a face not dissimilar to this. And that's a bummer, right? Because if you are anything like me, you are amped to be in this industry and just want to tell everyone. So today I want to speak to the heart of that and how I believe that we can overcome these challenges and finally win over this broad. Because I believe that our industry focuses on and values the hard skills over the soft skills to our detriment. So for the duration of this talk, I want you to think of soft skills as those sort of non-technical skills that people have. Think creativity, the gift of gab, mentorship, morale building, basically anything that your project managers cannot assign a unit of time to, right? And I want you to also think broadly, not just the skills that people have, but also people that devote themselves entirely to the soft skills. I am one such soft skiller. I have my master's in fine arts, and the only programming I know how to do is /BRBR, which I think is a return in HTML. I'm still not sure. Now, there are 3 key areas in crypto that I believe can be improved by the soft skills, and those are communication, creativity, and connection. If you take away one thing from this talk today, I want it to be that words have immense power. They have the ability to paint pictures, to inspire, and create movements that move mountains. So now let's look at some of our crypto words, shall we? GM, shitcoin, anon, LFG, hodl. Now, I'm old enough to have all of these remind me of a word I used a lot as a kid. And that word was pwn. So now, for those of you that are not older gamers, pwn means next level ownage, or to completely dominate someone in gaming. At least that's how it was explained to me when I was playing EverQuest. It's a word that in that bubble, in that time, we all used all of the time. However, fast forward to now, gaming has gone completely mainstream, and yet this word has fallen to the wayside. The word itself failed to bring new users into gaming, and so faded from the mainstream lens. Now, on the crypto side, I think we are using far too much of our insider lingo to try and bring those on the outside in. Now, I see this so often in marketing, and the problem arises that new users don't know what our crypto words mean. So we're imposing a barrier to entry right out of the gate of our own doing. You know, as an industry, we find ourselves using hodl so much that it literally became a major segment on the John Oliver show. And yet, that mainstream ribbing did very little to bring new users into the space, nor did it cement itself in the minds of others. Okay, so to be clear, I don't want to get rid of our slang, right? I mean, it's part of the fun of being an insider, right? We want to use these words and tell these jokes. It's fun. But what I do want to point to is that by improving the language that we use to communicate with those outside of crypto, we can only help bring more people into the fold. Because right now, as new users come into crypto, they are being overwhelmed by so many new words and languages. And I can only guess it's like being dropped into Colombia and not speaking a word of Spanish. Bonjour. And this is not just related to copywriting and marketing. Let's take a look at the word Ethereum itself. So when it first came into being, the word Ethereum was weird to a lot of people. And, you know, it's still weird to some. It's also super hard to spell, which is why this always makes me giggle like a child. However, after years of constant work by so many incredible people, the word Ethereum has gone mainstream, which is fantastic. I mean, that's probably why most of us are here today. And then they came out with Ethereum 2.0, which is a hard skiller naming convention, but not horrible. I mean, at this point, most people understand software versions and get that the software is evolving or leveling up like a Pokemon, right? And then there was consensus layer. And I can't help but think that had there been more soft skillers in the room to be like, I don't understand what consensus means in this context, could we explain that a bit easier? That we could have had a better name and better communication. And I don't want you to think that I'm picking on the amazing people that asked me to speak here today. I tease because I love and I want to see things get better. And believe me, it's not just Ethereum that does this. At My Ether Wallet, we recently released our new browser extension wallet called Encrypt, which is spelled with a K. Now, Encrypt services Ethereum, Polkadot, and is built for the multi-chain future. It's out on all stores, including Safari, which is pretty cool. Now, with Encrypt, I was stone cold new to the Polkadot ecosystem, so I had to do a lot of reading. And as I was doing all this research, there was a word that stuck out to me like a sore thumb in so much of the public-facing information. And that word was existential. Now, when I hear this word or see this word, I think of the fact that I am going to die, my loved ones are going to die, and eventually the last person to remember my name will also die. You know, an existential crisis. At night when the tears come. I mean, we've all been there. Now, what's bananas to me is that in Polkadot, they are constantly referring to an existential deposit, which means the amount that a wallet must have to exist. Now, this to me clearly shows a hard skiller naming convention at work. Now, it might be clear to that hard skiller on the back end, it might be clear to other hard skillers, but to the rest of us, existential deposit makes little to no sense. So if we apply the power of soft skills to this, something like minimum balance comes to mind, right? Because it's something that we immediately understand. It uses language that is familiar, and of course, doesn't conjure up feelings of existential dread. All of this is to say that by developing more soft skills around communication and more employees around communication will only help bring more people into the fold. Because the clearer we are with our messaging and communication, the easier it is for everyone else to get on our same page. Which brings me to creativity. In crypto, we are creating things out of thin air through code. Like, it is an absolute magic trick for me to watch developers work. However, while some might think naming something 2.0 is creative, it's not. It's iteration. Now, to iterate is to make products great. Iteration is a hard skiller in their finest form. They continue to improve upon that prior base, getting better each time, again and again and again, until we reach immortality, I guess. I can only think immortality is the goal and is why we pay developers so much more. But the problem is when iteration replaces creativity in our space. See, because when you iterate, you are only refining the boundaries rather than pushing them. And then when iteration starts to cross-pollinate, you get a lot of noise. Now, I feel like I saw all of this noise in the most recent NFT run. If you search the word board on any NFT marketplace, you are going to get 1 million results, right? And of course, you're going to get the Bored Apes Yacht Club. But then you're going to get the Bored Kitty Cats Club and the Bored Bad Boys Club. And then eventually you'll start to get things like the Indifferent Hamster Subaru Society. Now this is where iteration becomes knockoff, becomes scam, and rug pull. All of these lines begin to blur in the minds of not only crypto natives, but those outside of the space as well. And this creates confusion for users, and even worse, can create connections or implied connections where they do not exist. In that case, we can experience one bad actor or project bringing down several because a loose connection in the mind of the other. For instance, it's very easy for the media or for people outside of crypto to see that one dog-themed crypto project is a scam, therefore, all dog-themed crypto projects are a scam. Or be unable to tell the difference at all and think they are all one big project rolled in together, much like your parents probably called all video game consoles a Nintendo growing up. At least that's how it was for me. And of course, my Ether wallet is intensely familiar with this iteration problem from others. To this day, we continue to see products called My Blank Wallet, and this does make our brand management difficult. Oop, did I lose my mic? Nope, there I am. The wallet space in general has also iterated itself into a, whereas so many developers are being forced to create their products with a specific wallet in mind. And the reason is because the current model is winner take all. Now, we're hoping to correct this unintended monopoly through creativity. Our E5749 will give users the choice of the wallet they have installed rather than defaulting to the first injected. This restores creativity to the wallet space and will also give developers more freedom when designing a user experience. You don't have to default to one specific. Am I coming back in and out? And so I encourage you to check looking for feedback. And should I swap? All right, we'll swap. Perfect. Can you hear me now? Hey, there we go. I'm back. So I hope you check that out because I think creativity like this EIP can solve any problem that we have. Because a creative idea or vision can help set your project's North Star. They can put you on a path that you never thought possible. Brand confusion? That goes out the window the moment you are creative and wildly different from the rest of the noise. It can give new users a fresh and interesting way to understand Web3 and help bring them in. The pitfalls of iteration can also be applied to hiring, which is why I encourage you to not iterate, but create. Foster and build a team of unconventional skill sets. Bring in those creative thinkers who will help drive the storytelling of your brand, or who can think of a new user journey or even a new product feature out of left field. Because when you are able to spark creativity and effectively communicate what makes you special to others, that is when we see true innovation and adoption in the space. Which brings me to my favorite of the soft skills we need more of in crypto, connection. Now, humans by our very nature are looking to connect with things. We want to connect with other humans from person to person, but we also want to connect to ideas. So frequently in crypto, we talk about use cases and roadmaps, but what we don't do is craft the story behind our projects. We are letting others, like the media, tell our story for us, frequently to our detriment. Or we have to lean on hard skillers to do the storytelling for us. This results in project descriptions like this, an intent-driven, privacy-centric protocol designed to enhance discovery and settlements. Now, I wrote this down. I memorized it, and I just had to read it off this just now, because it just feels like a string of words mushed together. And I work in this industry. I can only imagine what someone outside of the space takes away from a description like that. Okay, yeah, that tracks. And this is certainly a place where we can use soft skills to storytell when explaining it to our mothers. Because as it stands right now, that description is simply telling you what that product does. They don't show you the superpowers that it gives you. Think how much easier that description could be to understand if we hypothetically say, okay, we're going to start with a privacy problem, right? Because everyone understands that big tech is invading us. And from there, we'll probably highlight it connects two people quickly and then exchanges assets without having to wait a long time like with a bank. So in essence, we could go from jargon to something like, our project without invading your privacy through something like a credit check or verifying your identity. Find someone that has the asset or ask that you want. It then connects you, exchanges that, and you don't have to wait for 5 days for it to settle, like with a bank. Now, obviously, this is a bit wordier and a bit rough because I am not the storyteller for that brand. But you can see how this story gives you something to latch onto and starts to paint a picture in your mind. And it's not just related to projects where we need storytelling. I think it's in moments like this where we put ourselves in the public eye. It's why everything I am saying here has been scripted. It's been refined, edited, and rehearsed. Nothing here is off the cuff. All of this is a crafted story, except for the mic change. That was on the fly. Because ultimately, I want you all to connect with me, Vince, not only as a brand, but as a human, and also to the ideas that I have. Storytelling also applies off the stage on a peer-to-peer basis. I tend to go to a lot of crypto conferences, and at them I will go to booths, and I will stand there and I will look at the collateral, I will look at the screen, I will look at the banner, I will look at the swag, and I will look the person in the eye, and nothing happens. They don't engage with me, and I ultimately leave. And that's alarming, right? I mean, it happened to me here multiple times. Because if we can't connect with each other inside our crypto bubble, how can we be expected to connect with those outside of it? This is why when we staff our booths, I always try and pair up a soft skiller with a hard skiller. I try to actively deploy my staff in a way that makes tactical sense. This way I have that soft skiller there to start the conversation and communicate, and then they have that hard skiller there to turn to when needed. The reverse holds true as well. If that hard skiller is hitting a wall trying to communicate, they can always tap in that soft skiller for an assist, because their skill sets complement each other. I also tell everyone that I don't know is a valid answer, because I want to empower everyone to not be afraid of hitting a wall of not knowing the answer. Look, I mean, you all know this. This tech is hard, and we are on the bleeding edge here. And I would rather someone leave with a positive personal connection than leave not having engaged with anyone at all. Because this tech will change day over day, hour over hour, like if I'm honest. But that memory of that someone that you chatted with at the Mew booth will hopefully live with you for years. Now, the idea of storytelling weaves through all of my points that I'm making today. The story of increasing the amount of soft skills you employ around communication, creating instead of iterating, and, of course, connecting with others. Now, there's a chance you might be sitting there being like, Vince, what is all this? Are you just saying we should hire you? Absolutely. Here is my Twitter. My DMs are open. Best offers only. I'm kidding. Koselev, Brian, please don't fire me. What I am saying is that I want you to look to the soft skills for the challenges your product faces. Question if those challenges have a solve from communication, creativity, or connection. I hope that you'll also look to those team members you have that have a spark of a soft skill and help them to grow and foster that. At the same time, with subsequent hires, look to their soft skills instead of just the number of PRs they can submit in a given week. In crypto, we are taking risks all the time on moonshots. And I want you to think of the soft skills as an investment in you and your project. Because sure, you might not see an immediate return on that investment. I mean, hell, you might get that investment wrong. However, on the flip side, if that soft skill turns into a force multiplier that ultimately onboards the next zillion users and my mother into crypto, then it only benefits us all. At the start of this, I said that words have power, and I truly believe that. They just have to be the right words at the right time to make a difference, and they don't have to be a lot. My favorite example of this is when King Philip II of Macedon was conquering Greek city-states in 300 BC. He was just left, right, and center, conquering. He sent a message to Sparta. And this message read, "If I invade Laconia, you will be destroyed, never to rise again." And the Spartan response was simple. If. It's like so many ideas and thoughts and inspiration and words packed into a single two-letter word. In crypto, we always say, oh, we're going to bring more crypto users, more moms into crypto. And we put it out a ways, right? We're like, oh, it's in the future. This is the internet, and now is 1996, right? And mass adoption is a ways away. I disagree. I think the time to develop the teams that are creative and inventive, who will ultimately onboard the next billion users into crypto quickly, is now. But only if we invest in the intangibles of the soft skills. Thank you so much, everyone.
going to be an exciting one at that. To close out the day, we have an interesting panel, How Can Blockchain Help Connect the Next Billion? I'd like to welcome our panelists, Anda, Salima, Gabin, and Rajesh, along with Naroa as moderator. Just a couple of quick words on Naroa. Naroa Zuratula leads the mapping and tech work for Giga, UNICEF. Prior to UNICEF, Naroa lived and worked in various companies in Kenya, from a startup that is trying to change the world, understanding agriculture, to a non-profit empowering local entrepreneurs through access to finance. Naroa holds a master's in electrical engineering from Stanford University and a master's in telecommunications engineering from EHU UPV. Naroa is also a proud EF fellow. Please join me in welcoming our panelists and Naroa.
Hi everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah, perfect. Thanks so much for joining us today. Especially, I know it's the last session of the day, so we appreciate you being here. And we actually have a quiet, interesting, and diverse panel here, so I'm sure that you'll enjoy the time. As the title says, we'll be talking about Giga and about how blockchain can help connect the next billion. But what's Giga? Giga is a partnership between UNICEF and ITU to connect every school to the internet and every young person to information, opportunity, and choice. By connecting schools, we, in one hand, equip young people with the skills they need for their future, and at the same time, we build digital economies for the communities that are around these schools. There are many connectivity initiatives out there. I always say that what's different and unique about Giga compared to others is that we use data and technology to make the whole process more efficient and more transparent, in particular, blockchain technologies. And that's why we are here today. The panelists will have a discussion about the blockchain applications they are building and that they are implementing and deploying in different countries. The applications go all the way from staking, NFTs, tokens, smart contracts, and others. And with further ado, I'm going to let each of them introduce themselves.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Andan Naba. I serve as the Chief of Operations at the UCT Financial Innovation Hub, where we translate the latest academic research into novel blockchain applications. Before this, I served as an analyst at Convergence Partners, a TMT-focused private equity firm focused on sub-Saharan Africa, and great to be here. Thanks.
Thanks, Narora, and great to be here also. Thanks for inviting me. I'm Rajesh. I'm one of the founders of Launch Nodes, and our whole reason for being is to help people become self-sufficient Ethereum stakers. So it's great to be here, and we're looking forward to sharing more.
Hello, everybody. My name is Salima Ba. I'm a state counsel from the Directorate of Science, Technology, and Innovation, which sits within the Office of the President of Sierra Leone. I mainly, well, over the past 2 or so years, I've been leading the project coordination as well as some of our policy work. Thank you.
And my name is Gerben Keijne. I work as the blockchain lead for Giga at UNICEF. Thank you so much. Nice to be here.
So Gerben, let's start with you. You work at UNICEF, and UNICEF is not the type of organization that people would think of that's working on blockchain, that's building tech products. Can you tell us a little bit about Giga's tech team, how it works, what type of work you do?
Sure. So Giga sits inside the Office of Innovation at UNICEF, and we're a kind of small team of like 40 people approximately, and we operate kind of like a startup within UNICEF itself. Are there any like blockchain developers in the room? Maybe could you guys stick your hands up? So we're growing our tech team. We actually have a position open right now. If you want to come talk to me afterwards, basically, so far we have connected approximately 1 million students to the internet, and the challenge that we really face is how to connect the next billion. So to do that, we see blockchain sort of adding value in a couple of different ways. The first one is we estimate needing approximately $428 billion to connect the world's schools. So our biggest sort of, our first sort of use case is moving all this money around and getting it to the right places in a way that's transparent and efficient and affordable. The second option that we see value in is automating payments for connectivity. So using smart contracts and monitoring connectivity in schools to automate payments to internet service providers. Then we also focus on NFTs. So at the beginning of this year, we launched the UN's largest NFT collection called Patchwork Kingdoms, where all of the royalty goes to fund Giga, goes to help support Giga. So that's kind of a neat thing, and we're also working on follow-up projects for that particular project. And we're also investigating like innovative financing solutions to pay for the operational expenses of connectivity. So one of them is connectivity credits. Another one is where we're looking at using staking to allow people to stake their ETH and generate returns for paying for connectivity. But basically, we work with governments to try to convince them to give us like a regulatory sandbox to try these things out, try them for the first time so that we can scale them up later and deliver some impact. So far, most of the projects I mentioned are sort of in the MVP stage, and we're seeing some promising results. So we're looking really forward to making an impact in the coming years.
Perfect. As you said, I think for the ones that, for people that are not familiar with UNICEF, we operate in 190 countries, around 190 countries, and something special or different about us is that we work very closely with governments. That all the product solutions that Herman was describing, we work closely with governments to implement them in country. And that's where, Salima, you come from the other side of the puzzle, where you sit within the government of Sierra Leone. So I'd like you to tell us a bit about this unique or different Directorate of Science and Innovation that you have in your country, how it was set up, how it impacted the innovation ecosystem in the country, and the work you do.
Sure. So the Directorate of Science, Technology and Innovation was established by the current government in 2018, and the main mandate is really to leverage the use of science, technology and innovation to support the government deliver on its national development plan. So by that we work across various sectors, and we've also developed a 10-year national innovation and digital strategy, which is our 10-year plan to digitally transform Sierra Leone. And we focus on 3 key areas, which is digital economy, digital identity, and digital governance. And as I said, because of where we sit, we really in a space where we're in a position to work across various sectors. That includes the private sector. We work with various private sector partners in Sierra Leone, out of Sierra Leone, to really support the development of our local ecosystem, because one of our aims is to really establish Sierra Leone as an innovation hub. One of the works that we've done is to kind of work with the private sector to develop an ecosystem mapping of the innovation sector in Sierra Leone, so being able to know what the different services and players are within the field. Other place where we work is we work with our public sector partners, that is all the different government ministries, departments and agencies, basically supporting them in the different work that they're doing, seeing how they can use science, tech and innovation to really achieve the government's agenda. And also finally, one of our key areas where we work is our international development partners. We work with various international development partners, and one of our main partnerships has been with UNICEF from the start. The UNICEF Innovation Office in Sierra Leone has been really key to the work that we've been trying to do. And one area where we've really worked closely is to support the government in its education agenda, which is really the flagship of the government's human capital development agenda. So with that, we've really worked on various projects, such as Giga, which we're talking about today. We've also worked on other, actually, even before officially Giga was announced, we worked with UNICEF to map the geolocations of all the schools in Sierra Leone. So that was really key, as in laying the groundwork for the work that we're doing now with Giga. But then one of the other projects that we're really also proud of that we've worked with UNICEF Sierra Leone is on learning passports, which is really a partnership with Giga. They kind of go hand in hand. So that's kind of sort of the work that we do within the space in Sierra Leone. And so we're really happy and excited to be here.
And we'll be talking about some of this work in a little bit. Before that, now we want to, can you still hear me? Yeah. We want to announce an exciting project that we've been working on for the last year in partnership with the Ethereum Foundation and the Rwandan government. It's the first time that we are publicly speaking about this, so we are quite excited about it. And yeah, the mic is yours.
Fantastic, thank you for that, Nora. So yes, we have a video coming up very shortly which kind of explains more about this project. So rather than kind of spoil that, let me just give you the outcome. And the outcome is that Rwanda now has a solo staking infrastructure, which means that it can use staking rewards from staking Ethereum to fund internet connectivity in schools. And that's a world first and pretty exciting. So yeah, that's been great. The other thing I'd like to say is we're really now at a stage where the proof of concept's been running for a year. It's been successful. We've seen the outcomes from that. And we're inviting the broader ecosystem to get involved. So we want our competitors to get involved. We want developers, we want other people involved in the Ethereum ecosystem to take up the baton now and to move this forward. No one entity can do this. Giga's been fantastic in kind of catalyzing the whole program. We've had support from the Ethereum Foundation and elsewhere. But 50% of schools in the developing world don't have internet connectivity right now. There's there's billions of dollars staked on the Ethereum network at the moment. Some small fraction of that could certainly help change lives. So that's really what we're saying here. And I think the final piece really is to say the technological aspects of this were one part of the project, but really the other challenge was bringing people together, bringing people along this journey. 2 years ago, there was no such concept as Ethereum staking. It hadn't been launched. And yet here we are, effectively 2 years on, and the Rwandan government has done something which no other country has done so far. And that didn't happen by accident. There's been a lot of kind of negotiation, workshops, working groups, education sessions, briefings, to bring us to this point. And in particular, leadership on the ground from the leader of UNICEF in country in Rwanda, Juliana, has been amazing. Minister Ingabire has also driven this project forward. We've had support from the Ministry of Education, Finance, Central Bank of Rwanda, and ICT. And really everyone coming together and working collaboratively has made this happen. And it's a model now that we hope we can scale across the world.
Can I ask a quick sort of follow-up question about that?
Please, yeah, do.
So I'm sure all of you guys are wondering, like, why is this so complicated? Like, staking just makes sense, right? Like, why aren't we doing this? So maybe can we talk a little bit about like why is it so complicated to do this in a country like Rwanda?
Yeah. So again, 2 years ago, staking wasn't even a thing. And if you imagine the complexity of getting anything changed in a country, it's pretty difficult. I think Salima's probably got more insight into how to make that happen than anyone else here. But it does take regulation to change. It does take people to really grasp the concept. And we've been immersed in this for years, no doubt. A lot of the people here will have been involved in Ethereum and other blockchains. Explaining that to people and taking them on this journey isn't a straightforward thing. It takes a lot of courage, a lot of bravery, really, to kind of adopt this as a concept and to take it to government departments and say this is something we want to do. So a lot of that time hasn't been installing servers and putting software on devices. It's been around the table and with your support and Naroa's and others. So that's really why it's been complicated.
And I'd say that it's also linked to the regulation around crypto, whether a given country is allowed to hold crypto or not. So linked to that, for this first pilot, and after many back and forths, we decided that we're going to have the node hosted on the cloud instead of locally. Can you tell us about the why of this decision and maybe elaborate also on the pros and cons of each of them, like locally hosted versus cloud?
Yeah, so that's a great point. Along this journey, there have been a range of kind of key decision points. What Ethereum client do we use? Where do we want the infrastructure to be hosted? Should it be cloud? Should it be on-premise somewhere? And I'll start by saying our whole philosophy kind of aligns very closely with the Ethereum Foundation's, which is geographic diversity is key, and having diversity of kind of software client is really important as well. We don't want any, we don't want there to be too many people hosting in one particular place. That's our strategy. And the reason I stress solo staking is so important is because it makes people self-sufficient, which again is part of our approach. So for practical reasons, for speed reasons, for resiliency reasons, it made sense to use the cloud for the proof of concept effectively. Longer term, we want every school to have a node. We want everyone to be, communities being able to stake and run their own infrastructure. And that would be a fantastic achievement when that happens.
long way there, but I agree with that. And Salima, she's one of the first ones starting the journey towards that goal, where in Sierra Leone you are actually setting up or in the process of setting up a node that's locally hosted.
Yeah, so I think we've gone, in terms of the proof of concept, I think we've started with looking at a physical hosting instead of cloud. But I think this is where collaboration, and one of the things actually we've also tried to do is an engagement with some of our other government around who are also doing the same thing. We've had a couple of engagements with the Rwanda government, and the point is to really learn together, learn lessons, and making sure that, you know, we're all working towards the same goal. So for us, as I said, we've really looked at how we could lay the initial groundwork for hosting a physical node. As you said, obviously, we also want to be in the position where every school does have like a physical node, but we're not at that place yet, looking at the different challenges that we face. So one of the things which we wanted to do was looking at the possibility of hosting nodes with specific internet service providers. So for the initial preparation for that, we've kind of sourced the hardware that will be required. We have an agreement in place with one of our internet service providers who would also be one of the service providers actually providing connectivity to the school. I think we're in the last stage of preparation, and we're hoping, I think within the very near future, to officially launch a physical node. And yeah.
Fantastic. No, that's great. And another thing that we're hoping is going to be the norm moving forward is internet service providers taking crypto as well as payment, because, you know, what part of the hurdle right now is you'll have to convert from Ethereum to fiat currency to pay for a service. You know, we've had conversations with ISPs where they've said no, we'll happily take payment in Ethereum, and that I think will be the future as well.
I think same as since earlier on, the conversations we've had with the ISPs has been very encouraging. I think where the conversations now is with other government partners, public sector partners, looking at the Bank of Sierra Leone, who regulates that space, and the ministries of finance and that kind of sort of thing. Just making sure, I think the initial conversations around the legislative framework to do this kind of sort of thing, I think that's been the areas where we've been having the more conversations around, but then also making sure we have the infrastructure as well ready for that.
Yeah. And another thing to mention, I think, is the roadmap for Ethereum clients means that it will be a lot easier to host nodes. You won't need, you know, the resiliency and the, you know, to store full versions of the blockchain in the future. So again, it's going to get easier and easier for people to host their own nodes, which is fantastic.
What I find really interesting to sort of hear is it seems like everybody's kind of on board with this. Everybody like thinks it's a good idea, but still it's like so difficult. So how do we talk to governments and help them understand and help them shape their policy? I don't know, Salima, do you have any insights into that?
Yeah, as a government representative, I think it's a combination of several factors in terms of why we currently don't have it and what can be done. I think for me, I think that it's about highlighting where the opportunities are with this. I think, first of all, the opportunities with regards to blockchain, especially when we talk about Giga and how that can be utilized for smart contracts and used to improve the relationship with internet service providers, provide better accountability and monitoring and transparency. I think highlighting those opportunities are great in terms of getting everybody on board. But then I think also beyond that, there's a bigger opportunity with regards to most of these emerging technologies when you deal with the government or traditional governments such as ours. I think it's about opening up the space for learning. I think it's about improving the local expertise within our different nations, and it's about improving awareness. So one of the things we're excited at the STI about Giga specifically is looking at, because we believe in leveraging the use of the most high-tech technology you can find, as well as the most, not low-tech, but the most useful for our current situations. Looking at, we also utilize things such as USSD and those kind of platforms because we consider our local context issues such as electricity, internet penetration rates. So all those are important. But with Giga and blockchain and possibly even looking at cryptocurrency as payment, the opportunity for this, our government, is to pilot these technologies within a very small space, which will hope then raise awareness, allow us to learn about these emerging technologies, then use the data and evidence to really develop really effective legislative and regulatory frameworks that will better support and enhance this. So we want to get ahead of the pace. We know these technologies are coming, whether we like it or not. So the opportunity with this is really to provide a pilot where we can really use this as an opportunity to learn much more about it, which would then enable us to better regulate it. So I think that's where the opportunities and the learnings, and it's about really showcasing that to get everybody on board.
Exactly, and showing its value, right? One of the challenges, I don't know if it's a challenge, but we usually face it, that we have to communicate super technical and complex work to people that are not technical or don't necessarily understand the technology. And what happens sometimes is that if you mention the word crypto, smart contract, to someone that doesn't understand it, then they get scared and they just say, no, we are not on board. So the moment you start proving it, starting small and making small things and small steps, then I think they understand the value and they start becoming more comfortable.
I guess from our side as well, on your point, coming from an emerging market like South Africa, to drive cryptocurrency adoption, you need to meet them halfway. So one of our PhD candidates has actually developed a solution where you can send cryptocurrency via USSD and SMS. We're still looking for use cases. We've spoken to one ISP who actually approached us saying, "Ooh, this could actually work, letting people and communities pay for internet connectivity." So those conversations are still ongoing. But that whole project made us realize that we can't just ideate in silos and think, you know, people from South Africa or from Sierra Leone or wherever will meet us halfway. We need to go to them and bring the solutions to them. You know, even with speaking about blockchain and everything, they don't even have to necessarily know that there's a blockchain in the background. I always have this argument with people. They'll be like, you have to educate everyone about blockchain and this and that, but how many of us know how a light bulb works? You know, you just know you turn it on. How many of us know how an aircon works? You just turn it on. So I think this view that you have to educate people about everything about blockchain and this and that for them to be on board, it is incorrect, and we should rethink that.
And on that, we've been talking mostly about the public sector, but of course we also need the private sector, and we need them to be on board to make everything work. And we all know that ISPs usually, for them it's easy to go to cities, to urban areas, and it's harder to convince them to go to more remote community schools. From your experience working with the private sector, what type of incentives, business models we need to make them also go to places that maybe are not as easy to connect?
Yeah, I think, there's obviously tax incentives that South Africa has now put into place, but one thing we looked at is just tokenization now of the last mile infrastructure. So maybe you could have a big private sector player, a private equity firm, put the capital expenditure at the beginning, and then resell that after 3 or 4 years when their fund life cycle is now coming to an end to local communities, and then the revenue they're able to get in the interim can then sort of subsidize the resale price. So they may not need the large multiples that you need in terms of a general sale. And why something like that would also work very well, I know we'd once invested in a fiber asset in Ghana and a few other countries, and we were struggling to sell it now to a third party because we could only sell it in the sort of the 25% we owned it. But if we could tokenize that 25%, we could sell it to local ISPs, we could sell it to people who have extra money who now just want to help other people. But because the framework wasn't there yet, we weren't able to do that. So, on your point as well, how much was it? 428 billion, and on Africa alone, it's $100 billion. We can't look to the financing mechanisms that we've done in the past to sort of solve future issues. we have to completely rethink how we do it. And things like blockchain and tokenization, I think will be, the key to doing that.
I mean, absolutely. Like, nobody likes making banks even richer, right? So.
Nope. Not me. No, definitely not anyone at this conference either.
And that's something that Giga itself is exploring as well, this tokenization and building a token system that where schools are granted a certain amount of tokens based on how difficult it is to connect them, and then providers, if they decide to go to schools that are harder to connect, they'll get these tokens, and they'll be able to exchange these tokens for a set of incentives. Maybe one thing there is that, again, for these incentives, we have to work with the public sector, so I guess highlighting the necessity to work with all the players in the market, all the way from the private sector to the public, and have them have conversations together. Good.
Yeah, I think as well academia. So I now work at the University of Cape Town, and it's often a place that we don't consider. So we really now translate this sort of academic research from a PhD, master's level to blockchain applications. And I think we also need to come to the table now, because you need a new way of thinking. Like I was saying, a private sector company that's been making huge margins from selling connectivity for 10 to 20 years, they're not going to change how they do it. You need new people now to come to the table and challenge the status quo, which is what we're trying to do at the Hub.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting sort of contradiction, because on one hand, we have to like rethink all these things, and on the other hand, if you want people to sort of join you on the journey, you have to work with their systems, and you have to, make them understand that way.
And I don't see it as old world versus new world in the same way it sounds like you do. I think, big corporates are coming along for the journey now increasingly. They're understanding what blockchain's about. They're looking at their own proof of concepts and pilots. And yes, they've got other motivations potentially, but this is an opportunity for everyone, the way we see it.
And that you work again closely with startups in the region. More in general, what are some of the trends around blockchain and around startups that you see in the African region?
So around blockchain, we're now seeing less financial sort of use cases. So we're now looking at a decentralized data marketplace where data creators can actually sell their data to other people. That could now be used to maybe fund connectivity, for example. We also have an NFT startup that is working with content creators to let them share revenue based on their contribution to a work. So he's particularly working with authors and wants to work with illustrators now. So if I write a chapter for a book, you write a chapter for a book, and my tree gets more views, we'll get remunerated more. So those are some of the interesting use cases we're seeing. The Mandla money one I explained earlier about the USSD cryptocurrency payments as well. It's on the financial side. So it's quite an exciting space. And I mean, our hub's only been operational for about 18 months, and we have 6 spin-off startups now. That's just come from academic research, which has been really beautiful to see.
Maybe some people here that are in the UNICEF Crypto Fund could also source some of these startups, no? And you could share.
I'll connect you guys, yeah.
And Herben, following with trends, before you spoke about some of the past work or work that Giga has been doing. Could you give us a sneak peek of what's coming next, or what's next, and some of the things that you are excited about for the next year?
Yeah, for sure. So the last year has really been about like building MVPs and talking with governments and getting them to allow us to do things. And I think we've made like a lot of headway with that. For example, we're now starting to roll out a product called Giga accounts, which will allow payers for internet connectivity to monitor contracts, get sort of real-time data about the performance of the connectivity at schools, and then register payments for that. So we're quite keen to roll that out, and what we're hoping to achieve over the next year for that is to start issuing our first sort of smart contracts, I suppose. So the idea would be that an internet service provider would connect a school and then automatically receive payments if internet connectivity is detected. So that way we can make it way easier for internet service providers to receive payment and reduce a lot of overhead. So that's one of the projects that we're quite excited about progressing. Another one is we're building a sort of collection on top of our existing NFT collection. The original NFT collection, Patchwork Kingdoms, that we launched was all about fundraising. So you purchase these tokens, you get a really cool sort of data-driven art piece, and the funds go to Giga to help Giga connect schools. What we're building next is a collection where we will create an NFT for every single school in the world, and really not put the focus on fundraising or raising as much money as possible, but instead sell these to people who care about the school communities, get them in the hands of the people who actually support these schools, and create a sort of gamified platform where we will reward people for contributing data about these schools. So we'll create a crowdsourced data system for collecting school data. And the idea is to make the largest sort of decentralized school database in the world. Yeah.
And that raises many interesting questions, such as if you are crowdsourcing this data, what's the consensus mechanism that you'll be using to approve or to ensure quality of the data that you are gathering, and this type of interesting new questions that we didn't have before.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've learned a lot at this conference about ideas like that. So it's been super useful to join this conference and learn more about that. Yeah.
And Herben, a follow-up. We've been saying that sometimes it's it takes a lot of work to make changes within the government or make government bodies to innovate. UNICEF, it's not a government, but it's also a huge organization that has many processes in place. How is it to work in this type of things within UNICEF?
Yeah, you're right. It's a very big organization. I think I come from sort of the world of startups, where things go super fast and you break stuff and you try again. So that's certainly a big difference. But I always like to sort of compare the progress UNICEF makes as like glacial. So it's like super slow, but it's unstoppable. So I think UNICEF opens a lot of doors. Yeah, we're talking with central banks and ministries about implementing some real change in countries, and we're finding it really difficult to do that. So imagine being a startup and trying to get a meeting with a central bank governor to approve your well-intended sort of crypto project. So yeah, so I think UNICEF has an important role to play there in sort of opening the doors for these kinds of things, opening the minds of governments, and yeah, and allowing a lot of other startups to then make some real progress.
Salim, any advice on how to maybe interact or get that difficult meeting that Herben was talking about? And
yeah, sure. And I think one of the things I'll say, looking at the model that we have in Sierra Leone, is I think it's not just because I work there, but I think having institutions such as like the Directorate of Science, Tech and Innovation in Sierra Leone has been really key. I think especially when you work within developing countries such as Sierra Leone, where science, tech and innovation has not been a big player and the local expertise is not there. I think if I would advise, I think one of the key things would be for each government to have its version of a DSTI, as we call it, because I think it really cuts across and really enables that partnership to develop. I think we're lucky within DSTI to sit, as we call, play with various different individuals. We have lawyers, we have our developers, we have our data scientists, we have our policy advisors, and all of these individuals sit and enable us to do what we do. And I think that's why we were able to really form an effective partnership with UNICEF Sierra Leone and the Innovation Office. I think in terms of having one of the few like innovation work plans, annual work plans out there with UNICEF, I think that's been really key. And I think we kind of play the role with UNICEF of we develop our projects together, we establish our goals, and then DSTI plays the role of fronting with the government on behalf of UNICEF. So we would go to our government partners, and I think also the fact that we sit within the office of the President of Sierra Leone gives us a lot of leverage in terms of when we go and knock on those doors, like the National Bank of Sierra Leone, to say, together with UNICEF, there's this great project which we want to try out, deals with blockchain and crypto. Can you please, engage with us on it? And they're willing to do that. So I think for me, what's really important is having that very high government and political buy-in into these kind of things. And even with us, even though we have our challenges, but I could just imagine having to do this or trying to do this in countries that don't have that high level government buy-in, that could potentially be very difficult. So I think one of the key things that have been useful to us or have enabled us have a lot of the progress that we have is having that seat and being able to interface with UNICEF, with our government development partners, with the private sector, with other international development partners. So being like in the middle of all of that and being able to coordinate it, I think that's been one of the key things.
So a model maybe to learn from and replicate in other places. Yeah, it's interesting, we met with the Colombia team earlier this week, and we were talking about the types of things that we could do together, how to start working in different aspects that we're discussing, and what we're told is that here it's actually quite difficult because they don't have this type of coordinating body that you have in Sierra Leone. What they were telling us is that there are Ministry of Education, Bank, Ministry of ICT, that each of them work on their own and that it's difficult to coordinate the work across all of them.
Yeah, and I think maybe just a quick nugget, I think which would be interesting. Actually, so the Chief Innovation Officer of Sierra Leone, who effectively leads DSDI, is also the current Minister of Basic and Senior Secondary Education. And a lot of our projects, as I mentioned, do deal with education. So I think that gives us an added leverage in terms of really being in the critical space to be able to coordinate all of these activities. So, yeah.
Yeah, so a lot to learn, definitely, and we've been working with you for many years now, and I think that the things that we've achieved wouldn't have been possible otherwise. Maybe as follow-up questions to both of you, what would be the main opportunities that you see with blockchain in your context?
Yeah, from tokenization, like I spoke about earlier, we're also looking at blockchain actually for dynamic spectrum sharing. Because in South Africa, a lot of the spectrum is owned by the large MNOs, and the small players don't have enough capital to obviously partake at the auction. But there's sort of times during the day where spectrum isn't that used by the big MNOs. So we're looking at now using blockchain for dynamic spectrum sharing, where an ISP in a small town like Grahamstown, where I went to high school, can now use spectrum from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., at a lower cost than what they sort of use it during the day. So that's one interesting use case we're looking at it, I guess, in this context. Yeah.
And thinking out loud, would it be possible maybe to do something similar also with pricing for connectivity, depending, and apply something similar to that?
Yes, so the pricing now would be dependent on how much the ISP would get the spectrum for, and obviously when it's underutilized, this pricing would be less. So I guess that's the key premise. So it's still very early stages. The government announced it a few months back, and we just now started writing a few concept papers to see what we could do. But that would be the model, but we're hoping we can move forward with it.
And yeah, so from my side, I'm very much kind of immersed in the world of staking and just the possibilities that every individual can be supporting this network and can gain rewards from doing that. So whether it's a small community or a school or a project for climate change, we just see the march of technology enabling that more and more. So we're working with a range of entities who want to use staking returns for different things. The beauty of this model, as opposed to traditional kind of philanthropy, is that you can put your money on a node, use that node for good, and then take your money away later and put it to do other things with it. So it's not a case that you have to donate and your money's gone forever. And I think that's quite appealing when the need for capital for some of these projects is so vast. So yeah, there's lots of exciting kind of technological developments. We're just excited to be part of it.
And then, as you said, maybe it's not huge values, but you can start distributing and decentralizing this hosting, and each school could have one node where the revenue maybe it's not huge, but enough maybe to pay for internet in their own school.
Absolutely, and you know, different models as well. So we touched on liquid staking, for example. Right now, it doesn't have to be the case that every school needs 32 Ethereum for its own school or multiples thereof. There could be liquid staking across Rwanda or South Africa or Sierra Leone, and different entities have different amounts, but they all gain staking rewards. So there's a lot of different avenues that this could progress through.
Anything you'd like to add, any of you?
Yeah, so I think the biggest opportunity I see is in moving all this money around. Paying for internet connectivity in countries that may have like a lot of corruption or something like that. I think blockchain can really provide a lot of transparency in that and a lot of fairness in that. So I think that's a huge opportunity.
Yeah, I think going off, especially with the smart contracts and the real-time connectivity monitoring, I think for us, those have been really exciting on both ends. The private sector specifically are also excited about the fact of having a smart contracts, and there's no discrepancy of whether how much connectivity did I actually provide in that back and forth exchange. So that's been exciting on the private sector space, because actually, so we have been in the process of connecting some of the schools which currently have connectivity to that platform to be able to monitor in real time. But then from a government perspective, it's also very important for us being able to really hold ISPs accountable to their service contracts that they signed, because before, if you have no way of really monitoring the connectivity that they provided, you're just really paying out without being absolutely sure that what you're paying for was delivered. So for a government perspective, that's been really important, and one of the areas which we're really looking forward to exploring a bit more on.
Yeah, absolutely, because usually what's the case is that for a lot of these schools, the connectivity is paid for by a government or a UNICEF country offers or something like that, and then one person is responsible for monitoring 150 schools or 1,000 schools, and it just becomes impossible to sort of check whether the connectivity is actually delivered. And the schools themselves have no negotiating power with their internet service providers. So yeah, one of the products that we're offering to schools is this sort of application that they can install themselves on their network that will provide us with real-time internet connectivity data. So it's really a tool for them to sort of take control over that and allow a huge body like UNICEF to put their weight around making sure that internet service providers are providing the connectivity that schools deserve.
I hope that you all learned as much as I did. Maybe if you can go to the next slide. Oop, we have too many tabs open. Yeah, let's try the video now. Yeah, just to say that if any of the things that you spoke about seemed interesting to you, whether you are interested in joining our team, working with us, scan that QR code and sign up so that we keep you in our network and we can count on you in case you need your help. And yeah, the last thing is that we had a video that we wanted to show. It's not appearing here though, so I don't know if someone could. Maybe you need to get out of presentation mode. Technical issues as it's not there. They deleted it. There it is. Okay. For some reason they deleted it. Play. Cool. And this is a video about the staking work that we've been doing in Rwanda. As we said before, this may seem a bit too basic for this audience, but that's because, as I said before, we have to communicate these technical things to non-technical audiences, so this is one of the examples of how we need to talk on a simple way to communicate the idea.
Delivering school connectivity with Ethereum staking. Giga is a global initiative to connect every school to the internet and every young person to information, opportunity, and choice. Giga is leading innovative models and mechanisms to finance school internet connectivity.
Microphone on. Let's put.
Delivering school connectivity with Ethereum staking. Giga is a global initiative to connect every school to the internet and every young person to information, opportunity, and choice. Giga is leading innovative models and mechanisms to finance school internet connectivity over long periods of time, working in partnership with governments to build the right capabilities for the future. Giga and the Ethereum Foundation are collaborating on an exciting and innovative approach to fund school connectivity. Giga wants to use Ethereum staking as a new sustainable model to generate income to fund long-term social impact. Blockchains like Ethereum allow individuals and organizations to contribute to network security, availability, and processing power by staking funds while running their own nodes within the network. In return for providing this service, participants earn staking rewards. Ethereum is the most widely used smart contract-capable blockchain and is now a proof-of-stake blockchain which effectively eliminated the energy usage that was associated with its former proof-of-work model. Anyone who commits 32 Ether can benefit from staking rewards. This model of staking provides regular rewards over many months and years, enabling a wide range of different use cases that can deliver societal benefits and social impact from the money that is earned. Giga is working with the Ethereum Foundation and the government of Rwanda to provide the first example, providing funding for school connectivity in Rwanda. Launch Nodes is an institutional provider of investment-grade Ethereum, solo staking products and services, and was the implementation partner for this pilot project in Rwanda. How does it work? Number one, people and organizations that are interested in supporting school connectivity, who we call social stakers, commit Ether. Number two, Giga stake the Ether by running validator nodes. Number three, the rewards generated from the nodes are used to pay ISPs on an ongoing basis to enable school connectivity over the long term. Number four, after the agreed staking period, the original Ether can be returned to the social staker or continue to be staked for ongoing school's connectivity. Number five, the value of the Ether may rise or fall over the staking period. Giga has donated the first 32 Ether for staking, enabling the rewards to pay for connectivity at pilot schools in Rwanda. In the future, Giga plans to allow people to pledge less than 32 Ether, which can be pooled and staked to support Giga. This is a future functionality that is not live today. Giga is setting up Ethereum validator nodes for schools in Rwanda in partnership with the Rwandan government.
Thanks. And I think, yeah, with peace applause, we can wrap up the panel. Thanks everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. That wraps up the Impact and Global Opportunity track for today. We will be back here tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning with Web3 adoption in Africa. So hope to see you there.